back to the Resorts World Casino here for
There he is.
WCC Media Day. We are about to be joined by Randy Bennett. I'm Rob Dawson. I have Jeff Goodman, who's talking over me. I have Terrence Oglesby, who's talking over to me. Coach, good to see you, man. We are live.
Right.
Mics are hot. Yeah, he's going. Sit in the middle. Sit in the middle, Coach. Sit in the middle. Sit in the middle. Right here.
They'll come over.
Right here.
We got you first.
Yeah. Coach, how we feeling, man? How you doing? Coming off of a season where you won the WCC regular season title, you won the WCC tournament title. So, how do you kind of build on that? That is about as good as you can get in the season.
Yeah, I feel good about our squad. I feel good because we returned 9 guys off that team. Does this sound kind of? We returned a couple starters, Player of the Year, Saxen All-League, Defensive Player of the Year. But there's more to it than that. There's the 9 guys that returned, and we had kind of a crazy spring a little bit. Just, I guess, welcome to the new world a little bit. So, and we're not used to that. But the 9 guys that returned, they just freaking batten down the hatch. That's what I feel good about. It's like those guys laid the foundation. We had to bring some new guys in. Some of them will have to play for us and will be good players for us. But it's that group of 9 that I feel good about. Like, we're gonna be all right. They're gonna make sure that the reason we won, we still have it. I think.
It's funny because when I saw you in Rock Hill during the summer, I went up to you and I was like, I don't know. I think I expected you to be more down than you were because you lost 2 guys to the portal that, one went to UConn, one went to Iowa State. And, money-wise, I don't know if you can compete with that. Probably not, right? You weren't. And that's not to say that the hits of Mahaney and Jefferson they did a lot
players.
for your program. Did a lot, but I was surprised. But you feel good about this group. Why? What is it about this group? Again, beyond Saxen and Marciulionis, 2 guys that we know about. What else is?
Yeah, so I mean, we're sitting on some other ones, and it's the way we usually develop our programs. Like Jordan Ross was not quite ready last year, just defensively, which is where he's good, but he just wasn't quite there yet, which a lot of our freshmen are like that. Like that's how it kind of happens in our program. But now he is good, and he'll be a good player, and he needed the spring and summer.
He was like a top 100 kid coming in.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Right? Yep. But he's there. He's a starter. Like he's a good starter now. And then the kid we picked up from Arizona, he's good. But we had Harry Wessels. People forget about him. He got hurt at the end, and that hurt us. But that guy's a starter in about any other program, and a good one. So those guys, and then some guys that were some of our other younger ones that can contribute now, and we have good practices, our attitude, our leadership, all that stuff's intact, which we didn't have to rebuild that. And that's what I'm trying to hit at. It's weird, but when you've gone through, these guys have gone through 3 NCAA tournaments. Like the things you learn to get there, I mean, that experience is priceless. Yeah. And anyhow, and then again, Paulus is going to be a player for us, like a good one right away. He was in Arizona, so he saw the smoke. He knows what it looks like, what it's supposed to be. And then our freshmen, and Ashton's a transfer too. Those guys are going to be good. It's just going to take them longer. But as they come on, I think we'll be pretty good.
You mentioned some of the reasons we won are back. Everybody knows about Marciulionis. My biggest thing when I did your all's game up in, Idaho Falls, it was freezing. It was right when it started to get cold. Was Mitchell Saxen has got to be one of the best offensive rebounders that I've seen in quite some time. I mean, what does he mean to your team? I mean, a lot of it goes without saying, but when you're top 15 in offensive rebounding percentage, that says a lot.
He's bringing an effort every single ton.
It's a mean man. He's
Yeah,
a good
so
player. Yeah.
Both ends. I mean, he's not missing a block yet.
Yeah.
So he's big enough he can hold you off and take on the big ones. So the sleeper thing, it is, but it isn't. But Mitchell's so important to us defensively.
Yes.
And because he got Defensive Player of the Year, probably because we led the league in defense, and so they took somebody off our team. But he's a sneaky, really good defender because he's in on balls all the time. Like everybody puts their 5 setting on balls.
Sure.
That guy's got, whoever that guy is, he's got to be good. He can't make mistakes. And Mitchell does. He's smart.
He's your quarterback. He's your defensive quarterback.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he's good there. He's smart and he's big enough, strong enough, but he knows how to play those on balls. So that makes us pretty solid there. And that's where we're going to have to get better is we're going to have to get 9, 10 guys that can you plug them in. You're not going to slip defensively.
Here's the numbers that stand out to me, Randy. So last year, you guys finished 3rd nationally in offensive rebounding percentage. You guys finished 1st nationally in defensive rebounding percentage. I don't know if I can remember a team that finished top 3 in both offensive and defensive rebounding percentage in a single season. Top 5 in defensive 2-point field goal percentage and top 5 in defensive effective field goal percentage. And I think that right there, those are the stats to me that tell you how good Mitchell Saxen was. Because all that other stuff can happen. He's the guy that's the anchor in the paint. He's the guy that's making that defense work. He's the guy that's making sure that everybody shooting around the rim is not making shots around there. You can look at blocks or his raw numbers or whatever it is. Those are the numbers that tell me how good he is defensively.
No, well said. That's right. Those are the ones. And he gets it done offensively, but those are the two right there.
He knows.
We pretty much break it down. All right, offense, defense, rebounding. We were exceptional in those two, and we came on late offensively, and he's a big part of that. I think he'll be better there, but that's right. That's exactly right.
What was your reaction when you heard Gonzaga was leaving the league? I'm sure you've been asked this already. Well, maybe you haven't today because
I haven't today.
Yeah.
I mean,
obviously,
it wasn't a surprise.
Yeah.
Like I kind of
knew it was coming.
Yeah. And they're gonna get paid that. I mean, that's the new world in conference realignment, right? Like they're gonna get money at that number or whatever it is. You got to think in those terms a little bit. So
it's been such a good rivalry, Randy.
Exactly. That's what I was going to get to.
That's the part that sucks. No?
Disappointed.
Yeah.
Not in them, just a little disappointed. Yeah. Like that's all right.
It's the game we circle twice a year.
More than any other 2 teams in the country over the last 24 years. So it was. We got to enjoy these 2 years. And it is what it is, and we'll see.
Can we keep that rivalry going?
Yeah, have you talked to Few about it?
I have.
You need to. We
Well,
need to get that
You and
done.
I are good.
We need to get that done.
Yeah.
We do. Honestly, you should play once a year and alternate or play in a neutral, whatever.
Maybe we will.
Yeah, it'd be fun. That shouldn't go away. That should not go away. Too good. Too good.
This is a great rivalry. That's what I miss.
Yeah.
We'll miss that. They raised our game, no question, over the years.
Of course they did.
And hopefully we did theirs as well, but just we had to scratch and claw to get up there with them, and we have. And we'll miss that. We'll miss that rivalry, and we'll miss that challenge of playing somebody very good every year.
I remember our conversation, kind of going back to your team here with Marciulionis and how you kind of see like tiny mannerisms that remind you of his father and how he attacks the rim and how physical he is. I thought that was and then he goes over and he's player of the year in the league. Where has he improved? I mean, you think about, everybody tries to focus on something. You get him back. Is there a difference in his game, or is it kind of like, hey, man, keep doing what you are and, just improve on everything that you've been good at? Is there anything that he's worked on?
Confidence. Yeah.
I would imagine being player of the year would help the confidence.
That'll help.
That's exactly. And he was in the big games. He was big.
Yeah.
So that's how confidence works. Right?
Of course.
You can talk about it all you want. Once you've done it, you can do it. Mm-hmm. And so I feel that with him. He used to, wasn't that long ago. Even early last year, you could have one where he tanks a little bit. You don't see those anymore in practice or anything. We saw it coming in practices last year. I even told our team, I said, hey, Augustas is playing at the highest level of any of our guys before we played a game. And then it played out. The one thing he's got to just keep getting better at, I think he's got. We'll see. I think he's got a decent chance to play in the NBA. He's got to keep getting better and better and better as a shooter. You can't be too good a shooter. So he's improved there, and you just got to keep working on that.
Yeah, it seemed like the last, and I'm going way back here to December 1st. So if you don't remember it, it's fine. But like, it seemed like the last 10 to 15 minutes, he started to kind of find his rhythm and understand spacing and how he could use his body. And it's like everything clicked with the entire team right after that game. I'm not sure if that had to do a lot with him or many other factors, but it seemed like he finally really got comfortable after that Boise State game to where he really started to move his game.
It was
forward.
somewhere in there.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of a changing of the guard.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah.
He had to become the best player. We were pretty balanced, but you can't just, hey, I've improved, I'm the guy now. It's not when you have other good guys like we did. And Dukas was a player, and he's like our fourth or fifth leading scorer. Aiden was, Josh was coming on. So that all had to settle out, and as it settled out, guys got more comfortable with their roles, but he became confident in what his role was. That did happen.
When did you see it coming with him? Like, was there a point freshman year before you got? Did you know that WCC Player of the Year, like potential NBA, like did you see that with him when you were trying to bring him into the program, or was that something that kind of you realized that there was more of a ceiling to this?
I'd be lying if I said I saw it in the first 2 years. Like I thought he could be a good player. I thought he only played 15 minutes a game first 2 years, and guys were ahead of him. He passed them last year, and so it just happened. When I saw it kind of coming was that spring after his sophomore year. That summer was the first time he stayed with us and did our whole summer because he always plays with the Lithuanian national teams. Anyhow, he stayed with us, and like this guy's getting good. And then, but you don't know if it's going to click, in games. And then we sat out all of our first 6 weeks of practice, and he was crushing it. We can compare our numbers to Ndewedo, Mills, McConnell, and like he's throwing out a higher number than those guys. Either we're keeping this thing different, or this guy's pretty good. And then it happened. So I didn't see it coming.
All right, why the nickname Spoonie?
Man, you went old school on it. You went way back. I know exactly where that one comes from. It's nothing too crazy. My legs were a little bow-legged. So they called me Spoonie.
Who gave it to you?
A couple volleyball girls.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah, they were talking trash.
That's pretty good, right?
That was funny.
Right? I figured you'd like that one.
Going. I'm wondering where you got that one from. I got to think hard on that.
Oh, man.
Talk about all these returners, Coach. Out of the new guys, who do you see making an impact or some of the biggest impacts?
New guys?
Yeah, new guys.
So 4 of them are freshmen, 2 of them are transfers. The one that's definitely going to make an impact is Paulus. He'll definitely make an impact. Of course. Star for us. He'll make an impact. And then it's going to – we'll probably redshirt one of them of the 4 freshmen. I think Ashton's coming on, but he's the rest of them a little bit are drinking water through a fire hydrant right now. But they're getting there. And they're good. They're talented. They can really shoot, score. Mike and Lewis have been coming on lately. He's gonna play for us some. How much will depend on how good he gets defensively. But
That's all freshmen, right?
what?
Adjusting
Yeah.
freshmen defensively.
Every one of them.
Have you been to Moraga?
I never have.
All right. We got to get there this year. Like, we got to do a show from Moraga. Like Gonzaga, St. Mary's, and Moraga. We got to do a show from there.
Please.
I know.
That'd be
It's been a
great.
few years since I've been there.
What do you guys do on your show? Will you do something?
We can do a pregame. We can do a postgame. We can do both.
Whatever works for you. We'll make
We're
it
in.
work.
Like,
Make it work.
honestly, that would be a blast.
Where are you guys based out of?
All different places. I sold my house
Which
in Boston. I'm in Charleston.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's
number
one,
two.
Tito.
Is that only one? That
That's
might be
one
the
for
first one
WCC.
today.
We got one earlier.
Yeah.
You sure you got one earlier?
We got one.
All right. They
It's
rip
two.
on me
Yeah.
because I'll mention that I'm. But he asked the question. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to answer it?
He tells us every time. I'm in Charleston.
He
I'm always in
asked-
Charleston.
he
I'm
asked
renting in
me
Charleston.
where
I'm a homeless in Charleston. I need a house in Charleston.
That was for that Spoonie comment.
He's
Yeah.
from. You like that though? Come on.
That's good.
All right, listen, Coach. Appreciate you being here. We got to get your
Go get
players
your
in
players
here.
here.
We need to start the show.
I got some. Hey, I got some good stuff on Goose.
Hey, Coach.
I got some good stuff for Goose. Yeah, I got some good stuff.
Anything we need to ask him?
Should we tell him your
Any of the
nickname?
three.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see if they know your nickname. I'm going to tell them. All right. Come on in,
Come on,
boys.
sit down, fellas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
appreciate you.
Thank
Great
you,
seeing you,
Coach.
Coach.
Where will I see you?
Great seeing you.
Hey,
We'll be out there.
We're live. Mics are hot,
We'll get out.
fellas. We're live. Mics are hot. Good seeing you, Coach. We'll be out there. Come sit down.
Sit on down,
Good
gentlemen.
seeing you guys.
Oh, guys.
What's going on?
Oh,
Oh, what a
He
save.
almost knocked it over.
What a
Bennett
save,
making
man.
waves
Unbelievable. What's up,
any
guys?
which way you can.
How are you?
How you
How we
doing,
doing?
man?
Good to see you.
Terrence, good to see you
What's going on?
guys.
Augustas,
Good to see you again,
Marciulionis,
man.
Mitchell
Good to see you.
Saxen.
Remember last year we had fun,
St.
didn't we?
Mary's.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
How we doing, fellas?
Nobody's got to sit in anybody's lap this year, Mitchell. Remember last year was it Aiden?
Was
it
that
Aiden
better?
your lap? Was it your lap almost? Right?
Yeah.
It's got
Grab the
weird
mics,
quick,
grab
guys.
the
It's a little-
mics, guys. Grab
It was
the
a
mics.
little
We're
awkward.
live.
It was a little awkward. but
This interview got weird real quick.
I know,
So
I know.
we're off and
What are
running.
you gonna do? How you doing?
We're good. We're good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How's the team looking? I know you got some new faces here, some young guys that are going to make a jump. Give me kind of the one guy that we'll be surprised about this year. One guy. We'll start with you, Mitchell. Go ahead. You're the veteran
I think
here.
people are talking about Jordan Ross a lot, so you're not going to be as surprised about him. But I think Polis Morauskas,
Really?
coming over from Arizona, is
You're going up against him in practice a lot, or are you guys playing together?
against
Both.
him and with him. Yeah. So
And why? We didn't see a lot of him at Arizona. Why? What does he do well?
he can shoot the crap out of the ball, and he's really big. Like he rebounds really well, and can score inside and post pretty well, and in the mid post as well in the mid range. So he's kind of like a versatile scorer, I think. And then it surprised me how much he's bought in and like improved on all the defense stuff. Being as young as he is and as new as he is, he's really coming along, and it's fun to play with him.
I got to talk to all you guys about this one. Like, I did your Boise State game last year, and you guys were on a skid. It was a skid. I think it was like 2-6 or something like this, and then you took off and really started to play well. I think you only lost 2 games the rest of the year. I could see your game. It's almost like you got comfortable in the last 10 minutes or so, and that carried its way all the way through. How important is it that you're bringing back guys that have seen success, and how are you going to carry it into conference to this basketball season and then conference play as well? I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think it's really important that we're bringing back players who've seen success, but we're also been through like some tough parts,
Sure.
especially like the beginning of last season. And I feel like it's really good just to know like we don't really know why exactly we started the season so bad, but like we know that we don't want to do that again. Like how we felt after that 3-5 start, like we just try to like do like everything not to be in that position. And like this year preseason, like we're doing everything not to be there again and just start the season well. And like it starts with us 3 because we've been in the program for the longest time, and just making sure the new guys are like on the same page and are like as focused, as hungry, and like just thinks the same way we do, like kind of the standard is high, and like we're just making sure that they're just doing all the things right in order for us to start the season well.
Was there anything that clicked that you noticed? Was there a small thing? Was it the way you guys were playing together? Was it a team meeting? Because 3-5, I mean, that's that everybody's ready.
Like the sky
everybody's
is falling.
Oh, the people are ready to fight each other at that
I
point.
would say when you said 2-6, I was going to correct you and say it's 3-5.
Yeah, I
because
apologize.
That's
Hey,
I'm just saying that because that's I think out of any like phrase we've heard the words 3 and 5 the most the last 6 months.
Gotcha.
For real. And that comes from us too. Like, yeah, I think I think after that Boise State game, I remember saying in the locker room, we might have just cost ourselves an at-large bid. Like, it's going to be a very uphill battle. And we basically knew, like, pretty much going to have to run the table for a little bit here. And that's what we did. But
you did, man.
I kind of said, and we were saying, like, as long as we're playing our best basketball at the end of the year in the WCC tournament, we can always get in. Luckily, we did that also. But, yeah, I think what clicked was I think we just had a meeting. We just had to be, like, very candid about it. And, like, we are in the spot. Like, there's nothing – you're not going to be able to make it back in one – you're not going to be able to win 10 games in one night. So Coach kind of said one step, one punch, one round. That was, like, our phrase for a while. It was that. It was have hope. Like, if you don't have hope right now, then we're nothing. And then it would just get better each day. So one step was one drill in practice, and then one punch was that scout or whatever, and then one round was that game. And then
I mean, if you guys don't lose a game at Christmas, like you rattle off 23 straight.
for sure, yeah. So yeah.
My question is for both of you, because I think if we went back to the start of last season, before the year started, I don't know how many people would have said that this guy right here would end up being maybe not even the best player on your team, let alone the WCC Player of the Year. So I want to know from both of you, when you saw, like, when was there something that clicked? Was there a moment when you were like, oh, damn, like he took a step. Oh, wow, this dude can go.
I'd love to say that there was one moment that stood out, but really, when you're in it as a player, it's not like being in the media. Like, we're not seeing the outside view and, like, being like, holy crap, this guy's taking a big step. We're just like, okay, we're getting better as a team. Like, Augustas is playing well. Coaches aren't yelling at him as much.
That's a good barometer right there, actually.
And you just kind of put it together one game at a time, and you look up, and we're 15-1 in WCC or whatever it was. And it's like, okay, we're in a position where one of our guys might get it. And, like, yeah, Goose stacked, like, really good games on offense and was our best guard defender and led us to a really good year. So, like, yeah, he deserves it.
Yeah, I would say pretty much the same. I would say there was some time, like, in the preseason where you did off-season. Like, I think that was the first off-season you stayed the whole summer with us, didn't have to do anything back home. And he was killing an open gym and everything, developing as a shooter. And then we do these things called hustle stats in practice for the whole 6 weeks of preseason practice, where you're statting everything from diving on the floor burn is +2 points, and then a missed box out's -2 points. So he was putting up a pretty, like, historic number for all the guards. Like, you look at all the great guards we've had, and he was putting up numbers in those practices which rivaled some of them. So you don't value that, like, as much as success in games, but you do see it, and you're like, all right, like, he could be having by far his best year right now.
You know what's crazy about that is Coach Bennett came up and he talked about the stats that you were putting up. He didn't elaborate on that they were hustle stats. So we were assuming, well, he's not turning the ball over. We were assuming, well, he's shooting the ball well. No, these are hustle stats he was talking about. And that's how that translated into you starting to
it's all
play
that
well.
It's everything.
It's everything together,
like,
huh?
every single thing, like deflections,
Ton
making
of numbers,
shots,
right?
Like,
Ton
It's
of
points too,
analytics.
but yeah.
Throw out transitions like a plus. Like,
it's very, like, detailed.
All right, I'm gonna go something off the court.
Yeah.
Rumor
Buckle up,
has
fellas.
it. Rumor has it. No, this isn't that bad. I'm gonna get goose this a little bit here. Rumor has it you don't go shopping. You don't go to the grocery store ever. Is that true?
That is crazy. Well, no, I do, but just not as much as student athletes should, knowing, like, we have to eat a lot.
You, like, take his stuff, don't you?
Well, why are you?
I don't know. I think you're taking this right from my head.
It looks like that. Keep going at
Finally.
him. Keep going at him. What do you take? Food? Clothes? Everything?
Milk.
Milk.
He takes my milk a lot.
Takes your milk,
All the
and
time.
then he won't tell you when it's gone. Like one of
But
those.
I know. I know.
You walk
Yeah,
in and he's in
kinda
there
like
drinking
Take
from
the end of the milk.
He
That's-
says
you
it-
can't do that.
I didn't do that.
All
He's
right.
drinking
Oh,
straight
He's
from
a
the
really
gallon.
nice guy, so I just like started by like asking him, and then like, oh, like we're roommates, so I sometimes like can just kind of.
It's hard to say.
Just take it.
So I
I'll
kinda
take
like the
this. I'll
line,
take
like,
that.
I just went over the line.
So basically, what Luce's is his, and it's also yours. Now,
Yeah.
that's what you're saying.
That's what like.
Look, we're
like,
going to
you
help
should
you
be-
here today.
You should be
Okay?
thinking that way, but then it comes like I'm just using all of his stuff. Like it should be like we're sharing things.
He helps me in other ways, but I definitely think at first it was like very innocent when he's like, "Could I have some of the milk, please?" And now I'm just like, I'm sick of his accent. It's not funny anymore. Like, it's not funny anymore. I want him to get his own stuff. So
Here's my
I don't
question:
know.
How many assists did you average last year?
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Like
saying.
5.5, right?
That's what I said. He helps me in other ways.
There you
Like
go.
I'm going to help him out.
It's got to go up.
It's
It's got to go up even more.
now,
Keep
yeah.
No
keep
shots,
taking his
Luke.
milk.
Yeah.
Got to get
all
to
you
at
gotta
least
do.
6.5.
We're all the same shoe size, so I'll give him a pair.
Are
of shoes.
you?
Oh yeah, that is yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. So that's
All
good.
three of you are?
That's weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
What are you guys all 13?
14.
14. All right. I was close.
Your bruising style as a point guard is reminiscent of what your dad used to do. Shoulders in, getting a little leverage, and then using that brute strength. Is that something you grew up? It's just part of the drill set, skill set, whatever. Like in order to develop that part of your game, because when you get by, like it's really difficult for guys to get. Like you got a monster couple of screens here,
Yeah.
but like once you get by people, it's really hard for guards to recover. Is that something that you've been cognizant about working on? I played with a lot of Lithuanian guys when I was in Europe. That seems to be part of the gig. Like, is that something that you're cognizant about, something you work on?
I mean, I wouldn't say so. Like from like when I started playing basketball, I would say like I was more of like a driving, passing type of guy. But like especially people like back home who like watch my dad play like for a long time and were big fans, and then they watch me playing. They're like, oh, like this is just the same player, just like 20 years ago.
I'm telling
which
you,
is like so weird.
It's strange. Your games aren't exactly the same, but like you'll see little things.
Yeah,
Like the way you'll do an in and out or
Exactly,
something.
like
Like it'll
the
be something
movements, yeah.
small. And it's not the exact same game, but it's something small that I think is really cool. 'Cause
Yeah.
my dad played and like take pride in that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
no, yeah. So it's cool. Like you're not conscious about it. Like I wasn't like watching my dad play. Like obviously I watched his highlights and his games when he played, but it wasn't like, oh, like he was doing like in and out or he was laying the ball like the exact same way, so I have to do that. I think it's just like naturally it just happens. And it's like interesting you pointed that out, because especially like, yeah, as I said, like back home, like people really like see like, especially like movements, like certain like dribbling
crazy.
stuff, like it is similar. Yeah. So it just happened naturally. Like I wasn't conscious about it.
You know, I went to Lithuania.
When?
He
With
followed the balls.
Well, I didn't. It wasn't my choice.
Oh, that's right.
It wasn't
yeah.
my choice.
I played
was
against
told
them.
to go.
I played against
You
them.
played against them when they started that other league for them.
No, when they just got there and they played for that like first division, like
Yeah.
that, like bottom.
You're
first
talking
division.
about the Ball brothers. For
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
But they didn't play much in that league, right?
Yeah.
In that one,
They weren't ready. They
LeVar
created their own
set them
one.
up
Yeah,
their
they
own
created
one so
their
they
own
get
one.
30 minutes.
Like it was a circus.
They weren't ready. They weren't ready
Circus.
for that.
Where did you grow up? Where'd you grow
Vilnius,
up?
Vilnius, yeah.
Yeah, I spent after basically I was done with them. Thankfully, I got a couple days in Vilnius.
Yeah.
And awesome,
Yeah, it is
awesome.
a beautiful
I mean, the
time.
people too.
I love it. I love
They
it. That's
love hoop.
I always tell like
Oh.
all the other guys that like Vilnius is like one of the.
Dude, I want to go back so bad now without them for like 10 days. Like I did 10 days and like 7 were with them. It was kind of a miserable 7 days to have to be around them that long. Well, LeVar more, but and we were out in the middle of nowhere.
It's like Priena. It's like
nothing.
5,000
Yeah.
people, and like there's the spot thing.
One
like,
pizza place.
They had no
It's
idea
like
what they were
what?
getting into.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
it
it's crazy.
We were like in the spa, and
Yeah,
we're
the spa
walking
place.
around, and there's all these people in like robes
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah,
It's like a real spa.
That's
Well,
the
you
only like that's the city what it's for. Like
Right.
no, like if you tell
Really?
ask any Lithuanian, like
That's
oh
for
yeah,
the
there's a
spas.
spa place. Yeah, like,
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the only thing that people kind of know about that city.
Fellas, we appreciate you being here.
That was fun.
Yep.
Great
Thank you. guys.
catching up.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate
Hopefully I
you.
helped you.
Yeah.
Luke.
Best of luck.
Hopefully I helped you. No
Mitchell,
more milk.
Next
right?
year, we'll make sure that you have someone
I
sit
could
on
just
your
see
lap.
you. I could just
Buy,
see you.
hey, buy the
Small
milk,
chair.
okay?
Small chair. No, man.
He's drinking
All of a
together.
sudden, Luke walks in and he's like downing it out of the container. Yeah, great seeing
Appreciate
you
you,
guys.
fellas. Thanks,
Great
guys.
seeing you again, man.
Thank you.
Luke,
Best of luck this season,
Good
guys. All right. Good seeing you.
Take care, guys.
All right, buddy.
Luke's face when you said he drinks the milk was like, "Are you in my head?" That was awesome.
Augustas drinks milk straight from the jug.
Yeah.
That's right. That's
And
what
it's
the
not-
headline's going to be.
It's not even his milk.
The
It's
headline
unbelievable.
is going to be Augustas steals Luke's milk.
The reactions we've gotten, from kids have been like, "How the hell do you know that?" Has been
Yeah, you've
one
been
of
on.
the
You've
best
been on it.
parts
I've been on it.
You've been on it today.
You've been
Jeff.
on it today.
I got some good-
Love Island.
There it is. There he is.
A little breakdown. WCC. You were over there talking, Jeff. I was listening. You think obviously a multi-bid league. How many do you think is
I could see
possible?
3. Like, I could see a good shot, a 50-50 shot of getting 3. I think Santa Clara is being slept on right now.
Sure.
They return almost everything.
We're about to be joined by
Herb.
Nolan, Hickman, Ben, Gregg, and Graham Ike
What's up,
from Gonzaga.
What's up,
Gentlemen,
guys? How are you, man? Jeff, good.
We're live. Mics
Good
are
to see
hot. Just be aware.
What's
Don't
up,
say
man?
nothing crazy yet.
How you doing?
Good seeing you, man.
What's up, Nolan? How you doing, man?
Rob Dawson, good to see you guys.
Mics are hot.
Be careful.
Mics are
Careful,
hot.
Nolan.
Thank
Get
you,
in the
sir.
frame, baby. Frame's
right.
right there.
How
He's
we
good to
doing,
go.
guys? How we feeling?
Good, like Christmas morning in here.
What's that?
Like Christmas morning
Christmas
in
morning,
here.
you ready to go?
Like
Aren't you?
coming, yeah.
Ready to go? You don't want to keep, you want to see somebody. Have you had a scrimmage yet? Did you have one? This
Not
past
yet.
weekend?
Nah,
No.
USC's our first one, the exhibition game. So
You ready for that? Just to play somebody else
We've
at
been
this
beating up
point?
on each other too much.
Tired
Yeah.
of killing each other?
Yes,
Practice has to be interesting though, because I mean the thing, the scuttlebutt, if you will. You like that word?
Scuttlebutt.
Scuttlebutt
All right, good
is
word.
that this is one of the deepest teams that Gonzaga's had in quite some time. Practice has to be murderer's row every single day, and that's going to make you guys better. How has practice been so far? I mean, I know you're going through the summer and everything, but it's going to be a little different. It's got to be tough.
It's competitive every single day.
Yeah.
We look forward to trying to win every single drill, whatever team we're on, and it's always so loud in there. But it's just great vibes. It's so competitive, and we like to get after each other, but then we love on each other in the locker room and whatnot. So yeah, it's cool.
What about you? What do you think? What do you think? Tell me some practice. I like this right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, they love on each other. I saw you laugh over there.
he said, yeah.
Gonzaga, big on loving on each other. Anyway,
Nah,
keep going.
but everybody on the roster is fighting for minutes at this point. We're all so talented and so deep, like you said. So it's every day is a war. Come with your hard hats on, ready for war. But we all love it. It's a lot of fun.
Nolan, I love the story of your career at Gonzaga. You come in highly regarded. Takes you a couple years to kind of get to the point where maybe the outside thought that you should be.
Right.
And then last year you have a great year, average 14 points a game, one of the best players in the WCC. Mm-hmm. I don't know how many people would have stuck that out. Right? I don't know how many people would have lasted 4 years at a program when they came in with that level of expectation and didn't have that level of immediate results.
Yeah. Honestly, man, I just stayed down, stayed true to myself, stayed true to my work, and I just understood that, my time is going to show and it's going to shine. I say this all the time. God's already written my path, and I just stay down, and I'm blessed, just to even be playing this game of basketball, So, yeah, man, I just wanted to show my loyalty. I'm not with all, the transferring and trying to find, I genuinely believe that Gonzaga was my home, and it still is, and it will forever be. So, yeah, man, I just stayed true to my work, and I understood that.
Yeah. Ben, have you seen that from him? You've been around the program for a long time.
Absolutely. I think that's hard to come by in college basketball now in the landscape of, being able to transfer like every year. And he definitely had the opportunity to if he wanted to. But, like you said, his loyalty to this program, to Spokane, is big time. And I'm very happy he did. It's been a fun 4 years.
And so for you individually, I think 16-3 is the number, right? You guys were 16-3 when you were in the starting lineup. What kind of changed? Like what clicked when you kind of moved into that role?
I'm honestly not really sure. I mean, I just think the whole team started clicking at that point. I don't know if it was because of me. I'm not going to say it was or it wasn't.
You can take the credit.
It
Here.
was.
Yeah, you can take the credit. Go ahead.
It was.
I don't know. I
You
think
could have been a lot less humble with that.
The numbers don't lie, man.
Yeah.
But I think just the energy I came in, I had to come off the bench with that, kind of read how the game was going when I was coming off the bench. But being able to start the game with that, set the tone with the intensity and how hard I was playing, I think that helped kind of lift the guys up from the jump when they got tired. But, yeah, I don't know. It was fun. It was a good time.
Give 4 new faces coming into the transfer portal. Give me one per guy that you guys – not necessarily – the coach speak answer you guys are going to give me, well, they've all been good, right? Give me a guy, each one of you.
Non-popular answer is Emmanuel Innocenti.
Defensive dude.
Oh my goodness, it's ridiculous. Like he can pick up 94 and he can guard 1 through 5. He can do it all. And then just his shot making ability surprised me. I didn't expect him to shoot the ball so well.
Well, he only averaged 6.5 points a game.
Right. But he's shooting lights out, man. He's playing hard, and his energy every day at practice is giving and not taking.
Yeah, I love that.
That's my answer too. I mean, like you said, I think everybody kind of viewed him as just a defensive guy, but his ability to make shots has been high level. So yeah, I think he's going to catch a lot of people by surprise this year.
I would just say my red shirt, Braden Smith. He's been a standout for us, or for at least for me, in practices. With him just being the red shirt and him knowing that he's not going to be playing with us this year. He's just putting his body out on the line. Every practice, and he's playing really hard. He's been really hooping. These last few practices, and it's just been all props to him.
Let me ask you this: you have Mark Few, who goes and helps coach the Olympic team. When he gets back from that trip, you guys are obviously starting to gear up for practice, right? Has he tried to instill any lessons from his time with the Olympic team under Steve Kerr that he's like, well, this is what LeBron did every single day. This is what Kevin Durant did every single day.
That's a direct quote.
Yeah. So like just the consistency in their approach. That's got to be one. Has there been anything else that sticks out in your mind, guys? That's a pretty cool experience. Yeah. That's a pretty cool experience.
Oh yeah.
I think what stuck out for me was saying that he was the first one to film meetings every day, first one on the court, never needed to stretch or anything. He just hopped on the court and was ready to hoop.
He's like 50 years old.
Yeah, so I'm saying it's crazy. It's crazy, but yeah, just his level of intensity and how detail driven he is. He's able to be in those film sessions with him, and he's always asking questions apparently. So just hearing that, I mean, that's greatest of all time, in my opinion. So to hear that he's doing those types of things is cool to hear.
You disagree?
I disagree. I say Mike, but
You never watched Michael Jordan play.
I always do.
You watch highlights.
I watch full games. See, he watches highlights. I watch full games, man.
I think this is the third time we've had this argument.
Yeah, today
on the streams today. Yeah. A lot of discussion about.
Yeah.
LeBron's on his way though. I'll give him that.
On his way.
He's on his way out the door.
Nah, he's like,
I'm with you.
after he's done.
We'll talk about it after it's done.
He's gonna get
I'm with that. I want to ask you this because you seem to be pretty cerebral about how practice has gone and everything like that. Whenever you have 10, 11 guys deep, all talented, all highly recruited, how do you balance going at each other in practice and then say tempers flare a little bit on the floor? Do you guys flush it when you get to the locker room, or is there a little is there like a little carryover? I mean, how are you able to balance that? Because you guys have high aspirations.
Yeah, that's a great question. First of all, we all know that we got love for each other. And if it is tempers flaring, then we're just going to talk about it like men and just not get too upset. Because at the end of the day, we're all here for a common goal, and that's to win basketball games. And so we kick it so much off the court that it's not really like that. Like, yeah, we're here to compete and get better, and we know that. And I just want to beat you, like, just out of the sake of competitiveness and trying to win. But off the court, like, we kick it so much, man. We're brothers. We're locked in.
and to just brag about it later.
Yeah.
just to say, yeah, you remember you guys went 0-3. Just say stuff like that. That's just it just brings the atmosphere, the competitiveness. So if somebody goes
0-3, that 0-3 team,
Oh, yeah.
they're asking for the same teams the next day.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the kind of
Yeah.
team that this Gonzaga Bulldogs team is
Yes,
every day.
without a doubt.
Gotta love it.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's a reason why you have I think you're sixth in returning minutes in college basketball, right? In an era where, I mean, you've had transfers come in, right? You were a transfer that came into the program. You don't really see it going the other direction,
Right.
out of Gonzaga. Is it that culture? Is it that bond? Like what is it about the atmosphere that's been developed within that program?
I don't think people want to leave the brotherhood that we have. I mean, these guys are my best friends in the world, man, and like I couldn't imagine leaving them and playing somewhere else. And it's hard to go away from Gonzaga where you're winning so many basketball games. So I mean, it's just the best of all worlds. For me personally, there was no chance I would ever leave this place.
How is it with the atmosphere at the kennel? It's silly.
Oh, it's unreal.
That was a different experience when you came in,
most
huh?
definitely. I'm coming from Wyoming. We're just not as
Laradise, man.
Yeah, Laradise.
Hey, we just had
Laradise.
them on a couple hours ago.
Come on, hey, the Juice Man, he's great. Isn't
The
he?
Juice Man's great.
That's my guy.
Yeah.
But it's just a 9-day difference. Wow. Did not know. I need to get one of those. But yeah, it's just 9-day difference. Appreciate it. Closed mouths don't get fed. It's just 9-day difference. The kennel always has us rocking. Like if you go in there without any energy, the kennel's gonna make sure you got the energy for the game. It's just great to have.
I was kind of bummed whenever I think it was Kentucky that came over. You guys played in a different arena. It's like, what are we doing? Yeah. That's the whole draw. That's the fun part, right? I mean, I get it. Don't get me wrong.
Put
Because
12,000 in there.
Did you go to that game?
I did not.
Man,
I live in South Carolina. That's a while away.
It was like the kennel on steroids. That was.
It was
I wish
awesome,
we could play
man.
more games there.
Really?
Because they still sold it out.
Wow.
The whole student section all the way up was ridiculous.
That is incredible.
One of the best environments I've been in.
So you mentioned that these guys are your best friends. Were they the ones that told you to get rid of the mullet?
I mean,
it's still there. There's still some flow back there.
My barber
Thank you for the honesty too.
My barber just messed me up one time, and I say you can trim the back, and he cut it off, and I never spoke to him again. I didn't go back to him. I got a new guy. I got a new guy now.
He's
so
done.
That's what he did too.
Hey, you say what you want. This is easy maintenance.
That's my dad. My dad's the same thing.
Easy maintenance.
So you're jealous. No shampoo, nothing. No hair products. Yeah. But
I mean, I sometimes, full transparency, I'll use shampoo just for old time's sake.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Times are hard over here, Nolan. You know what I mean?
Do you still drive the PT Cruiser?
Man, I don't. I gave that up. It was breaking down on me every other day. So you remember that?
I missed that.
You know about that. Yeah, you missed that. You missed that part of.
Hey, you guys are lucky. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't know where Jeff went, but Jeff has been firing heaters all day.
I'm actually just reading his notes right now. So he got that.
I'm willing to wait on the heater.
You're a football family, right? How did you end up playing basketball?
My mom, she was not going for that. She just wasn't with brain damage. She saw how it kind of affected my.
She wasn't
seriously.
with.
No, not at all.
Not a huge brain damage person.
Nah, my grandpa, he passed away from stage 5 cancer, and so that really kind of did it. Then she just wasn't with all the banging on the body and whatnot. But
Did you ever play football growing up?
I played a couple years. I was first started off as a patch kid on the line, and then graduated to tight end. Tried to keep it in the family, but it didn't.
Yeah, that's tough.
And then the question for you was, you run a charity basketball camp?
Yeah.
You started in high school?
Yeah,
Talk to me about that.
It's called the Give Back Foundation. I started it, it was a basketball camp. It started off as a basketball camp. It's going to be the 7th year next summer that we've been doing it. And it's annual. It's every year, it's for the kids. Just where I grew up over in, Seattle area, around that region. So, man. And then we turned it into a foundation, 2 years after, making it into a kids camp annually. We just turned it into a foundation. So now it's usually for, kids who are in need of anything, food, supplies, school supplies, basketball training, anything. They can just come to the foundation and we'll point them in the right direction of where they need to go.
I think the Seattle basketball community, I'm sure people in Washington State know what it is, but I don't know nationally if it gets the amount of attention, because you're not the only, you've seen Jamal Crawford do that. You've seen Isaiah Thomas do that. You've seen it kind of get passed down basically through the generations. Why is that culture there in Seattle?
I don't know, man. I really couldn't tell you, but it's just it's a culture where we always give back, and that's just something that's been a thing. It's just been a phenomenon.
Were you ever at a camp or anything like that growing up? It's just kind of a farm system. Like you were at these things. You want to help move those things forward. Seattle's always been known for that stuff.
Yeah, always. I've been to Jamal Crawford's, DeJounte Murray's, so all of them, and I just like having that open relationship with them where I could just, reach out to them and, text them whenever, just pick their mind about anything, and I wanted that relationship with the kids, to just pick my mind or just, reach out to me whenever, because I'm an open book as well. So I just like that.
Who was the most helpful for you coming up?
Oh, man, I would say definitely my goddad. A lot of people don't know, but my goddad's Nate Robinson. So seeing
how's he doing?
Oh, yeah, man. He's been doing well.
Is he doing okay?
Yeah, he's been doing good. But, he's just been it's tough right now, him not having a kidney and him trying to find one, but, he's been high spirits. He's a high-spirited guy, positive, really positive. So, he's doing well. He's doing well.
Good.
All right. Well, listen, fellas, we appreciate the time. You're out of the hot seat.
All right.
You escaped the hot seat.
Hot seat. It wasn't too bad, right?
Yeah, it wasn't that bad.
It could have been worse.
Could have been worse.
So we appreciate the time.
Best of luck, guys, this year. Because you guys are going to be fun to watch.
We got your coach coming in here next. So is there anything good we got to ask him? What do we got to hit him on? Give me some dirt.
No, it's not much.
I really got any.
No?
Yeah.
Treat you guys pretty good then.
Always.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you guys November 4th, 11:30 p.m., right? Baylor?
Yep.
Eastern.
Gonzaga, Baylor. 11:30 Eastern, 8:30 local time. That's rough, man. That's rough.
In the little dome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's rough for us on the East.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank
Best
you,
of luck.
fellas.
Best of luck.
Appreciate your time.
Bring your hat.
We're going to be joined.
Nice to meet you. Oh,
Going to be joined
took my
here
man
by
out.
Mark Few just
Nice
a
to
little
meet
bit.
you.
Yep, locking that hat. Make sure you tell Sundance that we got that for you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
How about those guys?
that was good.
Yeah, they're really good. We're going to get Mark Few in here in a second after he's finished next door. But we're going to talk about one of the deepest teams in all of college basketball, Doster. I mean, these guys really, really good.
So that's why. That's why. So, yeah. Mark Few will be here in just a minute. We are waiting on him. Goodman is trying to track down some news.
Wow.
You just did you just tweet it? Come sit down. Just tell people what you just tweeted.
Sit down right there.
Tell people what you just sit right there. There. Tell people what you just tweeted. Say it.
Wow. Tony Bennett retiring at Virginia. Just broke the news. Tony Bennett is retiring per my sources. There's going to be an announcement here shortly, and there'll be a press conference tomorrow. So I apologize to the Gonzaga players. I'm sorry, guys.
Goodman bomb.
I'm sorry.
Goodman
Trust me,
bomb.
I wasn't walking away from you guys unless it was something big.
Yeah.
So I was going to ask Ben about his new haircut and everything.
We did.
We got it all covered.
All right, good.
So
good.
while we wait for Few, let's talk about this.
And few can talk about Tony Bennett better than most.
Why is he
Yeah,
retiring?
I haven't gotten all the information yet, but looks like Ron Sanchez will be the interim. Again,
So
announcement
this
here coming
is
soon.
immediate.
Yeah, it's immediate. And again, we've talked about this. How long have I talked about this?
A lot.
I said this was going to be the next guy. This
Wow.
was going to be the next guy to do it.
The timing.
Yeah, the timing is weird, but you know what? Maybe the timing isn't as weird because now Ron Sanchez, his buddy, can step in and Sanchez gave up his job at Charlotte. Remember,
that makes
head
sense.
job to come in to eventually lead the program.
Wow.
You know what's weird about that?
I had no indication.
We just saw him a
Yeah.
week ago. But here's what I noticed, and tell me if you guys think that this is, if I'm off base here. I thought when we were talking to him that he was looser, he was more laid back. It was a different Tony Bennett than I've experienced in a media setting before. Right? Did you guys get that vibe at all from him? I walked
He's
out
loose with me. He's generally loose, but yes, he was a little looser than, and obviously we just saw him. We just saw him how many days ago?
7.
Right.
Not even.
Yeah,
What
it's
is
a
it?
week.
What
It's
is
a
today?
week.
Less
today.
than a
week from today.
So this is effective immediately. Ron Sanchez.
Likely to take over as the interim. I
That
haven't
makes sense.
confirmed that right now 100%, but that, yes.
Wow. That is news.
Yeah.
Does
Yeah.
that change? So
It changes a lot for me. I mean, going into this season with Virginia, I had a lot of optimism with the kind of players that they brought in, the size, the versatility defensively, how they fit. Now, a lot of that's up in the air because Virginia's Virginia because of Tony Bennett and the style that he's employed ever since he was at Washington State.
Yeah, and listen, Ron Sanchez is a good coach, but he's not Tony Bennett.
No.
Tony Bennett's one of the best coaches the game has seen. And again, a guy that's transformed that Virginia program and sustained it. Now, I know some people will hammer for their style of play, for their lack of success in the tournament, but the guy won a national title. They've been relevant every single year, and he's an elite coach. And, you
hear about the respect that every coach talks about him with, even Randolph, who coached against him in the league. And this is a wild thing. To be honest with you guys, I'm speechless. Coming up,
I am, but I'm not.
I'm more so speechless by the timing because of the amount of time he's put in.
Yeah, but the timing may be calculated.
Intentional. Yeah, sure.
It may be a little bit intentional.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I had them pick, guys, as you know, I had Virginia pick second going into the season. To me, this is
I mean, again,
really
think about a guy,
Yep.
he's 55 years old. The last Jay Wright did it at 60. The last coach to retire in their prime like that before Jay Wright came from Virginia. Terry Holland did it. Terry Holland did it years ago when he was sort of towards the top. And, Tony Bennett, a guy that I think probably did have a little bit of trouble adjusting to the changing times. And,
interesting stuff.
Right now, Mark View will hopefully be making his way over here.
Yeah, we'll have more on this certainly in a while once we are not sitting at WCC Media Day.
Well, we'll probably ask Mark View here. And
we are live. We are live. Yep. Yep.
He has been lifting.
I don't know about
you sit in the
that.
middle seat.
Wow.
Jumping in that middle seat.
They want you in the middle seat. My producers in my ear yelling at me. Did you see the news? Let's start with this. Did you see the news that Goodman just broke? Did you hear us talking?
I haven't really been following the news.
Tony Bennett.
No.
Tony Bennett's retiring.
Really?
Yeah.
Like at the end of this year?
Now, I think right now.
Right now?
Yeah, I haven't gotten all the reasons, Mark. So we don't want you to have to comment because it's not official yet.
That's a huge loss for our profession, man. He's as good a person as there is in any walk of life.
Yeah.
I mean, he not only talks his faith, but he walks his faith. And he's just an incredible basketball coach and an even better person. And what he's done at each of his stops is unbelievable.
Mark, 55 years old. 55 years old. I've actually said this for a year or two that I thought that the changing landscape in college basketball, he would be the next guy to go earlier.
Yeah. Well, we're going to need to go back and document that because you're a lot of times the after the fact guy that takes credit.
And I'm wrong about a lot. Hey,
so I'll go to Rob on that. Maybe he can verify that you exactly had
isn't
that
very
tape.
good. It's like the Mendoza line. Remember the Mendoza line?
Yeah.
That's basically my percentage on being right. But I think I was right on this one. And I've said it a little bit about you as well.
It makes sense, and Tony and I are friends, and
you're similar
share
in a lot
the
of ways.
same values and same faith, and not that has anything to do with this, but listen, hey, bottom line is I hope he's at peace with it, and I hope he's happy, and there's a lot of other things in life than just basketball.
And we get lost. Hey, you're one of the guys that don't get lost in that fact. I think a lot of people do.
I try not to,
sure.
but we all do, right? And including you guys, right? I mean, it's just sometimes it's so much fun and so all-encompassing and so engaging that we all get lost in it, right? But there's way, 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 way more to life. He's got a wonderful family, and so in some ways I'm happy for him.
Mark, we've seen a lot of some of the old guard of college basketball coaches retire in recent years. And Jeff and I talk about this a lot, that you've found a way, even in this era where portal everything, always recruiting, even just keep guys on your roster, NIL, all that, you've probably perfected the work-life balance in the college basketball landscape, especially coaching, right?
I don't know if you could say that after this summer.
After this summer, this past summer, there wasn't much balance, right?
It was great, but it was 44 days, man, and then I don't think any of us were prepared maybe for the stress level of that last week, man. It was been in conference tournaments and been in NCAA championship games, but man, when the whole country's behind you and the whole world is watching, and
the game against Serbia might have been a top 3 basketball game I've ever watched in terms of the enjoyment factor, the shots that were made, some of the moments you got out of it, the comebacks, the talent on the floor. What was it like being in that?
My heart rate was going nuts.
Yes. Oh, it was. I loved every moment.
I can't imagine what you.
First of all, you know what was interesting, guys? It was actually a blast to be an assistant again.
Was it?
It really, really was. And Steve's great because I think he coaches like I do. We share a lot of the same philosophies offensively and just staff-wise and all that. I mean, he's very much on harnessing all the brain power and talent in the room and just sharing responsibilities. And it should, because Spo is unbelievable. Ty Lue is absolutely a savant and brilliant. And
then there's you.
And then there's me, the outcast or whatever.
Yeah.
But God, we had a blast, man. We were together 2 summers in a row and just enjoy. The 2 sayings I describe our experience with this summer, I steal one from Steph, was on a scale of 1 to 10, he described it as a 12. And then the other one I followed that up with was, we were 44 days together, all of us, players, coaches, everything, and we didn't have a bad day. I mean, when do you go through that?
Man, that's pretty cool.
Just every month of your life, like, we didn't have a bad day, man. It was great. Players were great. Staff was great. Paris was a blast. The Olympics were amazing. And I think we all, to Rob's point, man, that even intensified the feelings that we had. We were hanging over the ledge there. Yeah. And if we lost that game, we were all going to be the biggest bums in the world. Everything we did prior to that day, they were going to start. When they described one of us, it was going to start with that. And I didn't like that. It's a macrocosm of what I've dealt with at Gonzaga.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like every WCC game you've played for the last 20 years.
Correct, and also underestimating just who we were going against. I mean, the stat that always rang out to me was somebody showed me there was 7 NBA players against the Dream Team. Yep. I think there were 72 or 77 that we played against. And then the things that people underestimated was they were so dialed into their roles, those other teams. And we were asking these superstars to come in and shoot 3 times, 5 times, and move the ball and cut and defensive, block out defensive and stuff like that.
Things they hadn't prioritized for a while.
Right. And they're used to getting 20 shots and getting 35 minutes. And I'm just so proud of those guys. So happy for them. If you could have been part of that locker room afterwards and the celebration afterwards, the look and the feelings and the hugs and everything. I mean, it meant everything to all of us to come through. So it was super, super cool.
Relating that to this team you have coming up, one of the deepest teams you've had, and that's saying a lot. I mean, there's a lot of really good players. How have you been able to use Team USA as an example for some of those guys? Because, you need Devin Booker to do something different than he's accustomed to, right?
What a stud.
Oh, unbelievable. He was
one of the guys that I didn't know great going into this. And maybe you guys did through covering him and everything. Unbelievable winner, unbelievable guy, no nonsense, tough, and just was a sneaky key to us being successful over there. But no, I nailed it. I guys are probably getting tired of me talking about it, but just from all experiences, from LeBron talking on the floor at all times to Steph's unbelievable ability to play with great joy. He just approaches basketball.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
and he
unbelievable.
wears it, and his preparation. But that group, I told our group the other day, we're going to be done with our inter-squad scrimmages where 10 of you get to play, and we're going to cut it down to 5 here. And much like we had to do with Team USA, like, hey, it's only 5 guys are going to get out there, So when you're out there, you got to make the most of those minutes and do something maybe that somebody isn't doing.
Yeah, how does that, because managing egos with Team USA and then bringing that back to another super talented team, I mean, is there any carryover or anything that you can bring to those guys as far as, hey, you just have to follow in? Like,
now his
that's
players
kind of
are
the
actually
thing.
going to listen to him.
Well, that's
He
what I'm
could say,
saying. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Right.
managing the egos when there's so much depth. That's kind of my question heading into the season.
Well, I mean, that's why Kerr is brilliant.
Sure.
I mean, he's absolutely brilliant. And he doesn't get enough credit for that's coaching too. You know
Absolutely.
what I mean? And
100%.
it's not just tricky dicky out of bounds plays and stuff like that. But I would just say this, Terrence, go back to the spring when all of our guys could have went out and, jumped in the thing to see what was out there, but they chose to run it back, man. They loved each other and wanted to be again, wanted to be part of this team again. They loved the program, loved the school, loved the community. And I'm not sitting here being a Pollyanna here. I mean, it's legit because they backed it up because they all came back.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think they understand. They're looking around practice, and we haven't had no separation this preseason. I just keep telling the staff, man, it's hard to separate to figure out who's making but I think we had it in 17 like that 2017 team. We could go, you'd say A's versus B's, but it's not really A's, B's. It's just hey, let's switch the lineups. Zach Collins needs to guard Jonathan Williams, and Tilly needs to guard, and Rui Hachimura. I mean, those are our 5 bigs.
You made the title game that year, right?
Yeah, and we had just ferocious practices, guys. And so far, we've been having to do that. We were not able to do that last year.
No depth.
We had no depth at all, Jeff. And there were days and I remember other teams going through that, and I'd always be, man, that must be horrible, because we would just be well, let's shoot today and kind of go over some stuff without hitting, just to survive practice. If we turn an ankle, we might have to forfeit tomorrow, and it's great to be back in that. So, I think the staff did a great job of saying, man, we're not going to go through that again. Let's get guys. So
let's hit the NIL and the portal.
Yeah.
And you guys don't have to. I will say this. I've said this about UConn and Alabama, and I probably should include you guys in that a little bit of some teams have to overpay. I don't think you guys as a program, because of what you've done, especially lately with transfers and the success you've had, right? You're not necessarily having to overpay for some of these guys and pay these numbers that are a little bit out of whack.
No, there's been a lot of staffs and a lot of schools that have been irresponsible in my book on how they've handled this NIL thing, and it's hurt the profession. I think it's hurting the perception in some ways. And again, I don't think all of it's true. There's quite a lot of misinformation out there, but I do think and I think it could come back and bite you. I mean, I think there's some fatigue out there right now, and I think if you're not doing it, I think just another way to probably get evaluated: wins, losses, postseason, and just how financially responsible you're being.
And if you don't deliver,
right, correct,
right, how are you going to go back to those people that you ask for money? It's going to be hard to look them in the eye, isn't it?
I would think so, and I would also think it puts. I mean, you guys can speak to this, but it seems to put undue pressure on the athlete, with these numbers out there. Just wait a second, this guy's making X, and he had 6 points and 4 rebounds. What are we doing here?
Yeah, it inflates their what their own perceived market value is whenever they're done, which not everybody goes to the NBA. A lot of your guys do, but not everybody does. They try to go over, and it's tough.
Yeah.
Rob alluded to this earlier. He asked Nolan, like, what's been his career has been a steady incline. Last year, finally broke through, had a really nice season. What have you seen from him from a development standpoint? It might even be a mentality thing for him, just to kind of continue his improvement.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, because he's kind of the silent assassin a little bit, right? And I think hopefully you'll see a more vocal, more assertive Nolan. I also think maturity kind of helps take the little dips out when you happen in a season and you get a little more like that. I mean, look at Anton, man. I mean, Anton had an incredible senior year, was so consistent. He's another quiet guy, but I think everybody knew he was our leader last year, even though, he's not the loudest, most outgoing guy. So, I'm hoping that'll be how we describe Nolan, maybe.
All right, Mark. We spent some time last night with Leon Rice, and he told us to ask you about the hitchhiker that you picked up on your bachelor party.
He's into sharing all this personal stuff. Like I do this little local smokel radio show for him, and he dug up this photo of us back when we were like graduate assistants back in the day.
How'd you look? You looked probably a lot better.
Yeah, but again, it's
this picture he showed us last night.
Yeah.
You had a hat on, a little hat on?
Yeah, it was unbelievable story. We probably don't have time for it, but what they pulled off on me was absolutely.
Give people the Cliff Notes. Yeah,
Cliff Notes are, we didn't have any money back in that day, so our idea of a bachelor party was we were going to hop in a van and go to Montana, play golf, fish, do whatever. And so my buddies rolled into town or whatever, and we're all getting together. And not to go too long, but Billy Greer was on staff, and obviously great friend, part of the deal. Not great with his time. He was late for everything. And I think he was actually doing a resume to apply for a job. So we waited like an hour and a half, and we had this old 15-passenger van that these two unbelievable grad aides that were at Gonzaga that were just priceless were driving. So 10 of us, 11 of us hopped in this van, start roaring down the freeway. Not 2 miles into it, they start pounding on the deal, hitchhiker, hitchhiker, hitchhiker. And let's stop. And I'm like, no, let's go. Let's go. We're golfing. We're going. No, let's stop. There's a dude standing on the side of the road. It's 90 degrees out. Okay. Full on Middle Eastern get up with a headdress, a beard, and a sign, Missoula, but he spelled it Muzzoula. And I'm just like, what are we doing? We didn't have any room in this van, And in this dude, they open up the door, and this guy jumps in. He gets right in my face and starts screaming, Missoula. He's got a beard and everything, and a headdress. And it just freaked me out, quite frankly. And then all of a sudden, then he pulls the beard down, and it's Leon Rice. And he snuck him in. He was an assistant at Northern Colorado. They flew him in, housed him somewhere unbeknownst to me.
Left him on the side of a highway.
And
Rob,
they told him we were going to meet him there an hour and a half before. So every van that would go by, he'd go running out on the street.
Up the side.
We didn't have cell phones back then, so I think he probably thought he was
really
getting
good.
left.
That's
no updates.
Wow.
Right? So he's standing out there in this get-up.
That's
I'm
elite.
surprised
Mark.
he wasn't arrested.
That is so
And
good.
yeah, that there he goes, Leon Rice. He came up with that whole idea
That's
himself.
awesome.
So
He also
Those were the
told us
days.
you didn't catch a single fish on that entire bachelor party.
we didn't
Nobody did.
And that,
do a lot of fishing, and it wasn't what you guys are thinking on a bachelor party. We were in the middle of Montana.
A little
It wasn't
drinking.
a whole,
little drinking. Just a little.
maybe more than a little.
he also said that
A lot of golf, a lot of fun.
Yeah.
He told us you had one recruit on campus. We don't have to say who the recruit is. You had a recruit on campus, brought him to a stocked pond to go fishing, fly fishing.
Yeah.
And then didn't catch a single fish the entire time.
No, that's not true. But it was
fake news from Leon.
Yeah. You got to kind of sift through stuff with Leon. Yeah, caught some, but it wasn't. The guy had told us that it was this great pond, and I think the guy just wanted to get the zags out there or something. So it wasn't great, but yeah.
Coach,
Boy, he's digging up all the.
Good stuff.
We've had a lot of more positive days out there.
You give Leon a little bit of alcohol, and he starts just.
The way, what a group though that we came into, and I don't want to take up the time, but whatever. Like that group was Mark Turgeon, Leon Rice, Ray Giacoletti, Dan Munson. Unbelievable that we all
grew up together,
broke in together. And then even at the later stages, Tony came into Washington State and stuff, and fun stuff. We all started as low-level grad aides, not making any money, sleeping on floors and all that. And so we've been so blessed. We talk about this, man. I think we're gonna look back. We were in the golden age too. It's like you guys said, it's changed so much.
Yeah, it's amazing. I got one more, because whenever we talk to your players, it'll be quick. Whenever we talk to your players, every one of them brought up Emmanuel Innocente.
Yes.
6.5 points a game, but they said the dude can guard everybody.
He can.
Hey, is he the surprise in the WCC and maybe even the country?
I don't know about that. I'm
firing him up too much?
No. I mean, he can really, really guard. He can really get over ball screens. And then to surprise me, he can really shoot the three, which is going to really help us spacing-wise and all that. So I think – we got a lot of guys kind of jumbled up at that spot, but he's going to – he definitely brings some things that – with him and Caleb Battle, we added some things that we didn't have in the past. Like Caleb Battle's ability to attack the rim and get to the free throw line. We did not have that last year. And then unbeknownst to me, this was just a total bonus. The dude, he made 140 free throws in a row the other day, Yeah, so that's a luxury to have at the end of a game when you can.
Tio calls that a Tuesday.
Full of it.
Listen, Mark, we appreciate your time, man.
Hey, man, sorry.
The music is playing, the lights are shining.
I don't know how I feel about this Tony thing. It's got me rattled.
It had me rattled. I got to make a couple more calls on it now.
Goodman, go do what you got to do. Tio, you've been summoned. You're going to hang out with me.
That's fine. We can do that.
A couple more calls.
Coach.
We got Pepperdine coming in next. Ed Schilling, Javon, Cooley, Mo Odum are going to be on the way as Goodman takes out the entire set.
Every time he stands up, something goes flying.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
Good seeing you, man. Take care, all right? We got Pepperdine coming in here next. I'm leaving this open so we can
know what's going on.
Some of the notes we have. I have notes. My laptop is over there. It's the streaming laptop, so I'm doing it off my phone. It's a little bit more difficult to do that, which is a little behind the scenes stuff. We got Ed Schilling coming in. We got Mo Odum. We got Javon Cooley coming up next. Pepperdine.
How you doing?
Ed, we are live. Mics are hot.
There we go.
How you doing, guys? Good seeing you, man. We are live. Mics are hot. Nice to meet you. Don't say anything crazy just yet.
Well,
I'm assuming you saw the news that Goodman broke. Tony Bennett is going to retire.
That's such respect for that family over the years, and man, hate to see that, but I'm sure he's doing what's best for him and his family. But
it's interesting. 55 years old. I mean, he's been kind of a guy, and I'm going to get your take on this, obviously, but the way things are changing so drastically and so quickly right now, that had to play a factor. And how has it been for you to be able to have to adjust to some of these things? It was like everybody got everything all at once, and it made a transfer portal, NIL, all this. I mean, obviously it's taken a toll on him. At Pepperdine, how's it been for you kind of navigating these things?
Well, it's been kind of exciting, actually. I mean, if I was king for the day, I probably wouldn't have done it that way. But you know what? That's what it is. And so part of being a basketball player is adjusting to maybe how the game's being called or what the style is. So you know what? You have to adjust, and you either adapt or you die out in the wild. So we have to be able to adapt to it. And if you don't want to do it and you don't feel you can do your best in a certain situation, Tony Bennett's in where he is, and I don't know any of the background behind
We
it.
don't either. We're
we
still
don't.
waiting
It
to
could
figure
be-
all
That's
this
why
stuff
Goodman just
out right now.
left to
It
go
could
make a
be
couple
anything,
calls.
but one thing I know is Tony Bennett's a tremendous man of faith, and I'm sure this wasn't without prayer and without great counsel. And so I'm sure the decisions that he's making are what's in the best interest of him and his family. And I have just tremendous respect for him as a friend over the years, and also as a basketball man. Obviously, he has a system, and he runs it to perfection. And so I wish him just great success.
Ran it to perfection.
Ran it,
Yeah, it's
absolutely.
past tense now.
Past
How
tense.
quick
Yes.
that happened, I don't know.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, that's right. You never
So-
know.
Javon, I want to ask you. So I went to college in Poughkeepsie, all right? Long time ago. I'm a lot older than you. They tend to say that Poughkeepsie, New York, is the Malibu of the upstate.
That's, would argue.
Scenery
There's
is
a lot of
exactly the
confusion
same,
there.
right?
Yeah, I
Poughkeepsie and
wouldn't say
Malibu.
It's not a lot going on in Poughkeepsie. It's not a lot going on in Poughkeepsie.
That is true.
but It's a big difference, definitely big difference, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to come out here to Malibu.
Yeah. So my question is actually for both of you guys, right? So I feel like Pepperdine is a place that I've always heard is like a sleeping giant, right? It's
It
one of
is
those ones you
incredible.
always refer that because it is Malibu. It is beautiful there. You're now building the new facility, right? What is it about that program, that school, that is so like attractive? What is it? Why is it that the place that you guys picked to go to?
It was the place. It was the place I picked because I just wanted a new scenery. Being out at Stockton. It's California, but it's not California.
Yeah, Stockton's
you know what I'm saying?
Malibu and NorCal. That's what
Yeah,
it is, right?
Just being out there with the palm trees, the beach. Like when you wake up, like you just feel better. You want to do better when you wake up next to a beach or next to palm trees. Like you see nice cars, like it motivates you. Like that car is nice, or that car is nice. It motivates you to go harder. For me.
Yeah, for me, it's kind of the same thing. Coming from Poughkeepsie, New York to Malibu, definitely a big change in scenery, but I kind of wanted that for myself. I wanted a new atmosphere, better conference, better competition, so I was able to get all of that. And to your point about what attracts people to the university, I feel like first and foremost because it's a Christian university, so a lot of people with strong faith able to grow that at the university, as well as like he was saying, just like the vibes that Malibu has to offer, like the palm trees, it's kind of different. Yeah, it's kind
Heavy
of
on vibes there in Malibu.
Yeah, it's kind of
Vibes
a different
you.
energy that you wake up with every day. So it's just an extra motivation to keep going.
They're changing the mascot to the Pepperdine Vibes.
Well, they're waves. They might as well be. Coach, obviously that campus is amazing. One of my best friends in basketball is a guy named Nico Scowen. He played there at Pepperdine. I went to visit him out there. I was like, this is a college campus? That's insane. And you go out there and you kind of take in the vibes, if you will. Thank you. Like, what excites you about being in your first year there, and how you feel like you can succeed at a place like Pepperdine that's a little bit off the beaten path for a lot of people, but at the same time, there's a lot to sell.
Well, there absolutely is. I've spent some time with Jim Herrick, who had great success at Pepperdine, and I think the new facility is going to be a huge asset.
You needed it.
We absolutely.
Needed it, yeah.
It's right now we have one gym for 4 teams and intramurals and anything else that runs through there. So we need the new facility, but it's not only going to be a new facility; it's going to be arguably one of the best in the whole country. $350 million to build.
Wow.
Practice facility, an arena, restaurants, coffee shop, and it's all overlooking the Pacific. So, it's going to be second to none. Maybe not as big, but it's going to be the quality. Same people that built the Warriors arena is building ours. So it's going to be great. I get a chance to watch it being built every day because I'm forced to live on the campus. I know you feel sorry for me.
Tough life,
You look, sometimes your view's blocked by the water, so it's tough. But I'm learning to adjust to it, and we're working. But the thing that excites me most is getting a chance to coach young men like this that have a vision to say, hey, they may have predicted us last, but we're worried about getting better today. And that's what we're doing. And we know we have a long road ahead of us, a big challenge ahead of us, but that's what we're up for. You're either built to take on a challenge or you're not. I get the guys that I've recruited are guys that want the challenge, that have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, maybe been overlooked or maybe want that new challenge. A guy like Mo that's been through it, Javon, who's been through it, and say, hey, I want the challenge. I want to go against the absolute best. And we get a chance to do that. And then we'll see where we stand. And every day we're going to wake up and have that sunshine and that nice gentle breeze off the ocean and say, all right, it's a new day. We're going to get better today.
Yeah, your last coaching job's 2002, 2003, Wright State. Hey, what can we expect from a team in 2023 from an Ed Schilling coach team?
Well, I've covered a lot of ground since then.
Sure, yeah.
Probably none of these, half the people in this room, in this building, were not even born then. So we had we had some great challenges there. Had some great victories. I mean, we had going against Butler in its heyday when they were going to the Final Four and the Sweet 16s and all that. And, so we had I learned a lot through that, but then I had a chance to go back and with Coach Calipari again. I've been a high school coach, trained NBA guys for 6-7 years. We had about 60 to 70 guys playing the NBA that I trained. So learning things from them, getting to get a chance to be with Steve Alford, who's, one of the highest active winning coaches. Coach Calipari's has the most active wins. And then being with Bryce Drew at Grand Canyon, very similar situation that when we went into Grand Canyon, they were in the 300 in the RPI. And this past year, we won 30 games and advanced in the NCAA tournament. And so hopefully I can be a much better coach than I was at Wright State. But I think we're going to do a few of the things. I've obviously got to be myself, and I'm going to be passionate. And, we're going to try to increase our skill level as the year goes on, but being able to share the basketball and play hard. And so I'm excited to get a chance to do it again. I'm super grateful to be a head coach again and hopefully to apply some of the things I learned from these great men I've been around.
Points of emphasis for you and that you tell your team all the time are what? Is it defensive rebounding? Is it pushing it in transition? Is it shooting threes? Like what are the biggest keys that you guys are going to have to do in order to find success in year one?
Well, we're going to have to execute on the offensive end because if you can't make shots, you can't score, and you can't handle pressure and run offense, then guess what? You're not going to catch Gonzaga on the break or any of these other teams. So I think one of the points of emphasis for us, which maybe is different than in the past, is we've really spent a great deal of time in trying to execute on the offensive end, not playing maybe the way everybody else's. Many of the teams are playing where it's just ball screen and my guys coming off there, and we're going to make it a two-man game, and our two guys are better than your two guys. We're going to have to do it together, and we're going to have to do it by sharing the basketball, by screening, by moving. And so it's going to be more of a, positionless basketball, but everybody touching the ball, everybody screening. So we're going to play different than other people, and we better be able to execute offensively, or we're never catching some of these other teams.
Mo, did you know that Javon's a model?
Yeah.
You walked in a fashion show. Is that right?
Past couple years, past like 3
Do
years.
you tell every girl at Pepperdine that you're a model?
They know.
No, they just look
know.
at him and say, "Oh yeah." Is that why you moved to LA? Was to further your modeling career?
Yeah, I mean that was a part of my decision of coming out here, but most importantly, basketball. Really what brought me here and afforded me the opportunity to be here. So
you need to check out his brand. He's got a whole clothing line, a whole deal. So.
Clothing line, Chain Reaction. I started.
Tell the camera, man. Don't tell me.
So I got a clothing brand, Chain Reaction. I started in 2020. I started this clothing brand just to empower others to stay passion to whatever it is that they are going through or their journey. So, yeah, go check that out on Instagram. It's chainreaction.sw on Instagram.
Yeah,
there we go.
There you go.
Subtle plug.
What do you think of this look we got going on here? The T-shirt tucked in, with the blazer and the khakis.
What
we doing here?
It's all right. I like it.
It's all right.
It's about doing what it empowers him, right?
Yeah,
for sure. So
that's right. I'm doing my best.
Your book, for
sure. Doing my best. Bald guys unite. That's my slogan. Bald guys united.
Not gray hair. Not gray hair.
No, not gray hair. We're holding down for the bald guys.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, well, my question was going to be like the talent acquisition at Pepperdine. I don't think that's really been the issue, right? Like you look at Houston transfer to Alabama, and Michael's up at Gonzaga now. You had the kid that went to I'm blanking on his name, but he was drafted 2 years ago.
Max Lewis
out of Pepperdine.
Max Lewis.
Yeah, Max Lewis. Yes. You got the Javon, the average 17, transfer to LMU. How do you get it so that all of that talent turns into wins? Because I think it was 8 league wins the last 3 years, right?
Well, it's so hard to win in Division I level. They had terrific talent. Lorenzo Romar's a fantastic man, had very good players, but it's hard to win. I mean, it's hard to put it together, and sometimes it fits and sometimes it doesn't. I've been on both sides of it. I've been where teams were number one in the country at UMass and everything fit together. There's been other times that it doesn't, and it's just there's no exact science to it, and so we've got to try. I don't know that we'll have the players they had, but hopefully we can. Sometimes your sum is greater than its parts, and sometimes the parts are greater than its sum.
You got better players right here.
That's
got better
right.
players.
So you don't know, and so you just have to try to improve and try to become the best team you can be. Because ultimately, this isn't tennis or one of those. This golf. It's not an individual sport. This is a team sport, and hopefully our team can be better than the teams we play against. That's our goal. And it's not just about the individuals.
So when you guys come into a new situation, I've always been intrigued by this for college guys. What's the most difficult part about coming in and playing for a new coaching staff? Is it learning their language? Is it kind of the day-to-day routine? For each of you, what's been the biggest adjustment from a basketball perspective when coming and playing for Coach Schilling? Now I want to hear you talk. He's talked enough. He's plugged a clothing line. I want to hear you talk.
Kind of getting used to. Sorry. What I'm getting used to from playing Coach Shilling and playing for a new coach is really like the foundation that's being laid, because I'm coming from a new foundation. So now everything is the opposite. Sometimes you want to go in the afternoon when I was going in the morning. Sometimes you want to go at night when he was going.
So you're day to day.
Yeah, we're day to day. You're day to day. So it's just laying down the foundation, building the culture, like building a real culture, building a real team.
Mm-hmm.
You heard the Bronx accent come out there.
I heard that.
Yeah, you heard the Bronx accent.
I heard that. They're just happy to get out of New York. They're down there on the beach, 70 degrees year round. It's not terrible. What about you?
I would have to say it's almost the same thing, that foundation. But I kind of was in a similar role at Maris just because had a lot of change. Like college basketball just been changing so much, new teams each year. So definitely just getting used to his coaching style and just taking heed to whatever he's saying and really just trusting his vision. Like that was really my reason of coming here and trusting his word. So
what does he get on to you the most about?
Me?
And the reason I'm asking, and it's not to go, it's not to get them to talk bad about it. It's the reason I'm asking is I was playing at Clemson in 2007, and I haven't seen you coach. I'm curious, like, what is he on you guys most about? Because I'm trying to figure out, like, what kind of coach is Coach Schilling going to be, and what kind of coach is he to the players?
Really, he's on us. He's on me most about ball pressure.
Okay.
Always trying to speed up the ball handler.
I like
not
that.
Not let them run their plays. Not let them run their plays. Not let
Talking into the mic.
Yeah, just really defense. He emphasizes defense more than anything. Defense and rebounds. Everything else is just falling into place. I feel like our offense is like it's free. It's free. So he's not too worried about offense because we're gonna execute. It's more so defense and stopping the other team from scoring.
Mo, was it
What's he
true
on
that
you
you could
about?
never finish a meal?
Huh?
You never finish a meal. Is that true?
We heard that from.
Huh?
We heard that from.
I don't know. Don't worry about it. Is that true?
Nah, that's
Don't
not
question
true.
don't question the man's sources.
That's
What's
not
wrong
true.
with you?
That's
Not
true. And all you eat is chicken strips. Is that true?
Nah, I'll eat salmon.
Salmon and chicken strips.
Yeah.
Salmon.
Okay.
So for me, I would say definitely the intensity and effort. That's what it really takes to, like he said,
Be an everyday guy.
yeah, just showing up every day with the same intensity and defense. Literally, that's what it is that really he gets on us about the most.
So you two, you have to pick one guy. You have to pick another guy. Guys that have surprised you since coming in.
I gotta say Jackson.
Yeah, I was about to say
Jackson.
Jackson.
How's that?
Jackson's
What does
a
Jackson do?
freshman.
Yeah.
He's a freshman, 6'5" guard, big guard. He plays defense. He plays very energetic.
Like he means it.
Like
He got
means
heart.
it.
He play with
got
passion and heart.
Yeah. And then we hang up. We all of us as a teammate, we all hang with each other off the court. So that bond is building off the court. So once we get on the court, it's what it is.
We're able to take constructive
criticism
from one another.
Somebody
and that's
getting
real
scored
big.
on a lot. No, we're gonna tell you about it. You know what I'm saying? You look bad out there. You're gonna get a stop or what? You know what I'm saying? They always reply I'm gonna get you a stop. It's not you owe me or nothing like that. So that's just what it is about him.
Player accountability is a good thing, Coach.
Absolutely.
It's a good thing.
Last thing I got for you, give me your best story from back in the day at UMass when you were Coach Cal up there?
Because we know their stories.
Yeah, we know their stories.
Well, I remember he was recruiting Marcus Camby, and Marcus went in the visit with Marcus Camby and said, and Marcus said, I want to be a 3. And Cal says, absolutely, you're a 3. And he says, now I will tell you, we post our 3s a lot. So so Coach Cal was he was the best at being able to just absolutely squeeze the most out of everybody. And we were that the year at the Final Four year we went 35-2, and we went undefeated for we're number 1 in the country for 10 straight weeks. But I remember when he took the Nets job, he calls me in the middle of the night, which was not unusual when I was at UMass, and he calls me. He says, I pick up the phone, hey, Coach, and he says, congratulations. I said, Coach, what? He says, congratulations. And I'm thinking, what in the world just happened? And this is in the spring. We'd just been to the Final Four, and he says, I said, Coach, I don't know what you're talking about. I was thinking, did he get another Coach of the Year award? Did he get a new contract? That was always important. And he says, hey, congratulations. You're the new assistant coach of the New Jersey Nets. You got to pick me up at 7:00. We got a press conference at the Meadowlands. And what? He said, yeah, I just took the head coaching job, vice president of basketball operations. We got to go 7 a.m. I'll see you in about 4 hours.
Wow.
So that was kind of a typical thing for Coach Cal. He never knew what was coming on a day-to-day basis.
But he always had that contract. He always
had the contract. I remember he was talking one time to another coach. He says, you know what? You lay awake at night and you think about how you can circumvent the rules. I lay awake at night thinking how I can make my contract better.
Well, pretty good.
But he's also one of the best friends you could ever have, as loyal as the day is long.
Yeah, well, we appreciate you being here. Best of luck this season. Best of luck on the clothing brand. Best of luck on being able to finish your chicken strip meal.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Enjoy. Good talking to you.
We have, I believe we have Portland coming up next. Shantay Legans.
All right, buddy. Nice to meet
you. Good seeing you, Coach.
Thank you.
Shantay Legans.
Man was hating on my fit.
Yeah, I know, right?
He didn't want to say anything. That's crazy. That's crazy.
He's got the those look like the old school Jinko jeans.
Those are Jinko jeans.
Jinko jeans.
I'm not cool enough to think that's cool.
Yeah, right.
Those jeans are not. I would not rock those. All right.
Man.
What we got?
We got Portland coming up next. Shantay Legans. Pacific coming up next. All right, we got to
switch it up here. What's up, guys?
Schedule switch.
Hey, man, good to see you. Yeah, nice to see you,
Jazz Gardner.
Hey.
Elias Ralph. Yeah, Coach is coming over
no,
here. We are live, so grab the mic. Yeah, come on over here,
yeah,
Coach.
Go ahead,
get over here.
Sit down, Jazz.
Yeah.
All right, guys, how's it going? Good, man. Good. I had a couple of Nevada games last year, so I was able to see you.
Oh, okay.
What went behind? We'll grab him in a second. What went on with your decision to head to Pacific? Because Pacific they had a guy named Michael Olowokandi who was the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yeah.
And he was a pretty good 7-footer.
Yeah.
I feel like your game's kind of untapped still. Is this now time for you to kind of take that next step and be a focal point?
Well, yeah.
I feel like it is.
Yeah. I just wanted somewhere where I can get some playing time.
Yeah.
Get some more opportunity. You know
but
what I mean?
yeah, of course. The skills there, though. What did you work on this summer in order to get ready to be like a bigger part of the offense?
Definitely my conditioning played a part, strength and conditioning, trying to get stronger, just trying to make my plays and my moves more efficient so I could get easier buckets, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And just get smarter in the game because I know I still got a long way to go. I'm not the smartest guy in the world, so I'm always willing to learn.
There we go.
That's for sure.
That's
I'm
good.
not the smartest guy in the
It's
world.
funny, the older you get, the more you realize how little you know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you think you know it all, and then you start to grow a little bit, and you're like, I
get
don't
married,
know
then
all
you
that.
find out you know nothing.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Coach, how we doing?
Doing all right.
Doing all right. Pacific.
Here's my question. Once you get past 10 national championships, like where do you start wearing those extra wings? Like where's ring number 11 go? Where's ring number 12 go?
I don't even know where they are. So my kids sometimes take them to school and I don't know about it.
Oh yeah.
It's I feel like we get paid to do this job, so that's kind of the goal. It's going to be harder now, but it's no. I mean, we had a great run.
Yeah.
And
For the people that didn't get that joke at home, you were the head coach at Carleton University in Toronto,
Ottawa,
in Ottawa. Won 13 national championships in the Canadian University League, right?
Yes.
In 18 years, 13 out of 18.
Yep.
So, do they call you the Canadian Phil Jackson?
Yeah, people like Phil Jackson, so no.
Oh boy. Here's what I really want to ask you, and I know you're going to love this, T.O. So you're kind of known for running a defense where it's a little bit unique. Can you kind of break down for people that are listening the concept of your defense and where it kind of started?
Yeah, I don't know if it's that unique. I mean, I think we just we've taken it to a level that some other people don't take it. I mean, we just try to figure out what everybody does shitty and try to make them do it as many times as possible in a game. And I think most teams do that. We try to take it to that level every single day in practice. I mean, really, it was a case of we started it as a combination to make it tough on other teams, but also as a way to develop our own players offensively. So if every day they're in any kind of 3-on-3, 5-on-5 setting, they're having to do things that they don't do well. Because I would get so upset where, you would be out on offense and do something that you clearly do well, and everybody's playing against you every day in practice, and they know you do it well. And I'd be going, well, how stupid is this that you're letting him do what he does well, and you see him every day? So just make him do what he does lousy. And then it just continued to grow in terms of what we do in all our coverages, whether it's ball screens, handoffs, pin down screens, flare screens, and any actions, any kind of zoom action. What we do in the post is based on strength, weakness, and trying to get guys, to go to their weakness. And the better the player, the more it gets singled to a point where we're trying to figure out what they do, the worst that they do it, and try to get them to do it as much. It ain't easy because
I got to tell you got a bad scout on me because I do everything well on a basketball.
Yeah, that's what everybody.
No weaknesses.
That, just
No
so
weaknesses.
we're clear, everybody says that. Everybody says that. But as you get older, as like Jazz, you'll realize, like me, that you're not as smart as you think you are.
There you are.
Probably have some weaknesses.
Coach, after having all that success, what enticed you about Pacific? That the chance to build something? Was it the chance? Was it you saw potential in the job? What was it that brought you down?
There were a lot of factors. I really enjoyed my time at Texas Tech. Tech's a great place to. It's Big 12.
Sure.
I mean, Lubbock's kind of in the middle of. There's not a lot around.
There's no good way to get to Lubbock.
but the facility and the campus and the like both facilities, our practice facility, everything was awesome. Played in the Big 12. Grant gave me a lot of say. We were able. He listened to me. We argued constantly. It was awesome, in every form. So I had really no intent of leaving. But then, Adam called, and I met President Callahan, who is unbelievable, and he's fully behind men's basketball, like changing the whole dynamic behind men's basketball. Adam, obviously, he came from Dayton. He wants to change the whole dynamic of men's basketball at Pacific. Northern California, I grew up in Ottawa, and I love Ottawa, wonderful city. I don't like the cold because as much as I'm Canadian, I'm supposed to be tough. I'm super soft, so I don't like the cold. So the weather is unbelievable that way. The campus is great, and I kind of miss being a head coach. I enjoyed my time as an assistant, and I could have stayed there a long time if nothing came up, and I would have been happy. But I did miss being a head coach and the challenge. If this was 10 years ago and there's no portal, there's no NIL, I think turning a program around that went winless the year before is a 6-year project. You just can't do it. But now with the portal, we have 12 new players, and so 13 new players really, because the one who stayed, it's all new to him too. But you can change your entire program, build with the type of people you want, try to build the culture you want, first, and then you can add talent a lot quicker because of the portal. And if you prove that
you can flip in a hurry.
Oh, you can flip in a hurry. If your culture's right, if you play the right way, if you play a way people want to play, and your boosters and the community, they want to buy in from an NIL perspective.
Sure.
You can change things quickly. And I know I've got a president and athletic director who are fully behind that. I knew that before I got there. That's a big part of the reason we came. It's perfect for my family. I've got
of course, yeah.
a 12-year-old and a 15-year-old who, are basketball first, hockey second kids who, there wasn't a lot of hockey in Texas. And even basketball, there was basketball in Texas, but Lubbock, it's a long way to go. Northern California, we're in Oakland 3 times a week with Lakeshore.
Of course.
It's awesome. So
we are being told that you guys are being somewhere else.
You came into the wrong time.
You came to the wrong time.
Sorry. You'll come back.
So you guys are
coming back.
I
I think we're going to see you in 2 hours and 20 minutes.
We're going to see you at 4:40.
So you don't want us? Or
No, we do.
You're not
We
a
do.
But
part
I
of
guess
We're going to stay.
this wasn't your time slot, so you'll come back, which is
You sure you're not just kicking us out?
No, you know what it was? You know what it was?
You can talk to the higher ups over there.
You know what it was? It was.
It's good anyway because I didn't get a chance to be in here at the start and introduce you as royalty.
We did.
Royalty, you did?
Yeah.
Royalty.
Yeah, we told.
You used
he
the
told
word
us,
royalty.
Yes. We
No,
didn't use royalty,
You
but
didn't use royalty at all.
but
See?
he told us that he's wearing.
Then get out. We're going to do it the
ring
right
11,
way. All right,
ring
we're gonna
11, and ring
redo
12
this.
are on his big toes. Yeah, that's what he told
All right,
us.
we'll see you at 4:40.
Yeah, we'll see you at 4:40.
Okay. Sorry.
You guys.
Sorry, but I don't think it was our fault. All right.
Sounds like my guys.
I have no accountability, Dave. None. Zero.
All right.
What's going on?
All right,
Yeah,
so
you got any new
I
news
think
for
we're
us?
in Pacific. Yeah, I can quickly hit on the reasons if you want.
Don't do it yet. Don't do
All
it
right,
yet. Let's get Portland in here.
Yeah,
while we can.
we'll do it after
And then
Portland.
We'll do it after Portland.
We can do it with Stu Jackson.
Yes. All right. So we got Shantay. We got Max. You're gonna have to help Vuk. You're Max.
How you doing, man?
Vuk.
How are you? How are you, man?
Vukasin.
How you doing?
Vukasin. Shantay. Good to see you.
What's up, my man? How are you?
How you doing?
All right. Shantay, I'm going to hit you first, man. Listen, in an era where everyone is portal, you got 7 freshmen on your roster. You're doing it a different
What the hell are you doing?
Portal didn't work last year, so you got to try something.
That's good.
No, we ended up getting some guys that we needed out of the portal that are going to be big. Like, obviously, you got Max here out of the portal. You got Jermaine, another big guy out of the portal, 7-footer. And then you get our big fella, Messiah Oakman out of the portal. And so you went and got the right guys that we needed out of the portal. But, those guys, I feel like in our situation, the guys coming into the portal have to be able to play a big role. Guys aren't coming in for small roles out of the portal, and so or roles that help the guys that have been there already. And so the guys we brought in have to really contribute to really be something. So that's what we really worked on this year. And then the freshmen we brought in are energetic, athletic, wanting to learn, and very good. And they push these guys every day.
Yeah, Max and Vuk, I want you guys both to answer this. Of that group of freshmen, who stood out? You got to give me a name too, Coach. You can go earmuffs if you have to.
Can we give you multiple names?
One name.
You
can
each
go one. You can go a different name.
You got yours. You got your.
I'll take my Aussies.
Yeah.
So Austin,
Of course you will.
Austin Rapp.
I'm shocked.
He'll be pretty good for us. So, like what Rick was saying, we got some good Aussies, but Austin Rapp's a name.
What does he do well?
Shoots.
Shocking.
He's got a strap.
He's lying. For all scouting reports early, he's not.
Can't shoot.
Let the big 6'10" post player play inside.
He's good. He'll be good.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say Todd Jones. Todd is an energy giver, positive energy giver, extremely athletic. You'll get Rose carry with him sometimes when I throw him a lob or him throw him a lob or whoever throw him a lob because he's catching everything. Let me tell you that. And yeah, I would say Todd for sure. He's getting us right with giving us positive energy, and I think that's huge for us because we lack guys like that with that kind of character. They're gonna give us energy on the court. So I think he's doing a great job.
That was like Goodman back in the day. Just throw it up at the top of the square and just let him
go get it. Yeah,
exactly.
go get it. On the Nerf hoop. Right? On the Nerf hoop, maybe.
Maybe the
Max,
food on the square table.
Yeah, I had 3 desserts earlier,
right.
so that was pretty good.
Hey, look, the salted caramel things they got over there, I'm telling you. All right, Okay.
Max, how did you get – let's get down to business here. Come on, enough of the food. How did you get from Elon to Portland? Like, was there a connection? I mean, obviously CAA, I think, Rookie of the Year last year.
Yeah. So I knew a bit about Tyler Robertson.
Okay.
And I kind of just know the conference is an Aussie-dominated conference.
Yeah,
so you got, like, St. Mary's, us. There's 4 Aussies on a team. That was kind of a big move. Legs was really great. Just that vision I had for my next 2 years. Finish off here, go try and play pro. And it's been great settling in, so it's been really good.
Where have you guys gotten better during the offseason? Where are we going to see the biggest improvements in your game? And again, Coach, you get earmuffs if you want this one. Scouting reports are going to lie.
Individually?
Mm-hmm.
I would say overall everywhere. I mean, we've been in the gym.
So you didn't attack the off season thinking like I want to improve this coming into next year. Was there something for you?
I pointed out it was for me it was my body, getting ready to play high minutes, and play at perform at a high level, being ready to facilitate and just be in shape to play with great pace, play fast, and pick up full court, being a pivotal out there, because I know I'm capable of there. I didn't feel like that last year because I kind of, lacked shape to be in high level shape. So I think that was my main focus for this year. Yeah.
Who's the better shooter out of the two of you? Are you giving it to him?
Wow. He had a 40 clip last year. I'll give it to him.
You got to respect your elders. You got to respect your elders too, right?
Yeah.
But without him, I don't know if I will get that many looks. Let me tell you that.
Really?
So it's gonna be much. He's gonna make my job easier.
I mean, both of you, like teams.
Yeah,
you must be thinking that way right now. Like 2 proven guys who can shoot basically, 40 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, and they have size for the position. So, that's important for me. Have the size of that position. They've done a really good job. He won't boast, but Max has really put a focus on defense. I think offensively, he's really skilled and talented. So. His defense is really picking
An Aussie who can play defense?
I couldn't believe it either. That's not named Ndewedo. He's facing the way. So, no, but he's really taking that to heart from the recruit. And then Vukasin on the other side, like he said, his body and his mind and everything. I think is something he worked on a lot this year. Talented, get out. But he knows that he can get emotional in certain situations. I think he's really worked on that too. So he's been really good this whole preseason for us.
Coach, how do you improve defensively? Seemed like the first year that you were in, pretty solid, and then it's just been kind of okay.
Well, TJ Lipple and Arturo Orman, they do a lot with our defense, and they've done a good job of getting our guys. And obviously, sometimes it's personnel, right? You got
of course,
some size, and that year we had a 6'5" center, flying around fouling everybody. This year we have 2 7-footers down there. I think that's going to really help us and really put us in good positions. And then we have size at other spots. I mean, we have 2 6'10" guys that could play the wing and also come in and play the 5 if they have to. And then you got another 6'9" guy. So we got size almost in every position, which I'm really excited about. And I think that's something else. And then our athleticism's gotten much better. And, that's one of the things we looked at this summer to get better is when we're recruiting, we have to find out, guys. I always recruit skill. We'll have guys out there 7 feet that shoot threes. This year it won't be so much. We really need to protect the basket. We'll trust the ball in some of these guys' hands a lot. So that's going to be big for us.
One thing, Christian Schilling, who was on that first team, love him.
Yes.
We were born in the same town in Norway.
Really?
My dad helped his dad get to college in the United States. So whenever you signed him, I was like, Portland got a steal. He's going to be a really good player. He's still playing.
He's still playing. I still talk to him FaceTime. Crazy as all get, but still talk to him.
Great guy. Great guy, great family.
He would dunk on you and hit a 3 in the same sentence. It was unbelievable. And so, but he has that Australian defense.
I wanted to ask you about Chris Austin. He had a big year. I think it was in 21-22.
Yeah, his first year.
and then was a red shirt the year after that. Like, how do you get him back to being the guy who was that first season?
A bad leg break. Like one of those, like, when my guy from Louisville went out and jumped. He had a leg break. Yeah, Kevin Ware. There you go. He had a leg break like that. And it takes him some time. And I think, last year was his first year getting back. I think this summer he's still trying to get to where he's at. He's been playing really good.
Is it just confidence in?
I think it's confidence. He's one of the stronger kids I've ever seen, and so I think it's a confidence thing with him, and I think he's gaining that back. I think he's starting to feel more comfortable. He's dunking, which he didn't dunk all last year. Now he's dunking in practice, and really he looks young, and so I'm excited about having that piece back because he's a bucket for us, and he averaged 15 his first year, and not having him that next year really hurt our team, and that's something that I look forward to hoping he's back to, close to that because he was really good for us there.
So I'm impressed with your English. I know you've been over here for a while. I get it. But when you first got here from Serbia, right, you went to New York. Go to Hofstra, and I heard, like, you're getting asked questions, and you're just answering yes to everything?
Yeah, it was a little shaky. A little shaky. And it's still been shaky, but I definitely
No, it's good, man. It's really good.
Speak better English than Jeff does.
It's not hard.
Well, yeah, I improved a lot for sure. Being around the guys, and just it was just time for me,
Give me an example of when you did shake your head yes, and like it got you into trouble because you didn't know what you were saying yes to.
Well, I had a teammate. I'll never forget this. He was from either South Carolina or North Carolina, and he had that slang type of language, the way he spoke, and sometimes he would use some words that I've never heard prior to that, Yeah. So I was just like, oh yeah, and he would be like, yeah, what? So it was kind of embarrassing for me, and that's why I wasn't feeling comfortable out there, and that was the biggest thing for me when I got here. I was accepted the way I am, and that's what I love about this place. You
go Hofstra to Maine to Portland.
Yeah.
Like, talk about three totally different. I grew up in Boston.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not far from Maine.
Yeah.
So I know Maine well.
Where
almost Portland to Portland.
Shut up.
Yeah. Portland, Maine to Portland.
You're trying to goat me to say it. I'm not doing it. I'm not answering. Well, no, they're saying this now. They're trying to screw me because I sold my house in Boston. We moved to Charleston. So here we go. Because I say the word, they're trying to see how many times I can say the word Charleston.
If they were a drinking game, we'd be hammered.
Yeah, but that one doesn't count. It does not count.
What part of Serbia?
Belgrade, the capital.
Belgrade. You ever played at Kalemegdan?
Yeah,
I've been there.
You've been there?
Of course.
Beautiful place, right?
Yeah, it's a great place.
Unique
It's one of the
place.
coolest. Legs, about this Kalemegdan. One of the truly unique basketball courts. It's where Red Star was started, and on the other side is where Partizan Belgrade started. Correct?
Yeah. I played for Red Star 8 years.
Okay.
Since I was 10 for their youth, academy teams.
Super
Till I
cool
was
place.
18. Yeah.
So I played with
Yeah.
Boban in the Euro camp, but I went to the coaching
Really?
clinic. Yeah, of course.
Oh, wow.
But we went to. I go to a coaching clinic every other year, and I always stop by Kalemegdan. Really, really cool place.
Yeah.
What is it about the Serbian people? We saw it at the Olympics. The toughness and Legs. Does he have that toughness? Does he have that Serbian level toughness?
75% of the
75. We got to get up. We got to get up to about 90.
25% disappeared.
Rolled an ankle.
I've always been real. I don't know what
Just
is he
tough.
talking about.
Yeah.
But I always been real. Something about Serbian people. Really proud nation. I would say really proud nation.
Yeah.
Really built with a lot of adversity through our past, been through a lot. That's something that kind of builds people's character throughout generations and generations. We're obsessed with sports. Really big, country of 7 million people having that many successful players, not just in basketball, tennis,
everything.
Soccer, everything.
Water
Water polo, national champion, Olympic champion.
Wow.
You should have seen the parade they had.
Olympic champions in a row.
In water polo.
Yes,
I guess I got to be watching water polo a little
big
more.
people, strong people. Water polo is one of the toughest.
Serbs are big,
sports.
man.
How good are you at swimming?
water
I'm
polo?
solid, but I can't do water polo.
Can't
Water
do
polo
That's
is extremely
impossible. It looks
tough.
hard.
It's extremely tough. That's really tough.
It's the last one I got for you. If we're talking about the Olympics, do you still hear it from your teammates? What happened in the semifinals? You still letting you know about it?
I still remember I was in front of my apartment, in front of my building till like 2 a.m. I was literally tearing. I couldn't believe because I thought we had you guys. I thought we got it was this close, and yeah, it was tough for me. It was tough for the whole nation, They shouldn't even been there, should they? Yeah, we definitely should have been. Yeah.
Dirty goal.
Who? Australia? Yeah. They.
All right. Listen, guys, great to catch up. Best of luck this season. All right. And we'll make sure that they don't say anything about the Serbian basketball team anymore. All right.
One of the greatest games of all time, though. One of the greatest games of all time.
Yes.
Appreciate it,
Right,
guys.
Great
Great
seeing
seeing you guys.
Thank you
Good
so
luck.
much, guys. Good seeing you. That was Portland. We got I believe we have Stu Jackson coming up next. Good seeing you, man. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
We have Stu Jackson here coming up. And after he's done, Yep. I'm doing my best. Dagan is yelling at me right now. Our producer is yelling at me right now about getting guys to sit in the middle seat. Yelling at me, wearing me out.
Well, we're going to get
TL,
Stu
sit
Jackson
down.
coming in here.
TL's getting the job done. We have WCC Commissioner Stu Jackson on the way over here. Here he is. Stu, we are live. We are live.
What's up, Stu? Middle seat. You're live. You're live. So, what's up? No way. Middle seat, right? Middle one? Middle one. Yep.
Yep.
How are you?
Good.
Yeah? Grab the mic.
Mike's hot, ready to
Doing
go.
well. Yes.
It's been a day, Stu.
Yeah.
We lost a good one.
Yeah.
Lost a good one. Tony Bennett retires.
Sure did.
You've been in this game a long time. You know what Tony Bennett has meant to college basketball. What does this say maybe about – because I've talked to a couple people close to him, and it is kind of like Jay Wright went, right? The changing landscape of college basketball. He's 55 years old. I think that was a major reason from what I was told.
Yeah, it's just one more indication of the volatile environment that we're in, where the primary pillar of decisions are being made, and that's with coaches, student athletes, administrators, and dare I say presidents, that the financial needle is driving the game. And it's just caused this quagmire of circumstances that puts pressure points on everyone. I mean, I was saying to someone today that in this NIL transfer portal, environment, many people will say it's like the NBA, and I'm quick to remind them it's nothing like the NBA, because the NBA has rules that protect franchises,
Yes,
and more importantly, protect players. And it's a system that, like it or not, it works. We have no structure right now, and we can only hope that that improves over time.
When you are putting together, the structure for what the league is going to look like moving forward, how do you do that? And given the kind of changing landscape of the way that the structure of college basketball looks, with obviously Gonzaga heading to the Pac-12, how do you do that?
It's difficult and it's challenging, and not to overuse the word, it's very fluid, and it could change on a dime depending on what the next financial-driven move is by another conference. It then puts you in reactive mode. It's uncomfortable, but you have to do it to try and survive and remain stable and viable. I mean, our goal is, we're in a pretty good position. We're most would describe a mid-major conference, a multi-bid league. I'd sure like to maintain that, and we'll do everything that we can to ensure that that continues to happen.
So with losing Gonzaga, what is your thought process going forward now? Is it to try to get a couple more schools that fit the league that will kind of expand the you're not going to get anybody that fills the void of Gonzaga. Let's be honest. There is nobody. But how do you strengthen the league, or do you kind of – and it's hard because also you got to protect – you got to play defense as you're potentially trying to play offense, right?
No, Jeff, that's great insight, and you're right. I think before Gonzaga made the decision to leave the conference, the strategy would have been to be very careful and selective about members that you add to the WCC, and do it in a way that you give yourself some time. Now, everything has to be on the table, does it not? So it may not be adding one member. It may not be adding two members. Perhaps it's something that's much broader than that we've got to consider. Because conferences, their preference is not to live day to day like
it's horrible.
You lose one
Right.
and you gain another. You're recruiting the ones that you have. It's just not a great way to operate. So we have to look at ways, strategies that will help at least galvanize us for the foreseeable future. The fortunate part is, listen, we've got Gonzaga for 2 more years, and that's a real plus.
Right. It buys you some time.
It buys us a little bit of time, but at the same time, you don't want to be in a position where you're caught off guard or something that happens and you can't recover.
Have you talked to Gloria? You guys are both here, the Mountain West and the WCC. You're similar but different in a lot of ways. You're both West Coast leagues that are considered mid-major plus leagues. Have you talked to her about potentially trying to do something together to protect both of you?
Well, the answer is yes. I've talked to Gloria. I'm not really at liberty, Jeff, to talk about what those conversations entailed, but I think it's prudent on any commissioners to make sure that while we're all trying to gain the advantage, it still makes sense to make sure that we're engaging each other, if for nothing else, to talk about what those best practices are, or to glean, what the potential next move is going to be for anyone that cares to share.
Stu, you're a basketball guy. I met you whenever you were working at the Big East. I'm happy that you have this job title now. What excites you about this year with the teams that are in here? I mean, obviously St. Mary's is going to be really, really good again. Gonzaga is going to be top 10 in the country, and you still got them right now, so we can talk about them right now. What else excites you about the West Coast Conference this upcoming season?
The indicators kind of excite me about our conference. And what I mean is, we've got all of our major award winners back this year. So they haven't gone by way of the portal. They haven't chased a dollar somewhere else. That's just an indicator of returning strength. We have a couple other teams in San Francisco and Santa Clara that have the bulk of their roster back. I thought Santa Clara, even last year, would have been a very strong team had they not succumbed to injury. San Francisco, the job that they're doing there with the program is terrific. They're returning, their backcourt, the freshman of the year. Certainly they lose a draft choice, but they've done a decent job. So those signs or those indicators, I think, are real positive for us. And you throw in Washington State, certainly new to the conference as an affiliate, but they bring, the bulk of their team from another conference, albeit. And I'm excited about their potential and the success they may have. LMU, very talented basketball team. So all of those indicators are that we could be headed for a pretty decent year. And that's good stuff, for us.
What qualifies as a decent year? Is it 2 bids? Because when you have St. Mary's and Gonzaga, that feels like that's kind of the
3 bids.
The standard,
Come on,
right?
3 bids.
3 bids.
Why stop there?
4?
4 bids.
4 bids now.
Yeah,
I would say 3.
No,
right?
it's a fair question. Listen, as a conference, we're an aspirational conference. And I'd be disappointed if we didn't get 3 bids. Because I truly do believe we're capable. Now, whether or not it happens, that's another thing.
When you say every year, am I wrong? Like Gonzaga, St. Mary's, lock. like to me, I think they both put themselves in that equation where the expectation now is both of them are going to. I mean, few every year, we know that.
Yeah.
So that is a lock based on history. And Randy, what he's done. So it's, can you get Santa Clara? Can you get San Francisco? Can you get, maybe somebody else kind of comes out of nowhere?
Yeah, well, the key is, and again, not telling you all anything you don't know. The key is a non-conference schedule. I mean, I do feel that our league has challenged themselves from the scheduling standpoint. Although getting quality games for some conferences is becoming more difficult. But if we perform, through November and December, I think we'll be right there. We don't want to go. I'm sure Randy doesn't want to go by way of the strategy he took last year, where they didn't start out real poorly, and then they just
I haven't looked at the beginning of his schedule this year.
Yeah.
My guess is he's got a few cupcakes in there early.
Yeah, well, because he doesn't want. I'm sure he doesn't want to go by way of that strategy. But so we'll be looking very attentively at our games in November, December, because that's going to be the biggest indicator.
Have you had a chance to watch Gonzaga at all, to get up there to see a practice? Because I think most people are going to have them in the top 10. I think that they're closer to probably top 3 than they are to 10. And then Huey came on here and was raving about him. We asked them the best the players, the best transfer they got coming in. It's the kid that none of us even thought about, the afterthought, Emmanuel Innocente. So have you had a chance to see him? I know you know ball. Have you had a chance to see him play?
I have not. In this role, I probably
too worried
talk less about basketball.
He's trying to play
watch
defense.
less basketball than I ever have. But all reports say that they're going to be a very strong team. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna give you the power here. I'm gonna give you the complete autonomy to make one change within college basketball. Anything you want. What would you do?
I would stabilize / put guardrails around the whole NIL piece. And it's not just the money, it's the structure, like what that looks like at the institutional level. I do feel that the potential of NIL moving into each individual institution's house is a positive, but there need to be rules and further, I think, codification around collectives, which was mentioned in the House settlement. But currently the construct is it's out of control. So
that would be fair.
So to answer your question, that would be the one area.
Start there. Yeah.
Because we're not going backwards, right? It's great that student athletes have the ability to share in the piece of the pie, given the way the financial model has changed in recent years. Terrific. But the approach right now is not good.
Great. Stu, we appreciate it, man. We appreciate you having us here. It's been
Thank
fun.
you for being here.
Oh, it's great, man.
Yeah.
It's great.
I always have a blast. I was telling Jeff this the other day. I love coming to the media days because you get to see the kids and their personalities outside of like a typical setting, outside of we just lost the game, or we just won a game and I'm trying not to say anything that's gonna get me in trouble. You get to actually experience the personalities, and there are a lot of them. We met a model today, T.O.
You humanize the kids.
Yeah,
man.
man.
I think that's the real part. I think, Stu, you can. I feel like we sometimes lose sight of the fact that they're 18 to 22, 23, sometimes 24 now, but
especially
with 25-year-olds,
especially with NIL
now we're seeing like guy getting paid X amount of dollars. We kind of forget the fact that these are young men that are just trying to find their way, and athletics and the WCC is kind of fostered a way for them to be able to grow into who they are.
Yeah, but because it's an interesting point, and I'll let you guys go. You'll let me go, but with the whole NIL piece, you bring up a very good point, because we owe it to the student athletes to help them understand exactly what's happening to them.
Sure.
When you interject, finances, and things like taxes, and what comes with that from a personal standpoint. And if we can do that job, but we have to have some rules around the topic to allow us.
I have one more for you. And I actually just want to know this answer because I respect you and you've been in this for a long time. How, as media, would you suggest we handle criticism of college basketball players now, because they are getting paid? They're semi-pro. I don't know. Semi-pro is probably the wrong word.
It's probably the right word.
They're more than semi.
Well, they're getting paid
Right.
pro dollars, but they're still semi. They have other full time jobs.
Like I always had.
I would consider them.
I would never criticize ever a high school kid. Still won't. College kids rarely. They had to do something so egregious, almost like legally, to be able to criticize. You might say something bad. Okay, they had a bad game, but like now it's a little different. So tiptoeing around that is hard for me.
Yeah. Listen. I mean, I think that's a personal decision by media members. Case in point, they are still kids, and the message you deliver, it's what you say, it's the way you deliver it, right? There's a difference between saying, that was the worst pass I've ever seen a college athlete or quarterback make, versus showing them the option of another decision they could have made and saying something like, you probably wanted that pass back.
Right.
It's
how you say it.
It's how you say it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All Goodman he's asked that question to like 5 or 6 different people during our media day tour. He just wants someone to say, Jeff, you are allowed to go as hard as you want. Be as mean as you want to everybody.
No, I want to be held accountable for it a little bit, that if I do go over the line. No, I do. Like, I think I went over the line 2 years ago with Caleb Love, and I ended up apologizing to him because I think I probably went a little too – and that was even before NIL blew up. That was before it blew up. Now, I mean, they're making a lot more money than I'm making, some of them.
They're going to have enough issues without the media criticizing them. Like, one of the fears I have is that when they don't perform well and they've benefited from money, does that money get pulled? There are all sorts of –
I've said this
again, that's a Gardner. You need that.
I've said it for a year. It's going to happen. Post-game, they're going to get – after a win – they're going to go to the news conference and they're going to tell the SID, well, I'm not doing it unless I get paid.
Yeah.
There's going to be somebody at some point who's going to do that. We know it.
Yeah. Which gets back to the professional example, because they're
required.
To appear. They're required.
That's right. They have they could take an hour and a half, which they do.
Yeah.
The Stars, but they got to get up there eventually.
Yeah, we could sit here for an hour and talk about examples.
Exactly.
Yes.
All right.
Stu, great seeing you.
Great seeing you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Stu.
You got
Appreciate it, man.
Yep.
Good seeing you, man.
You will.
We got Washington State coming up next. David Riley replacing Kyle Smith. I believe we have Isaiah Watts and Cedric Cowherd coming up here. Go
ahead. All right. We're going to say good night to Terrence Oglesby. He's going to try to get a quick round of 18 in here in Vegas.
He's going to go play. He played 27 holes yesterday. He's going to go try to play 27 more today. That's his game plan. So
the great Terrence Oglesby leaving after.
All right. While we're waiting, give me your Tony Bennett.
Yep.
Retired today. News broken by Jeff Goodman here, who went sprinting out of this set.
That was not
sprinting. You were sprinting and knocked over like 3 microphones.
Did you have any idea what I was doing?
I saw the text pop up in the corner.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
You did.
Saw the text pop up in the corner of your screen. So I kind of figured what was happening, and I showed T.O. We kind of navigated it, and he hung out for longer. But so
anyway,
we broke the news that he is planning on retiring tomorrow. So what more can you tell us about that decision?
So I talked to a couple sources close to Tony Bennett, and the big reason was the changing landscape of college basketball, that he wasn't all in right now. As the season got closer, that he wasn't all in. Obviously, the agents, the money, all of that, the changing landscape. I mean, 55 years old, he decided now was the time. And again, this was something that you and I have talked about. I think if I were a betting man, what did I say? He would have been done.
You said he would be the next one. Former Washington State head coach Tony Bennett retired.
That's right.
We have
good transition.
Yeah,
here.
good.
Without even
why
trying
I did. I saw him walking up.
Wow.
How we doing, guys? How is WCC Media Day treating you? It's the first WCC Media Day in the history of Washington State basketball.
Great.
Big day, historic day. Some might say.
Great.
Definitely.
I mean, this is my first media day ever. So,
Is it really?
Yeah.
There you
so
go.
It's great. It's great. I love everything. Yeah. I think that's all of us. All our first. Yeah.
Yes, first time.
for sure.
Happy to be here.
For sure.
I mean, this dude looks like he's like 26, like he could still play. How old are you now, Riley?
35.
35.
Yeah, come on.
I walking up, I was like, I thought they were bringing us the coach. We got 3 players over there.
So rumor has it, and maybe you guys can confirm this or deny it, that he can still dunk, sort of. Like,
Yeah,
it's
he
not
did it.
pretty.
I got a video.
It's not pretty, but he can do it.
Yeah, I got a video.
I think it's really pretty, but
Of course you do. Just, however, at 35, if you can still do it, it's pretty.
he can dunk for a guy playing below the rim. I'll say that.
All right, whatever.
He's
right?
a shooter.
Yeah.
He's a shooter.
Oh, I've heard that.
He's a shooter.
I've heard that too. He can
Yeah,
shoot.
he can
Puts
shoot.
the ball
right?
in the rim.
I don't shoot with him.
Really?
It's not a
Yeah, I don't
dunk.
shoot with him.
Yeah, it's a good. Yeah,
Yes, it is. Yes, it is a
It's
dunk.
like a good little. It's like a good
You hear
little
that?
Whitworth dunk.
Tell him.
I said I don't shoot with him because I know. I did my research before he came. I said let me
He's not
look.
even
Let me
doing
look at the stats. Let me look at the stats.
What'd you
Yeah,
shoot from 3, college?
around 40%.
Wow.
I got a couple years there. Yeah.
So, obviously, coming from Eastern Washington, where you had a lot of success the last couple of years, to get this opportunity in your comfort zone. Like, that's the beautiful thing. You know, some guys have to go out of their region, and it's not as big a deal now with the portal, but still to be in your comfort zone where you know people, whether it's AAU coaches, guys who have, you know, are going to bounce back, whatever it is. How important is that?
No, it's been really nice. Just it's hard to move schools. I was at Eastern Washington for 13 years. I really knew every day what was coming. I knew the school well, so that every day Washington State's new. But to have, you know, some of the continuity, not only with having some players returning, but as well as just like knowing the area, knowing the people around the area. It's been great so far.
You got, I believe it's 4 guys coming with you from Eastern Washington, right? What is it? What was it about them, and what was it about the program that you've been trying to? And has that helped ease the adjustment period?
Yeah, I think it's made it way easier. You know, not for me to get my points across. I think they have a much better way of communicating that to their teammates than I do at times. So I think that's been great. But just for them to come along and join me at Washington State means a lot, because I think we have a vision for each one of those guys as individuals. They believe in what we're doing as a unit. And so for them to want to jump on board and do that at Washington State's exciting.
How do you describe his coaching style?
Player first. I think he really relates to us. You know, it's not a dictatorship. It's more of a democracy with, you know, he's obviously the head, he's the president, and you got to go through him. But at the same time, he lets us play. You know, we have a lot of freedom with structure in it, and being able to have a coach like that can relate to the players and know, like, if he calls a play and I'll tell him on the court, like, hey, they're not, let's run something else. Yeah. He'll really? Listen. It's not oh no, I said to do this. It's not like that. He's very relatable. You know, he gets on our tails a lot.
He'll jump you?
Yeah, he'll jump us for sure, because, you know, that's what we need. Yeah. You know, he says his phrase is put us through the fire, you know, because if we get put through the fire in practice, going against each other, going against, you know, the guys we see each and every day, the guys we're the closest with, when we get on the court, we're going to be closer than ever. So that, you know, players first program is what he likes to say, and I couldn't be more prouder of him, and, you know, prouder to be a Coug. So.
For some of the new guys that have transferred into Washington State that weren't at Eastern Washington last year, the guys that were at Washington State last year, like what have you done to try to help them adjust to this new style of play, maybe new terminology?
Yeah, I mean, just as much as possible, answer all the questions they need. You know, let them know. Like, I think one point, like, I've gotten across is letting them know, like, I can tell you stuff, and then you can also, you know, let me know stuff as well. Because at one point in time, we all had to learn the offense. You know, when I first got to Eastern, I was asking a million questions because I didn't understand.
Still does.
Still do. You know, I have a better understanding. Yeah. I have a better understanding what we're doing, you know, especially offensively. But, you know, everything is new. You know, we've changed terminology. We brought some from Eastern, you know, over to Wazoo. We got the, you know, guys like Zay, Nate, PG, you know, Indy, a whole bunch of our new guys learning a new system that may have been different from what they've had in the past. But to being able to answer all their questions, you know, and then also, you know, we're still asking questions like they just said, and now we're all as a group learning and understanding it better.
What has been the biggest adjustment for you?
It's a very fast-paced offense, and I'm a shooter, and I am very confident in my shot, like really, really confident, to the point where sometimes I can get a little trigger happy. So I think that was
see his face.
that was probably the biggest adjustment. Just, you know, learning when to take shots and learning when, pass it up, knowing that it's going to come back to me. So,
I mean, you're considered an offensive coach, right? I mean, no doubt. Kind of always been that way. You guys play fast. You want skilled guys. You want shooters.
For sure. Yeah.
How much do you have? Because sometimes, again, your first year, you're taking over at a new place. You might not be able to get the personnel that fits the system that you want to run. Yeah. Are you able to with this team, or did you have to adapt a little bit?
Well, I think it's different than it would have been 4 or 5 years ago, right? You can get your guy. Like I got my 4 Eastern guys with me. I recruited Isaiah. Eastern Washington was his first offer coming out of high school.
No way.
Yeah.
And then you went to South Kent?
Yeah. South
when
Kent.
you didn't, so basically Eastern Washington
Yeah,
wasn't good enough for you.
He said
that's what we're saying here.
That's a prep school.
I'm gonna go all the way across the country to South Kent and play for Rafael Chilios instead of going to Eastern Washington.
Man,
how do they think that makes these guys feel?
No, to be completely honest, I was not ready for college. I was young mentally, I was young physically, and it was just made sense to,
I'm just killing.
Yeah, just go across the country and freeze my butt off.
Yeah.
Come
I've
back.
been to South Kent many times.
Ooh, it's
many
nice.
times. Man.
Something serious over there.
So who has impressed you the most, Cedric, when it comes to the new faces that are, I'm going to say within your program, because it's kind of is.
Each guy that's new, has impressed in their own way. I think the one that's grown the most is Zay. Like, he just told you guys right now, he can get a little trigger happy sometimes, but that's what we want him to do. He's a shooter. You stay confident in your shot. Like, I remember I told him one day he passed up a shot, and I was like, hey, man, you're open, shoot it. He was like, oh, yeah, you don't never got to tell me that again. And I haven't since, because we want him being confident. We want him shooting. We want him doing what he does best, being a hooper. And, to be able to do that, you got to be able to instill the confidence in these guys, not only for me as a leader and as a returner, but also, I know, from Coach Riley, I know what he wants to see. It kind of happened with me last year. I started off really slow, and then I ended up getting my rhythm and finding out how I fit best in this offense, with my new role and everything like that. So pretty much when you ask, who's grown the most, I think Zay is one of them. ND, one of our bigs from Cal, he's grown a lot, learning the offense, learning where he fits in, Nate, Calmise. There's so many guys. I can go just down the list one by one and say each one why they've impressed, but it's everybody really.
So I want to see how smart he is. We're going to see if he knows who your grandfather
Yeah.
is.
Don't look.
Don't read.
Who is it?
I'll give you a hint.
Think of his last name.
Right.
I mean, again, he's a lot older than. He's young.
He wore a headband.
That ain't gonna help. Tell him what team.
Sonics, Seattle SuperSonics.
Slick Watts.
Yeah.
I thought that was too obvious.
Okay, but for sure. My grandpa, Slick Watts, the GOAT.
How much your dad obviously played too.
Mm-hmm.
How much of an impact did both of them have on you?
Oh my God, I can't even put it into words. Obviously putting the ball in my hand early, but just life. My grandpa, for a large amount of my childhood, I was around him. That was my best friend.
Really?
So learned a lot from him. I learned a lot of good things. I learned a lot of maybe not so good things. But yeah.
Was he a character too?
Oh my God.
Was he? I mean, I heard that, but I didn't.
And he's one of those. He's one of those guys. He's from the South, down south, Rolling Fork, Mississippi, which is like Pullman, Washington, but in Mississippi.
Right. Nothing around.
Nothing. So he could care less about what you think. Right. He's going to tell you what he thought. So
give me an example. Yeah, give me an example.
I have to think of a PG one.
Not many.
Yeah, there's not
many. That's all right. That's all right.
Not many of those. He just call it how he see it. Oh, I got you.
Go ahead.
We played. I played on a feeder team in 7th grade, and he coached. And I played with, obviously some kids from the neighborhood, and kids from the neighborhood weren't that good. And we were playing in the game, and I just got the ball. I'm bringing it down the court. Shoot it, shoot it, shoot it. They can't play. Don't pass to them. Shoot it. I'm like, and guess what I did? I shot the ball.
Shot it.
But
half court.
And then my dad's in the stands. He's like, yo, you can't do that. He's like, I don't care. They suck. I'm like, hey, I mean, is he wrong? I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Grandpa, they're gonna hate me.
Yeah, man. But he was an awesome figure and just a great guy all
Coach
around.
just sitting there like, is this what I'm in for? Is this what I'm gonna have to deal with all season?
Man, yeah, nah, he's awesome.
How hard is it, Dave, to try to, you don't know this conference, right? So like scouting this conference this year with so many, I mean, there's some teams that frankly, at least you get some tape on, right? Santa Clara, San Francisco, Gonzaga. There's some guys that holdovers, but how hard is it going to be?
No, it's definitely a new conference, and it's one of the exciting things about it. Now, we've had some familiarity. We've played a lot of these teams in the WCC when I was at Eastern before. I've watched a ton of Gonzaga. I was close with Tommy and tried to pick up a lot of different concepts from them offensively over the years. St. Mary's defensively. So I've watched a ton of their film and have a good feeling for a lot of these programs, but going into a game is a little different. And
Would you
trying
go to
stop
practice?
them.
Like, did you go down how far is Eastern Washington from Gonzaga? How far?
25 minutes, maybe.
So would you go down to practice? Were you
I-
allowed in?
No, Coach.
No?
I never got the
You
invite.
never got
to that
the
one.
invite.
It was
You're
it was
definitely
always
not getting in now.
Yeah, it was grabbing beers at Jack and Dan's with Tommy and those guys and kind of talking shop, but more so than anything. But no, they do a heck of a job, and yeah, should be fun.
So, can you do an impersonation of him?
No, but okay.
He's directed a video skit that impersonates.
Right,
Yes.
I know. So that's what I'm saying. Can you do?
Mine is not good. We have Case Why Not?
Okay.
Gatorade, Idaho Gatorade State Player of the Year.
Yeah.
The funniest David Riley impression I've ever seen. Kills it. And he gets very like it's not a joke to him. Like we were filming and we were all laughing. He's like, no, get on the sideline. I'm like, he's into it.
Really?
If basketball don't work out, Case needs to go into acting.
Yeah.
For real, like for real.
Seriously?
It's
for
scary.
real. To improv or something. Because,
Dave,
oh
did
my
you do it
God.
well?
I think he was a little. I don't think I'm that
A little
mean,
over the
but-
top?
I'm glad- that video better never get out.
We'll get it. Trust me.
That was the worst thing you could have said. That was the worst thing
That
you
was
could
my
have said.
mission to get it.
You guys are going to pick up a big win this year, right? We're going to have you on the show.
Yes.
What he's going to do is he's going to get that video and he's going to play it on the show. That's what's going to
You
happen.
won't care. If you get a big win, you won't care. Trust me, you will not care at all.
Here's the last one I got for you, and I'm just kind of curious because, like, when did you stop playing? Was it 2011, 2012? Then you got straight into coaching, right?
Yep.
The age difference between you and some of the guys, even the older level, is not really all that much different. So I guess I want to know from you guys as well. But is it, especially when you first started and got the head job, was it kind of hard to make that transition from, okay, I'm the young guy, okay, I'm the assistant, and all of a sudden, like, this is my program. I'm not the buddy guy anymore. I am the head coach.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a unique rise to this position. But I think I was really lucky. I coached for someone I played for with Jim Hayford, so I had credibility right off the bat. With Shantay, I'd been there for so long, and when I got the job at Eastern Washington, I had my hands in a lot of things in the program, and I think it was a pretty natural transition. And with these guys, and the beauty of our offensive system and defensive system is it's very open. It's pretty simple, and so it really depends on the guys being the best versions of themselves. So I don't have to lead like a dictator, like Cedric said. But it doesn't. It's more just like, okay, as long as your goals match up with our team goals, things are probably going to work out. And as long as you're on the same page with me on how we get to those, and I just got to hold you accountable to making sure you're doing the right stuff and showing up at the right times. And these guys are kind of leading the development process themselves.
Yeah, I think a lot of people bring up, the age of Coach Riley, being 35. Like, I think the oldest coach on our staff is, 40, 41?
Shout out, DB.
Donald's old man.
Shout out, OG.
The oldest coach on our staff is 41 max.
The youngest, you're like the youngest high major staff in America. You got to be right there.
We've got to be up there, yeah. I don't know.
But playing for them the past, 2 going on 3 years, it's nothing but benefits. A lot of people think, like, since you're, it's a young coaching staff, like, players won't listen, especially because we're grown adults now. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But there's none of that, like, with our program. We know what the coaches want. We know what they need. Obviously there's times where, it's frustration, comes in, but at the same time, it's never a doubt in what they're saying. Like they know what they're doing. They're here for a reason. They recruited us for a reason, and they're coaches for a reason. So being able to listen to what they say, no matter if they're 60 or 35, is the same message. It's the exact same message. And for me, being able to relate to a coach that way, like Coach Riley was in high school when I was born. You know what I mean? So being able to have a coach that young, like I know he understands like our era. Obviously, he's from a different era, but like he's closer to our era than say a coach that's 75 years old and a dictator. So
Hey, so was this an NIL purchase?
Nah. This is a gift I've gotten.
Nice.
This is a gift I got.
It's shining.
It is, right?
Yeah.
It's looking good over there.
It's a gift I
So
got.
I was told to ask about, and I don't know what this is going to get, what type of reaction. Told to ask about your screen time.
My screen time? Oh, okay. So, all right. My screen time, I'm not going to lie, my screen time is high. I'm not gonna
How
lie.
high? How high? If we went in right now, can you check?
Let's check.
No, I don't even know how to
He's
check. If I check,
he's a movie guy.
He's a-
Big movie guy in his phone.
Really?
He's always got a movie going.
Well, we'll see
Or
how
show.
many
Maybe
hours.
it's not a movie. It's something going on.
My average screen time right now is 8 hours and 47 minutes.
That's not
But
bad.
that's not
I
bad.
don't
even know what's bad.
But
Besides some-
I will be honest. Last year during the season, it was like upwards like 14 hours.
Yeah.
So you
That's
keep track.
terrible.
Yeah.
You literally keep track of it?
I mean, I don't keep track. My teammates just
But you
always
seem
see
to
me on
know
my
like
phone.
what's good. I wouldn't even know.
Yeah,
Like,
but
if you looked at my screen
If
time-
8 hours is bad, then I'm in trouble.
Yeah, you got two kids.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's good or bad. I just like they said, I'm a movie
You're
guy.
down.
So
You're at
yeah,
least
I'm,
down from
I'm always on
14
my
to 8
phone.
right
yeah.
now.
But the thing about Sed though, it's like, yeah, he'll be on his phone, but you'll always see him in the gym. It's not like he's one of them iPad kids that don't do nothing. He's lazy. No, he's a worker. That's what he does.
A lot of people don't know too.
He might be working out
Football
watching
game,
a
I
movie.
guess, too.
Yeah.
football.
I mean, I watch. I think the phone is just most convenient. It's in your pocket.
Right.
I take it out. I got YouTube TV, Disney Plus, Hulu, all that
Got it
stuff
all
on it.
there.
So I'm just
Everything's
boom.
on.
I just put it on and
See, I
I'm off to work. And a lot of people don't know too. Like I'm on the phone with my girlfriend most of the night, and most of the time we fall asleep and she's on the phone still. So that takes a lot of
So
the
what you
screen
tell
time
me,
too.
You're gonna fall asleep while she's talking to you?
Oh, I've been doing that for the past. I've been doing that for the past 3.5 years. Not gonna lie.
Oh man!
Sometimes
Does she know this?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's funny. It's funny because
fall asleep while you're FaceTiming each other.
yeah. So she'll be talking. I'm not gonna lie. She'll be talking. I'll lay down, and like sometimes I'll lay, and she'll like stop talking, and she'll be like, "Are you laying on your stomach?" I'll be like, "No, I'm laying on my back." She's like, "Okay, good night." she knows. It's been 3.5 years, going on 4 of doing that. So it gets to a point where that's where most of my screen time does come from. But I do watch a lot of movies, watch a lot of shows. I like entertaining myself. I don't see no reason to be bored. So
We're with you. This is fun, man.
Yes.
This is fun, guys.
Yes, sir.
Really
Sure.
appreciate it, and great getting a chance to meet you guys. And Dave, good luck.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Congrats.
Your
Congrats.
hands full with
Big
this
time.
team. It sounds like
We got a fun group.
These two guys will
Fun group.
definitely entertain you.
For sure.
Right? You're going to have to reel them in maybe a little bit. But
Oh, no. We'll be good.
all right.
Thank
Good
you.
luck,
Go
guys.
Cougs.
Appreciate
Go
it.
Cougs.
guys.
You got it.
Appreciate you being here. That was Washington State. Who we got next? San Francisco's coming up next. USF. Chris Gerlufsen, year 3. I can't believe it's year 3.
It is year 3.
It feels like he's just got the job the other day. Marcus Williams and
What's up, man? How are you?
hitting the wall, Coach. Yeah,
A little bit. A little bit of a wall.
Hitting the wall, yeah.
Yes, dude. He's a huge
Yeah.
Phillies fan.
I'd like you even more now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Are you from
I got
Philly?
Another one.
You are? Okay, so and we are just we are live. Mics are hot. And so I moved to South Jersey. I live in Mount Laurel.
Okay.
And my son is diehard Philly everything. It's go Birds, go Phils, everything. So I kind of, I never really had a baseball team. So now I'm all in. All we do.
Do you hear about it? All the Philly sports, all of it?
Grab the mics. Grab the
It's
mics.
ridiculous. Really?
yeah,
It's
ridiculous
too-
every day.
Who do you guys like? Where are you from?
I'm from Houston.
So
Houston, Texas,
okay.
yeah, and we on track right now. So.
No,
Houston trash
you're
cans,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Houston trash cans, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hey,
That's
watch,
right.
they gonna surprise people this year. Watch. They gonna surprise people.
Who you like?
I'm from London, England. I'm
So you got nobody, just football. Just like, right?
So what club do you support?
used to be Tottenham.
Here he goes. He said used to be.
Come on.
He said
Used to be.
used to be. Right? Used to be.
Now I don't really.
No, pick him.
No.
It's
no.
all right.
He's
It's
still,
all right.
he's still
It's all
close.
right.
Yeah, he's still
I
close.
grew up around the right near the stadium.
Oh, did you? Look at you. I've never been. I want to go.
Sorry.
I want to go. It's honestly like we're getting sidetracked here already, right off the rails. But that is the team that I probably follow the closest. It's Tottenham, more than anybody else. Care about those wins more than anybody else.
So you look surprisingly, like
Dapper?
vibrant. No, he looks. I mean, listen,
Young.
no, he's dressed great. Shoes, how the shoes look.
We got.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. But I think part of it too is you come in here feeling pretty good about like, okay, we bring back 3 starters. We bring back, I think, the freshman of the year in the league. Like, while everybody else is scrambling to try to figure out their group, you probably feel good about, hey, we got pretty good retention here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the name of the game right now in our industry is how do you stay old? How do you retain players in your program? So for us to be able to retain Marcus and Ndewedo and Ryan Beasley and Malik Thomas, those are 4 really good starting points for us. And there's a sneaky kind of component of it where I know them, they know me, and they can be great table setters for the new guys in our program, and I think that is so important.
We're talking to Stu Jackson. Hang on one second. And we asked him, Rob asked him, what would be a successful season for the league?
Mm-hmm.
How many teams to get in the tournament? And Rob said 2 at first, which I laughed at.
No, I asked him if it would be 2. I didn't say 2. I said, is 2 a successful?
2 shouldn't even be the number.
No,
I mean, to me, it should be 3 or 4.
Yeah.
And to me, we look at it like Gonzaga is a lock.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because history says they're a lock, right? They've been in every year since few. St. Mary's is close to a lock. That's what they've been lately.
Yeah.
To me, I feel pretty good about like Santa Clara and you guys.
Mm-hmm.
You got a pretty good shot here. You both return a lot of talent.
Mm-hmm.
Again, can you get over the hump and get there? What will be the key to that this year?
I think experience. These guys have been through a lot of the things that you kind of have to go through before you get over the mountaintop. And me too, as a head coach. And we've been doing this together. And so to be able to draw upon kind of our past experiences, to add, I think, the right type of players through the portal and high school ranks, I think, and challenging ourselves with our non-conference schedule. I think there's a lot of teams that probably get to March and kick themselves that they did not play enough challenging games in the non-conference. And so we've tried to challenge ourselves in a lot of different ways early in the season to hopefully be in that conversation if we can achieve to the level that I think we can.
I like how you got on here and you're saying, look how much they bring back. And we just like skip over the part that like the number 31 pick in the NBA draft is gone. So one, if you're going to be the 31st pick, you got to go, right? But 2, like what does that do for you as a program?
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's one thing to get to the tournament. It's one thing to win 20 games, which you guys have done 7 of the last 8 years. But now you're also taking players and putting them where I'm assuming both of you guys want to get to in the league, right?
Yeah.
How does that help you?
I mean, it just provides great validation for the messaging and recruiting. We always thought our system and our style of play could help a guy do that. But sometimes you need that example to be able to point to and say, look, this guy did it in 10 months' time. Mm-hmm. To go from 8 points a game at his previous institution to be the 31st pick in the draft is.
Did you see it coming at all? Like when did you see it coming?
We thought we were getting a really, really impactful player, under the radar impactful player when we got him. But pretty early on, in summer workouts, some of the things he was doing as a facilitator and a passer for a big guy really stood out and was special. And but he took advantage of the opportunity. and sometimes that's what you need, right, to get to where you want to go is just a little opportunity. And so it's great for these guys to see what it looks like and to see that process. And, they know what they're chasing, every day.
Marcus, your road's been interesting to watch it, right? Wyoming, you had crazy success. Go to Texas A&M, didn't have the role that you would have liked, right? You kind of come back down to the mid-major plus, whatever you want to call it, level, and you're excelling again. What do you need to do? You've got now the expectations, first team all-league guy. What's the challenge for you to take your game to the next level?
First thing I would say is just being the most in shape player every game. Being the hardest playing player as well. I think those two right there would take care of a lot. And then I get lost in the game and just find ways to impact with the intangibles. If I could do that, I feel like that'll really separate my game and help me.
How old are you now?
22.
22. So you feel like the seasoned veteran now?
Yeah, I do. I feel 22.
You feel old?
Yeah, I feel old. I do.
That's what you're saying. Got to get in shape. It's like 22.
We'd like to go back to that age.
No,
for sure. Yeah.
It's a crazy thing. We think of it like guys are 22, 23. Like you guys should be 22, man.
Yeah. Here's my question. So you went in the portal and maybe didn't have the best experience at the place that you ended up after your first transfer, right? What is your advice for other guys that are going to be in that situation next? The next kid that's going to be a freshman in the Mountain West or WCC averaging 15 a game that's like, oh, you know what? I could jump in the portal. Let me go. What would you say to them when they're making that decision?
I feel like I would say two things to them. One is don't fall in love with the name of a school or, just the image of a school. Really do research and find out what that school is about, what the program is about, what the head coach is all about. And second, go where you're most wanted. So when I hit the portal the second time, I just took time, wouldn't respond to coaches for like the first month and just take a breather and see who was really invested in me. And obviously Chris Gerlufsen, my guy, and the rest of the staff were really invested in me. And so I just took that and, just paid off for me.
Mm-hmm. It's worked out well for you.
For sure.
What's it like? So London, where you're from, to San Francisco. Give me a little bit about the adjustment, even city-wise, what it's been like.
Well, I've always been a city kid, so I'm kind of used to it. But obviously, San Francisco is very, very pricey. Very pricey. So
that it is.
That has been a bit of an adjustment mostly. But everywhere I go, I'm quite a people person.
Yeah.
So
it's been pretty easy.
Yeah.
All right. So the nickname Chips, where does it come from?
One of my seniors thought it would be funny to call me Chips because one time I went to a restaurant with him.
Yeah.
Fries and chips, and so basically I called fries chips, and when I came out, the plate was a bunch of what you guys called chips.
Yeah.
And so I was just like pretty surprised. And the senior, Zane Meeks at the time, he thought it'd be funny, brought it back to the team, and then the coaches coined onto it, and so
now you order fries. Hopefully, figure that out.
Yeah.
No more chips.
No more chips.
No more chips.
What was the biggest adjustment for you coming from England and then playing in America?
The jumping competition. Obviously, Europe have some guys, but London, England, not necessarily.
Not loaded.
Yeah, no, it's a soccer type of thing. So coming here, adjusting to the athleticism, to the plays, and all the different intangibles that comes with college basketball. It was a big jump.
Yeah, so. We've had a bunch of British players on. We had Cam Hildreth. We were at HCC Media Day at Wake Forest.
Yeah. I played against him a couple times. Yeah.
We had Josh Udijay from.
Played against him too.
You guys, it's like a small, right?
Yeah. Amari Williams.
Sneaky amount of
at Drexel. He's at Kentucky now.
Yeah. If you guys know Great Oswald.
Yeah.
So him and Amari Williams played on the same team.
Yep.
And our team and under 18s played against them.
Really?
So
yeah. There's more than you think. I mean, you don't have a reputation of being a big basketball area, but I mean, there's definitely more college basketball impact guys than.
Who do you look up to when you are a British basketball? Is it you're looking at LeBron or Steph Curry or the guys in the
Llewellyn
NBA?
Dang?
I went to Den Camp, so I do look up to him. But
he's a great dude,
great guy. But I'm more of a LeBron fan, big LeBron guy.
So, all right, tell me, you bring in a guy who's an actor. Jason was an actor from
Swagger,
that
yeah,
show.
yeah.
So who was he on that show?
His
I
name
watched
was,
a couple episodes. I didn't
Nick
watch
Mendez.
Was he like a real?
Oh yeah,
a real dude in that
yeah,
show.
yeah.
Wow.
I think
so.
Yeah.
How did he? Because of KD? Because of the Maryland connection? Do you know?
So
this
yes.
is describe who he is first.
Yeah.
And
Well,
where he comes
number
from.
one, I'd learned this quickly in kind of the recruitment process of him. I thought it'd be funny to call him by his TV name.
Yeah.
When I went to fly, and he did not like that. He
it almost backfired.
He wants to be known as a basketball player first, but a really unique experience for him. He was 2 years in Richmond, Virginia, filming this television series. He grew up in the Bronx, New York, and just went to, I think, a random audition and wound up getting a part in this show. And just a really cool,
show is
unique
Swagger, right?
Yeah,
Swagger.
Yep. So he filmed, I think, 2 seasons of it. And
So during those 2 years, he was playing ball. He was going to school playing ball and filming.
yeah, in Richmond, Virginia. Yeah. So
When we used to do the Almanac, I talked to Jerry Stackhouse beforehand, and when I was talking about him, he said he's going to be one of the next ones at Vanderbilt. He was like, he's a guy. He might be a pro. Have you seen that out of him since he's?
I mean, there's a reason why we recruited him. We played Vanderbilt last season and got a good win on the road in Nashville. And in preparing for that game, we always kind of as a staff say, hey, if we could pick 1 or 2 guys off this team and put them on our team, who would you pick? And he was kind of one of the guys that stood out and really had everybody's attention with his ability to score the basketball. And it comes really natural for him. But also being able to have him for 3 years as a multiple-year transfer, that's a really big win for us. And I think those guys do well in our system when they can develop. So I think he's going to be an exciting guy to follow.
What needs to happen for you guys to be an NCAA tournament team this year? If I said, this one thing needs to happen, what would it be? Go ahead.
I say consistency across the board, especially from the experienced guys, obviously, that comes with. But with our transfers coming in too, how can they consistently impact the game? What can we rely on them for? That kind of thing. So, yeah, consistency.
Last thing I got for both of you, and we've done this with every player that we've had so far in, what is this, hour 7 of the shows that we've been doing. I need one guy that has impressed you, and you got to give me a name. You can't give me the coach speak answer. You can't say, oh, everybody looks great. We've all got. I need a name with someone that's really taken a step forward, looked better, maybe impressed you, maybe surprised you with a skill that they've had. I want one from both of you guys.
I would say one of our freshmen, Tyrone Riley, just similar to Bees. I mean, from an impact standpoint, not a playing style, but just super focused, super mature for their age, dialed in. And I feel like as a freshman, those are the things that really help you thrive. Not a talent, not putting the ball in the hole, which he can do at a high level. But I just think those things really separate him as a freshman, and he's going to make a big impact for sure.
I'd have to go for Colton Lingard, 7-footer, stretch the floor, real presence inside as well. So I'm a big fan of his game.
And Marcus, how's your Spanish?
It's a lot better, but it's not where it needs to be yet.
No, you want to. I can't speak Spanish at all. What can you give me? Something.
Estás?
That's about all I got too. Me llamo. That's about all I got, my man.
Me too.
What's it good?
Un poco. I know some phrases.
By the way, I grew up. How about this? I grew up in Boston. How old are you?
49.
All right, so you'll know.
Yeah.
I grew up in Boston, believe it or not, as the biggest Andrew Toney fan.
Oh, wow.
My dad loved the
Number
Celtics. I went
22.
against him. I went against him. Who was the best player against the Celtics?
Yep.
The Boston Strangler.
So my dad was the head coach at UMass for a very brief amount of time, but I grew up in Philadelphia with my mom. But while I was living in Massachusetts, I wore a Sixers starter jacket to school and proceeded to get in a fist fight with a guy with a Celtics. This is like in 3rd grade, but I still remember the hostility from being a Philadelphia sports fan
Did
in
you win
New
the
England.
fight?
I think I got sent home that day. Yeah,
Here's
I think I
the
got
better
sent home.
question: would you boo Santa?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love it.
Philly fans.
If you're a real
just so
Philly
you know,
fan,
Philly
you're proud
fans
of
are the
that.
worst fans
Oh,
on the
other
planet.
way. No,
On
other
the
way. Other way.
planet. They are
Other way.
the worst.
Loyal.
What sport is this?
Loyal, passionate.
They got
I
your
like
back.
to use those words.
Passionate. High standards.
That's right.
High standards of excellence. You don't want to. You don't want fans that will accept mediocrity, do you?
Ben Simmons. What happened with Ben Simmons?
Give them a month before they boo Paul George.
Yeah.
No, tell him. It may not even be a month. He got hurt.
Yeah.
They're probably booing him already.
Already.
Right. They're probably booing him already.
Let's let the season start first. Yeah, let's get into the season.
They booed Nick Castellanos in the game 2 of the playoffs this year because he swung and missed twice in his first at bat. So it's 0-2 and they boo him.
He
They
did.
booed
He
him.
did respond after that. He did
He hit a home
respond.
run. He hit a home run.
Yeah,
He hit a home run that game. Yeah, it worked.
You guys are one of a kind.
Our producer is a diehard Philly guy,
Okay.
and he's just in my ear right now. It worked. That's why
It
you
worked.
do it.
Exactly.
It worked.
Exactly.
That's why you do
Just
it.
boo everybody.
Boo.
That's right.
It'll work. Yeah, until they friggin' completely, melt down because they can't handle it.
Well, listen, guys.
Great
It's
seeing
been a
you guys.
blast.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
great to
appreciate
see
you guys.
Great
Yeah.
seeing you, man.
Thanks for everything you
We're
guys
going to
do.
need you guys to get a big win this year so
Right.
we can get you on the show, all right? We're going to need a big win. Great
Thanks,
seeing
Rob.
you, man.
Yeah, appreciate
Best of luck this season. Come on, you Spurs.
Have a good one.
Take care, fellas.
Dude,
Take
care, guys.
And I think we have Oregon State
We
next?
do. Waiting in the
Willie
wings.
Tinkle, Michael Rataj, Damarco Minor coming up here. The rest of the Pac-12.
That's right. Come on.
Come on. Come on, Tink.
Tinkle's still talking about his gambling, his blackjack game.
How you doing?
What's up, man?
Rob Dawson, good to
How
see
you
you,
doing?
man.
Jeff Goodman.
We are live.
How are
Mics are hot, so just if you're going to say something crazy about your coach, say it quiet.
Or not. You can, you can hammer him. It's okay. We can talk trash about Tinkle.
Yes,
right?
yes, we can. Coach, what's going on, man?
How are you? Good.
Things are good, man.
Yeah, everything's
Things are
good.
Love this group.
Good.
Really
Good.
excited.
Good.
Really excited.
What do you like? What is it about this group that kind of feels like you can get back on track here?
What we've lacked the last few years: toughness, discipline, interior scoring, perimeter defense, and really we've multiple shooters. And so we've gotten tougher. We've gotten deeper. Depth was another. More mature, and we've got shooters around the court so we can stretch the defense, and we have low post scores, guys we can throw it to, and not settle, for mediocre shots. So all of those things.
And coaching's improved.
And coaching, I'm a really good coach when my guys get stops and make shots.
Very true. Very true.
So we're obviously last year we saw you at Pac-12 Media Day. I believe that was also in Vegas across town. Today we were at WCC Media Day for obvious reasons. How did you find out about how all of that was going to play out, and like when did you know? Did you have any advance warning at all?
No, I found out like the rest of you might even knew before me. I mean, we obviously knew initially SC and UCLA were gone. I was warning certain people from things that I heard that other people were looking and had their ears open. And I was assured, no, the remaining 10, ironclad, we're moving forward. We're going to be all right. And I'm like, we need to be careful here. And then, the dam broke when it broke, and it was pretty disappointing. And then you heard all sorts of rumors where us in Washington State going to go to the Big 12. The neat thing was our administration, Scott Barnes, and at the time it was Pat Chun at Washington State before he did the two-step to Seattle. Those guys were fighting hard for us, along with the presidents. And they were telling us periodically, listen, hang in there. We're going to be all right. We're going to put something together. And so I've got to give them credit for what we now know is going to happen in a couple of years. But it was tough. And quite frankly, I got pissed off at the sand that was getting kicked in our face, Washington State's face. Nobody wanted us. Like, are you kidding me?
Right, of course.
I mean, we went to the end. We went to the Elite Eight a couple of years ago. We won the Pac-12 tournament. You know the storied history of Oregon State years and years ago. But then I got over that, and I just focused on where we need to be because we hadn't done our jobs the last couple of years. We just We had to rebuild with young kids because we didn't have NIL money. So we let them develop and play through mistakes, which put them in a situation where it attracted them to other schools. And then now we've got this group. Our collective has gone to work, put us in a position where we could get players, retain a guy like Mike, bring in the pieces we needed. And so we're in a position to where I haven't felt this good in a while, JG, about our group. And, talk's cheap. We got to take it to the court. But I really, really honestly feel like we got a group that's going to get us back to our winning ways.
What was it like for you going through all that, Michael?
Talking about when they all left?
Yeah.
I mean, it was kind of rough for me because, those were my friends. I knew them since 2 years, especially coming from overseas. They were my buddies, like 100%. But I was also kind of disappointed because we all came here with the commitment to build this program back to the winning ways. So when they all left me, I felt kind of left out and kind of disappointed in them. But I had a really good conversation with Coach. And I'm just like a loyal guy, I'm just like, I'm grateful to be here, like really happy to be here. That's why I was like, yeah, I'm staying here.
You got 9 new guys on this team.
Yeah.
9 new guys. We're here.
Still wearing name tags.
Yeah, I was going to say, it probably took you, hey, you and I are older. We don't retain as well. Nicknames. Just go with nicknames, right?
Initials.
Yeah. What's it been like seeing all these guys come in and, again, Coach just said about all the deficiencies that they wanted to address as a staff. What early thoughts? Again, sometimes you know better than he knows early because you're playing pickup every day.
Yeah.
What were your early thoughts of some of these guys he brought in?
My early thoughts were like, those guys can definitely play basketball, and they're great additions. Like you saw from the beginning, we have a guy like Isaiah. He came in and he was shooting the lights out in practice, like open runs. He couldn't miss a shot. We have a guy named Nate Kings who was injured. Unfortunately, had an injury last year, couldn't play all season. He's back. He don't miss a shot in practice almost. So, yeah, really excited. And those guys are just great to be around. Also with Polo having a good leader by my side. Really tough guy, knows how to play the right way. And, yeah, just great additions overall.
Well, let's hear from him. Hear from the man sitting right next to him. What has that adjustment been like for you going into a new program?
Just focusing on little things, adjusting. The best players is able to adjust on the fly, so that's what I'm worried about, just being able to adjust, critique Coach's brain, and just be the best version of me.
What is that, the best version of you?
I quite don't know. I take one day at a time. So,
that's a good answer.
As long as I get better each and every day, then eventually one day I'll figure it out.
That's a more mature answer than I would give now. Forget about that age. You started out, right, JUCO?
Yes,
JUCO,
sir.
2 years?
Yes, sir.
2 years South Suburban.
Yes, sir.
You're from Chicago?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you got that Chicago toughness. We know that. And you know how I can tell? When you're averaging 8.5 boards a game at your height.
We thought it was a misprint.
No, seriously.
We did.
That's insane. Dude, you're like, what are you, 6 feet?
Yeah.
8.5 rebounds in
Big
Division
heart.
1 at 6 feet.
Yeah.
Like how? That's fight. That's obviously you got to have some instincts too, but that's effort.
Yeah, I pretty much been playing basketball a lot of times. A lot of years throughout my life, so I really know what people want to do and don't want to do. Those point guards and shooting guards, they just want to be pretty. They don't want to get down there and do the dirty work. And some big guys don't want to do it either. So, I feel like if I could take the pressure off our bigs, just listen, okay, you got a 7-foot, he's 260. It probably is hard to box him out. Go look at him, go look for him, box him out, and get the rebound. So let me make it easier. You just go box him out, get the rebound. Now, after you box him out, you go. Now, you want easy buckets, get in transition, just like that. So now I'm happy because I got some rebounds, had my stats, and now you happy because you're getting
now we're getting to the real.
So we all happy, So, I just like doing the dirty work.
If he's trying to box you out, can you rebound over Tinkle right now? What do you think?
It'll be hard if he's laying on his back.
That's a big guy, man. I don't know.
He's a big man.
I don't know.
You could play a different way back in my day, buddy.
He would throw elbows, and they didn't kick him out then. That was the thing. Nowadays they throw him out.
See, I got Parson and Matt down there.
Coach, when you are trying to put all these new pieces together and these new players together and these new faces together, how much are you leaning on guys like Michael when they're coming back to kind of be like your voice in the locker room when you're not there? You know what I'm saying?
Well, we went through a lot the last couple of years. Mike and I have gotten pretty close, and when he came in, I mean, guys, I wish I could say what I'm thinking right now. It was, we had weights on a Monday morning after spring break, and there was a mood in the air where I went, uh-oh. And then all of a sudden I'm getting calls. We're setting up our exit meetings, and it was one after the other. And it was just body blow by a couple of them. There were 4 or 5 where it was us saying, hey, if you want a bigger role, you should go somewhere else. Well, then Mike came in, and I'm like, okay, where's this going to go? And he was just concerned. All of his guys were leaving.
But you can't blame him.
Yeah,
Right,
for
right.
sure. And it was like, Mike, what are you looking for, and why did you come here? And I said, we're not going to lose focus of the rebuild, and we're going to have to go about it a different way. You're going to be a junior now. Mike went through a lot last year because he was never 100%, and he never said a word. He never complained. His stats dropped. He didn't care. He wanted to be there for his guys. Like, Mike, you're going to get healthy, and we're going to build this team around you. And that's part of his development as a player, was to come out of his shell, right? He's from Germany.
Be more of a leader.
Intelligent guy, not much of a vocal guy. And we're going to put pieces around you that you're going to quickly attract to. We promise, we vow we're not going to compromise our culture. And we did that. We were able to get great guys that bring different things. He sees the upgrade in talent, depth, and those things. And it took him a while. Over the summer, we were concerned. He wasn't himself. And
Because all your buddies left, and you got all these new guys you didn't know.
Exactly. Yeah. But they earned his respect. They gelled. And when they came back in early September, we saw a different – he was engaging with these guys. All of a sudden now he's helping.
He can be a leader. I mean,
Yes.
that's the great opportunity
Yes.
is you know him, you know the system, you know the place. Like, it'll help you get out of your comfort zone.
Well, he had to learn that maybe Polo wasn't a smile in your face kind of guy, that maybe he was an everyday guy. That Parsa and Matt were going to come out of their shell and help him on the interior, and all that. That whole process took time, and we've just we've seen great things from it and because of it. So we owe a lot to Mike for his buy-in and his loyalty, and to the rest of these guys for buying into our vision and then taking it to the court day in and day out.
So you know how it used to be called Black Monday when coaches would get fired?
Yeah.
So a coach told me this recently. Now Black Monday is when guys come in the Monday after the season ends, and you see if they're wearing your own gear or not. When they're walking up to you, from outside or whatever for your meetings.
Right.
If they're not wearing your gear, you're in trouble.
Uh-oh.
If they're wearing your gear, they're coming back.
Yeah.
How about that? Hey, why is your nickname Polo?
Like the Marco Polo song that Bow Wow made probably like 08,
Okay.
maybe around there. My name Damarco, so
Okay.
I always just flow with it.
All right.
Yeah.
You're named after a Bow Wow song?
It's like, I'm not sure.
That wasn't your choice, was it?
Nah, it was my uncle's choice, but I mean,
It's
I like
stuck.
it though.
It's stuck. It's a cool nickname, actually.
Yeah.
Polo's cool nickname.
Yep. So the follow-up I had to that was the hard part for me is, and I played at a D3 school, and everybody we're still like really good friends. They still got the group chat going on. Tom McGinnis is in there every once in a while busting our chops, but
Shout out to that knucklehead.
yeah, he's too much. But you don't run into that situation very much anymore in this era of college basketball, where everyone's going to be together for 3 to 4 years, and you'll have those like team group chats. So it's not just these new faces are coming in. You're not just trying to get a couple pieces acclimated to the program. You're trying to get a program together. Like, it's throwing everything in one summer to try to get everybody to get along. I'm really impressed that you were able to do that, to be able to stay there and fight through it.
I mean, yeah, just like I said, the conversation with Coach been great, and I'm just like, he brought me here. I always growing up, I always wanted to play college basketball. He brought me here. He gave me opportunity. He gave me a lot of minutes my freshman year. I mean, and then my sophomore year, like you said, I had some issues. I struggled with injury. I had surgery and everything, and I was ready to go. I was like, we talked. we made some agreements, and then it was go time, and I was
Made some
happy.
agreements.
Yeah, but the biggest part is you know, he brought me here, and I just feel like this is where I want to stay. You know, this is just where I want to stay. I want to be loyal to him. He gave me a great opportunity, and I feel like I got to give back to him and the program too.
To kind of add on that from my perspective, you know, in our years at Montana, in the first 7 at Oregon State, we always kind of built things to last. Our third year, I think, remember we had all the injuries to Trace, Stevie. We struggled, but you get what you inherit, and then you try to tweak it and add to it if you need to add it a college or junior college player to get a little maturity. But you built it off freshmen, and they would learn from the older guys. Then those guys graduate and hand the torch off, and that's how you build consistency in your program. And that's gone off to the wayside, and I, was kind of forced, and I've done a bad job, but was forced because we didn't have money to go get new guys to rebuild. But I wouldn't have changed any of it. I mean, you've always known me. I'm a humble dude. I don't coach for record.
Well, there's no BS.
Yeah,
There's
and it's I don't have an ego. I've won Coach of the Year deals. We've get Montana 3 out of 4 years to the tournament. We got Oregon State back to the tournament, first time in 26 years. Elite 8 run, second time in school history, won 3 games in the tournament, only championship. And I say all that because to me it's about the process, right? And if you and that's what's eating at me in this latest era. It's hard to build that consistency. It's hard for me to develop the relationship with the guys because that's what motivates me as a coach, to get into their soul and help develop them to be a great future husband, father. You get all that stuff right, the winning takes care of itself.
Listen, I had a conversation at the Peach Jam last year with Tony Bennett, who just retired. Okay, 55 years old, at the top of his game for the most part as a coach. And, he goes, obviously we're talking about the changing landscape, and he's frustrated by it, as most of you are to some extent. Not the fact that you guys are getting NIL, the fact that there are no guardrails around it, the fact that, the transfer portal's gone bananas. I mean, it's just a lot of change in a short period of time. But what he said to me, one of the things he said was, if I can't keep the guys I have and I can't develop them and I don't get a chance to know them and I'm bringing in new guys every single year, he's like, I just don't know if I want to be in this anymore.
Yeah. No.
And I think that's part of the reason he's out right now.
Hey, there's some coaches that can exist, and in fact, they look to thrive in a situation where there's a lot of turnover. Okay? And then there's some that really are in it. Like, I feel like I'm so blessed to be able to coach a game I love. It's done so much for me and my family. The payback, Mike, we tell their parents when we recruit them, man, we're going to hand you a man, all right, that's got a skill set to go attack the rest of their life and have a degree and be the best player they can be. That's changing. I mean, me and my colleagues, you talked about D3. Right. A lot of my colleagues are like, maybe our last run is go to a D3 when you can coach like you can coach, and none of this is involved. And, hey, NIL, I'm all for it, man. These guys deserve, right, 100%. What they get. It's the collective side that mucks it up. It's kids getting recruited off of rosters before the season even ends. It's making the ugly even uglier, and that's a shame.
Yeah, I mean, you don't think those Virginia kids right now that can get into the portal, you don't think everybody's calling their people around them?
Oh, for
right
sure.
now?
For sure.
I mean, we're at October 17th.
Yeah.
They've been in school. I don't even know how they'd be. I guess they'd be eligible in December. I don't even know the rules anymore. Right. Like, they could be eligible in 3 weeks for a new team. They could be, going to class of Virginia. Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem. The problem is there's no direction.
No.
There's no direction with college basketball, college sports right now.
And then we're losing sight of that collegiate model.
Yeah.
Education first.
Yeah.
When kids are transferring, they're losing credits. Right. But you'll never hear anybody talk about that. So don't give me the graduation rates. Don't give me any of this. We got to get rid of the hypocrisy and make college athletics what it's supposed to be. These men and women going and getting their educations. They can profit from their name, image, and likeness now, which is awesome.
Yep.
They're learning and growing as individuals and as athletes, and then let's send them out with a
with a
big
degree.
arsenal,
with a degree,
including the
Right,
degree,
right.
or in a position to come back and finish their degree if they're lucky enough to go pro early, but they've got the habits.
Because again,
and
what
the
are you going
want.
to do? You're going to be done playing most likely, even if you play professionally. You're going to be done by 33, 34. Think how many more years you got. You got to
Yeah.
work till you're, probably 65-ish.
Yeah.
That's 30 years. What are you going to do without a degree?
Yeah.
100%.
Nothing. So anyway, that's us old guys talking to you right now. I know you didn't want like a sermon or whatever today. But
Hey, but we're fired up
You
about
got
Oregon
it.
State basketball.
You
It's
got
going to be a hell of a
No,
year,
I
boys.
listen. We need
it's
it.
all good stuff we're talking
No, but we
about.
need it. You need to get back. You need to get
For
back
sure.
after these last couple of
For
years.
sure. And I know
it's been frustrating for you. I'm glad you came back. I'm glad you came back.
Yes, I'm glad too.
And 8.5 rebounds. Can you do it?
Hey, we're gonna see.
Yeah, why not?
You got anything for him? You've roasted every player on here except.
No, he's too nice. I'm not
You
going
can
to
roast me. Get me some.
No, I didn't
I'm
really
good.
have anything like. I just heard his taste in music's really good.
My
That's
taste
what
in
I heard.
music?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
What
Somebody
do I
told
listen
me
to?
that.
What?
I don't know, but they just said your taste in music's really good.
I would say it's pretty good because my own music taste.
Is that wrong?
No, I think he got great.
I'm just saying. That's what I heard. I don't
Tell him about our music professional on the team, our freshman.
Oh yeah, we gotta give somebody a shout out. First of all, we gotta give JQ a shout out. Shout out JQ.
Why? Yes, sir.
Y'all gotta tap in with his music.
Yes, sir.
Really? Is he
Yes.
like
Where can they find him? What's
Yes,
his
sir.
good?
You're on Spotify. It's JQ Der Gogita.
Yep.
And listen to Pull Up. And more music coming soon.
Yep.
There you go.
JQ, learn to
Not
play. Hey,
bad.
JQ, get back on defense too. JQ.
Promoter there. Listen, great seeing you guys.
Thank
Great
you so
meeting
much.
man. All right.
Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Great seeing you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Man, always
guys.
good, man.
You guys are the
Always
best.
good.
We'll stay in touch during the year.
You got it.
Go
You
Bees.
got it.
What's his name? JQ. What?
Dwayne's gonna make sure he listens. Right? Got a good flight on the way back.
Thanks,
Great
boys.
seeing
Seeing
you.
you, man.
Always good, man.
I'll tell Todd you said hello. But what do we got coming up here? We got San Diego coming up.
We got Earl Watson replacing
we got
Lav
this.
today.
So,
Right?
nice to meet you.
What's up, man? You're right.
We got 4 players and 2 coaches.
That's a lot.
11.
We don't have that many spots. We have
We have 4 seats.
yeah. So go pick
3 players, 1 coach.
Yeah.
or we can that.
Yeah. Yep. Well, Yep. What's up, Coach?
How are you, man? Good to see you.
How's life?
It's good. What about you? You sit right.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sit down.
Sit down here.
We have 4 seats. How you doing? We are live. Don't say anything crazy. Nice to see you, man.
Hey, Cody.
Good to see you, man.
Jeff.
Cody.
Nice to meet you, man.
Hey, what's going on?
How you
Good to
doing,
see
Jeff?
you.
Nice to meet
You were with us last year, weren't you?
I was.
Yes.
So, all right, we got to get him in because he's got a great story, doesn't he? Like his story is ridiculous. So we got to find a way to get him in.
Yeah, come on.
Steve, you got to get in here.
Yeah, get in here.
No offense, but I think his story might be the best story of any player in this building. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. Yeah, absolutely.
So, like, we got to tell his story.
Yeah.
So let's do it.
It's really good.
Go ahead.
Farnham, you look like you just came from the casino.
I did, but are you on right now? Are we
We're
recording?
on.
Okay,
We're
good.
live, Farnham.
I'm just going to join real quick because I'm going to tell you this. That's my point guard, right?
That's right.
That's my
right.
point guard. And these guys may not understand how lucky they are to have his leadership and what he's bringing to the college game at USD is going to be transformational for that program. I truly believe that. He's going to be a head coach in the college game quicker than a lot of people want to maybe think about because obviously his expertise of not only being a head coach in the NBA, how important he was in the growth and development of not only Devin Booker, but Dame Lillard. But I'll tell you a fun story about why he's special, Jeff.
Go ahead.
And you know a lot of his background already, but maybe you guys don't. So here's a guy that's playing 39 minutes a night at UCLA. All right. I have my menial role. Let's be honest. I wasn't great. All right. But
In your own mind, you were
in my
great.
mind, I was sensational.
That's right.
All
That's
right.
right.
But I'm getting up to class, and I was the guy that always would go to the early morning classes because of our practice schedule and whatnot like that. And we play a game on a Thursday night, and this dude plays 40 minutes. We got a game on Saturday. It's a Friday, so it used to be Thursday, Saturday in Pac-12, right? This dude literally is running the stairs at Drake Stadium at 7 a.m. Pissed. And I'm like, dude, what's the matter with you? And he's just like, I didn't play up to the ability that I need to play it. Like, we didn't win by enough. Like, we got the win. And I'm like, what's wrong with you? Like, something's off here.
Right. Go celebrate.
Yeah, like, relax, bro. Like, you played 40 minutes last night. Why are you sprinting? He's like, because I need to play 40 again tomorrow, and I cannot lose my physical conditioning.
Really?
It's why he's different. It's why Dame Lillard benefited from playing with him. Yeah. Like, that's real. Like, this isn't made up stuff. And, like, so when I saw him today, I ran over and gave him a big hug.
Well, you didn't know he's coming either, right?
No, because we haven't seen each other in a while.
Yeah.
But there's
That's cool.
there's not a dude in the world that I want to go to bat for more than Earl Watson.
That's
like, he is such a tremendous leader, and the college game needs Earl Watson.
Listen,
period.
the college game's lucky to
So
get
if
Earl
you're,
Watson.
you're an
Like,
AD, if
I was
you're an AD and
surprised.
you're not realizing that this dude is in the college game right now, you're missing the damn boat. And if you guys are playing every single day at practice and you don't realize that you have a treasure chest sitting in your practice, then y'all are morons. I'm just being honest.
Now,
because he can
here's
make you
my
better.
one question, though.
Yeah.
When you saw Farnham wide open in the wing, because, I mean.
I never was wide open on the wing. I never was on the wing, Jeff. So you're putting him in a situation that he's not going to answer.
All right, well,
True story. Earl came to my house after he graduated when he was in the league, and he said, hey, put in the Maryland game. Now, the Maryland game that everybody may not remember is still the biggest butt kicking of a higher seeded team in the NCAA tournament still to this date. All right. Dude had 16 assists, 0 turnovers, 17 points, I believe 8 rebounds. You only took 9 shots, and he played half the game with a torn retina.
Yeah, that's true. That's the part that's true.
Okay.
Told my retina early. Yeah.
Steve Blake.
I couldn't see. But I didn't, it's first off, I don't take myself that seriously. So I'm gonna send you the Zelle that I told you I'll pay you to come on and say that. No, joking. But that game to me, like, it sounds cliche, but those 4 letters on the front of my jersey meant more to me than anything. Because those 4 letters not only gave me opportunity to go to college, no one in my family ever went to college. It gave me an opportunity to also, like, live my dreams. And those 4 letters was gifted from Coach Lavin, who first told me as a junior in high school, I would play 10 years in the NBA, and I remind him of Maurice Cheeks. And I'm like, who? Let me look this up. Like, Maurice Cheeks is really good. Philadelphia 76ers point guard. So he gave me the hope and the belief in having teammates like this, just kind of, Maurice Cheeks, big time.
The coach of Wyoming gave it to me.
Big
He
time.
knew I was a Sixers fan when I was a kid.
Yeah, that's big time. So everything else just fell into place. And I believe I've never seen anyone work hard and fail, ever in anything. So I'm a big believer in working hard.
He works hard and he fails plenty.
Yeah.
I don't work hard.
But to point, Earl comes watch Sam. I'm like, Earl, why'd you run the damn offense and get away from me every single time? He said, Sean, I got Jason Capono, Jerron Rush, Matt Barnes, Dan Gadzuric, Jerome Moiso. I ain't passing you the ball.
Oh,
Plus,
man.
I knew you would set me a good back screen because I did set him a good back screen, and
What
he
a
got
lot.
an alley-oop
Yeah, I
dunk
needed the
off my
dunk.
back screen. And I was like, good, my role is done. And my time is here is done. Talk to these guys. They deserve the shine, but he deserves the shine as well.
I want to ask you guys this. You just heard this speech from Sean Farnham. What does that make you think about Coach Watson here? Someone grab the mic. Someone answer.
Well, that's the story I never heard about. So that makes me look at him pretty different.
Kind of cool, right?
Yeah, it's really, really, really cool to hear. But he brings a lot of intensity to the team. So he's a big factor for us, especially for the season just about to begin. So so I thought it was pretty interesting.
Why are you here? Why are you here? Because that was kind of my question is like, all right, you should be still in the NBA. And here you are, not just in college, but you're grinding out in college as an assistant. Not a lot of I've been, listen, I'll be clear, and I don't know if you've seen this, but I have said, and I've shown the data, that a lot of former NBA guys in college do not succeed.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of, and I'm not going to say you guys, because they're outliers.
Right.
I think Damon's going to do a great job at Georgia Tech.
Right.
Damon was an assistant for no money at Rice.
Mm-hmm.
He was an assistant at Memphis, at Arizona. He grinded out as a head coach at Pacific. Not a great job. The Mullins, the Ewings, some of those guys. I just, honestly, I don't think the work ethic is, and that may be unfair. Maybe work ethic is unfair to say, but it's different in college.
I think it's a misconception about NBA and college.
Okay.
But I'm gonna tell you the background story about me.
Yep.
My dad is retired U.S. Army drill sergeant, one of the first African Americans to integrate the U.S. Army as a drill sergeant. My dad's 92 years old. Wow. So I came up in a different household where I had to be up at 6 a.m. Yep. I had to do my calisthenics. I had to get ready and do that all before school. And if I chose to play basketball, I was accountable for being better each day at basketball and working for it. My first coaching job, I worked for the Austin Spurs. I made $12,000 coming from a 13-year NBA career. Most NBA players wouldn't have taken that job. The only thing I didn't do is take the apartment with a roommate. I didn't pay for my own apartment. But why am I here? Everyone asked me that question, and it's simple. Coach Lavin is the best at building relationships. And it wasn't a relationship that only benefited him. It was a lifelong relationship that when the call came and the opportunity to impact lives on any level because of my relationship with him, I'm here. He could have been at a high school and say, Earl, man, San Francisco, let's get some wine and coach these high school kids. Like, I'm in, coach. That's how much love I have for Coach Lav. And that's the environment and all of the relationships we're trying to instill into these players. Accountability, discipline, hard work, playing the right way, playing for something bigger than yourself, building it out, having an identity of who you are, starring in your role, and doing something special every time we touch the court.
All right. I got one for you guys. Raise your hand if you are a former walk-on. Raise your hand if you're now on scholarship. Like, it's pretty impressive what you guys have done in that respect. I talked to Lav about it and, you know, building the program in a way around walk-ons, which most people would think that's crazy, right? But why has it worked?
You know, I think it's worked because Coach Lavin, he gives everyone an opportunity to kind of show what they've been working on. And if he sees what you do in the off time, he knows if you're working out when no one's watching. And that's when, if you're working when no one's watching, that's when you'll play the best when the lights are the brightest. So he's really done a good job at respecting everyone. And if you're working, he'll give you that opportunity. So it's up to everyone, all of us, to take advantage of that opportunity.
And it worked. I mean, you guys, I think you were picked last year, right? And you ended up winning 7 games. I think it was you won 7 more games and you were down by double digits, right? Where does that come from? Where does that mentality come from?
Yeah, that was a grit mentality. I mean, we had such good chemistry last year, as we do right now with this current team. And no matter when we were down or up, it didn't feel any different. We always wanted to keep fighting, keep playing as hard as we could, and just win every game. We never felt, when we were down, we didn't feel down on ourselves. It was always next play. You're good, it's whatever, never talking down on each other. So I think that was a huge culture aspect of our team last year.
All right, Steven, it's time to tell your story, my man. Like, I've heard it. Grab that mic. Like, I want to hear your story because it is unbelievable. I said, I think your story's the coolest story in this whole building. Like, let's walk through. We've talked to how many players have we talked to today?
50.
50?
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear this. I'm not kidding. I cannot wait. So let's start. I'll set it up a little bit, I think, with you go to Michigan State to start, right? You go to Michigan. You're from where?
I'm from Los Angeles.
You're from L.A.
Yeah.
You go to Michigan State just as a student, as a freshman?
Yeah, correct. I was trying to get recruited from a college out of high school somewhere, but COVID kind of messed up my recruitment. The summer before during when COVID happened, I was only getting interest from one D1 school, NAU, and they were asking for film, and I couldn't provide it because, of course, I was in quarantine. So they kind of dropped me, and after that, I didn't really have any offers. It was mainly just D3 that I was almost going to, but at the same time, I wasn't really feeling it. I feel like I was worth more. Like I deserved to be at the D1 level. So I decided, if I'm gonna go to a D1 school. If I don't get there, it's okay. But if not, I'm still going to have a fun time as a regular college student. Okay. So I decided to go to Michigan State with one of my best friends out of high school. That way I was going to ask you why. Yeah, why you go all the way there? Yeah, I went on I visited the school with him, and I fell in love with the campus. So
you both went together?
We did both go together. So I had a good time as a regular student while still trying to get on the team. I became friendly with the coaches. I got to know a few of them. I tried to be a manager?
Yeah.
They wouldn't let me be a manager. I tried to be a manager. They wouldn't even let me do that.
So did you ever have any contact with Izzo while you were there? No. Or you're dealing with the other? You did.
But he's always like focused. So
That is.
tunnel vision. So it's hard to talk to him. I spoke to one of the assistants. I was really good friends with him. Well, not really good friends, but acquaintances.
Okay.
I tried to get on the team, and there was a time, I forget which game it was, but I was able to talk to Izzo after the game, and I was asking if I can get a tryout. And he said, yeah, come back after season, come talk to me. After season came, I kept trying to go to the coaching offices, and they weren't budging. I wasn't able to get in. But overall, I still had a good experience at the actual school.
1 year. You were there 1 year.
Yes, 1 year.
Okay.
Because at Breslin, there's a little side entrance you can get into if you're VIP. And due to my height, I kind of got a little special access. So that was a recruit. And through that, I gained experience even without having to play a minute of D1 basketball.
Were you going down to like the rec center? Like, were you playing at all?
Yeah. Some of the people at the intramural gyms at that school could probably play D1 basketball too. I would get up and just play with them. My daily schedule would usually be, wake up around 5, walk over to the gym. I was about a block away, lift, and then shoot and work on my game, and then go home, sleep, go to class, and then go hoop at the intramural gym. And that was the majority of my day. And the rest was just be a normal student and do what they do, have fun.
All right, so then how do you get back? After a year, you say, hey, you know what? I want to play. I want to go somewhere and try to play, or what?
Yeah, watching those games was fun. I gained experience from watching people like Jaden Ivey and Purdue. Like some of those games were incredible to watch. But every game I was like, I could be out there. I should be out there playing.
Were you in the student section?
Family section.
Family section.
I was in the family section. Just hanging out.
This is nuts. It's nuts. All right, keep going.
It was good.
I'm sorry to make this all about him, guys, but I'm thoroughly entertained here.
It's all good. I ended up thinking I wanted to play D1, and it didn't feel right just being a normal student. The first goal of mine was to come back and try to get a walk-on opportunity for Michigan State next year.
Yeah.
So I came back during the summer, tried to get a whole bunch of film at adult leagues and things of that nature. I ran into this one guy. His name was, I believe, Duran. And he pointed me out. He said, you have a trainer? I said, no, I don't have a trainer. He pointed me to this guy named Wayne Slappy, Santa Monica. I started working out with him every day. And one thing leads to another. We're going around everywhere, working out, trying to find somewhere for me to go because he notices that I may have a shot to play D1 somewhere. And there were a couple other schools that kind of showed their attention at me, but they kind of dropped me as well. And at the last minute, I ended up going to USD on an unofficial visit with 2 other guys, one Jimmy Aladakun, who was on his official visit, I think, and then Will Smith, who was, I forget what school he went to, but he's also from LA. And they offered me a walk-on spot. One of the people that was very interested in me was Coach Moore, and he liked to talk. He talked about this one play I had in high school. He was looking at my high school film. I had a buzzer beater to beat some school, and he just loved the way my team reacted to me and how they all jumped around me. They could tell that they all loved me, and I was a good team player. So I ended up walking on USD, and it's crazy because I don't know what it was, but I was still in love with Michigan State, and I ran into a guy that knew Mark Montgomery, and he was saying maybe, not even a full guarantee, but maybe when you come back, we'll give you a look, give you a tryout opportunity. I was like, I want to go, and I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. My dad knew what he wanted me to do. He wanted me to go to USD to get that walk-on opportunity. And I was trying to weigh the opportunities, and I was going to church, trying to figure out, asking God for help. And at that time, I was still doing the adult league games with my friends, and I had a really bad ankle sprain. Like, that kept me out till December of that same year. And I take it as God basically telling me you need to go to USD because there was no way I was going to get a chance to try out after I healed at Michigan State because of that injury. Like that was over. That was toast.
So you're at USD as a walk-on, but you're not able to play that whole first semester.
The whole first semester I was out.
So nobody knew like if you could play at all anyway.
Yeah.
Right, and then you didn't really. Did you play later that year?
I did play later that year.
A little bit.
Yeah, when I showed up on campus, some of the grad transfers, because we had a lot of grad transfers, like Marcellus Earlington, he heard that somebody from Michigan State was coming. They were all excited. They see me pull up in the booth.
Yeah. They didn't know you couldn't even get on the walk-on list.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was a shocker for all of them. But I believe my first game I played, I didn't do too well, but the second game I played against BYU. I kind of showed off what I could do on the defensive end. There was one guy that was really good at catching lobs and catching and finishing. And nobody could really stop him. I tried. Lav gave me a shot to get in the game, and I was able to stop that lob threat and help us, close the gap and in the score. I don't know if we won that game, but I did contribute.
So now let me fast forward a little bit because I know we got somebody behind you here, but. So now you go into this is your junior year?
Yes,
this is your junior year.
Yeah, and I graduate this year as well.
And the craziest thing is now you've got NBA teams that are interested in you at this point, I've been told. You had no idea.
I guess so.
I mean, right?
Yeah, it's
Is
about
that what you've heard?
He fits the mold. He fits the model.
Yeah.
Lob threat, can defend.
Yeah.
Big-time offensive rebounder.
Yeah.
That's analytically
Really
driven in the next level of activity. Offensive rebounding for bigs is like a three-point shooter for a wing, right? And if he can defend 1 through 5 or switch pick and rolls and catch lobs, analytically driven, absolutely.
Is it crazy when you hear that story, Earl? Like when I don't know if I've ever heard a story like that. I mean, like I'm rooting for, like, you know how much I'm rooting for him to get to the NBA. Like how? I mean, it's insane. Like I don't even know if you realize how crazy that story is. That you couldn't even get anything at Michigan State. I mean, Tom Izzo needed big guys too, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm sure you knew that at the time.
I did.
It's the beauty of, I don't think he understands this. Wayne Slappy was at UCLA when we were there.
Was he?
Bringing players up there, building relationships with Coach Lav. And it goes back to Coach Lav, the relationship, right? He trusted Lav so much he knew exactly where to take him. And that's the treasure that Lav leaves behind in every room. Is the relationship he has for something else down the line.
How's he doing, Lav?
He's doing good. Coach Lav is always high-spirited. He's doing good. He'll be back with us very soon.
I was texting with him yesterday, so I was shocked to not see him today.
He's the leader. He's always going to be the leader. He's always going to be the optimism guy in the room. So much optimism and just bringing bigger picture. But they've been with Lav more recently more than me.
Yeah.
What I love to see with Coach Lav this season, I don't know if it was like this last season, he's back to having a certain fire with him that reminded me of 1997 when he would put us on the line and run 17s and building a sense of – they don't like that part. Building a sense of urgency.
Has he been different a little bit this year?
A little bit.
Well, probably because he knows you guys have a chance. You know, my guess is a little bit of that, right? Of like, hey, you guys did more than most people expected last year. Let's see what you can do this year.
I think him bringing Coach Earl onto our coaching staff and having him as a former player brings more intensity because Coach Earl knows how he used to be back in the day. So now it's getting tougher.
I was going to ask you, like, who would you rather have run in practice, Lav or Earl?
Don't answer that. Don't answer
No,
that.
no,
Do not answer that question.
Don't answer that.
Do not answer
I'm going to tell you what, it doesn't matter because I'm an extension of him.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, but I bet you're tougher. I bet you're a little tougher.
Lav, I kind of push Lav's, but I said, Coach, when me and Barrett played we were running 4-17s of practice. Never ran one yet. A couple of days later, he was like, everybody's on the line. I was like, I love it, Coach. I love it, Coach. You're pushing buttons now.
Oh, man.
Listen, guys, it's been a pleasure. Loved hearing your story.
Very
hearing
cool.
your story.
Really
Best of luck this year, guys.
Best of luck to you guys. And
thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
Best of luck, my man. All right. Keep growing. Keep growing. That's awesome.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Great seeing you. Great seeing you. Great seeing you guys. Thanks.
Good seeing you, man.
Great seeing you guys. Great seeing you guys. Good seeing you, man. All right. I mean that. All right. Keep working.
Thank you. Good luck this year. Thanks, man.
That is a phenomenal story,
It really
man.
is.
That
It
is
really
an
is.
unbelievable story. Those are the things. I don't know, man. Like you root for that kid. You root for him the rest of the.
Hope that he was able to sneak in the friends.
How great is that? How great!
That's so.
I'm gonna have to call it on that one.
We got
When this
Loyal
kid's
and Matt
averaging,
coming in.
when he's
Push-
averaging,
push
what's
those
up,
two
Stan?
chairs out.
How are you?
Yeah. How are you? Stan,
Well,
what's up, man? How you doing?
When I saw you earlier, grab the mic. Yeah, you can go right here. No, players next to you. Players over there.
Yeah, go ahead. Sit down.
When I was passing you earlier, I don't know if you saw in the hallway. That's when I was trying to break the Tony Bennett news.
I figured that.
So I felt bad. I felt bad. I was like, Stan's like.
I
I'm
was looking at him
yeah.
like, this guy looks very intense.
Yeah, I was a little locked in.
And
I was a
then
little locked in at
I
that
saw
point.
the deal.
How you doing?
Doing good. How are you
Yeah,
guys?
good. Everything's good. You know, good to be here because it means we're getting closer.
Yes.
And it's a long off season now. Is it not?
I don't even know when the off season ends and begins.
It begins the day after your season ends.
Yeah.
And it doesn't stop.
It doesn't stop.
It does not stop at this point.
It doesn't stop.
I was, you know who I saw yesterday? Was I there yesterday? Brett Nelson.
Did you see Brett?
I was in Raleigh 2 nights ago. 2 days ago? I think I saw him 2 days ago. And he told me about the pickup games.
Goodman.
You got to tell these guys about the pickup games that you used to have at Marquette.
So at Marquette, we had some dudes like on the staff.
Your staff was like could
Justin
play.
Gainey,
Yes.
Brett
Wojo.
Nelson, Steve Wojciechowski, Travis Diener.
I don't know any of them.
I mean, like these, there's a high level college guys, right?
Really good.
We played pickup at Marquette. Now, I was coming from Arizona State when I went there. We weren't playing any pickup.
No.
Herb wouldn't let me leave the office, right?
Except it was pickup lunch, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. But then you go there, and these guys, the first day I got there, I'm not in great shape yet. You know, I was playing, but not like that. We played to 100.
Oh, my.
So you play to 100.
And these guys can
make
go.
it. So if the ball goes in the net, you don't take it out. You're going. So when you got to like 85, the whole game would slow down. At 85, it would take forever because now guys are fouling.
Yes.
Wojo's he's taking your knees out. It was the most intense game. I would go home, 2 bags of ice. My wife's like, bro, are you playing basketball or are you coaching? Like, what's happening? That's how
You have
intense
to
those
play
games.
in these games too?
Oh, you had to.
So you couldn't bail out.
Oh, yeah. And it's like, you know what the most impressive was? So many competitive dudes. It never turned into something crazy, after, which was shocking. But it was high level.
You guys spent much of last season banged up, right? I think it was you had 6, 7 scholarship guys,
6
healthy, 6 by the end of the year, right?
Yeah.
How do you avoid running into that situation this season? It's just fingers crossed.
You know,
hoping
it's
everyone
funny
stays
that
healthy?
you asked me that question, and that someone has asked me something else, like how do you adjust? Like how do you move forward? And I told him what I had to do this offseason is give myself a little grace. Because as a coach, you know, I felt like we're coming.
Yeah.
Right? And last year, it's like, this is going to be another. And then you get hit. In my 23 years of coaching, I've never seen anything like it. You asked me the question. We had a kid break his hand in the game. And the doctor said to me, he said, Stan, you will not see that again. The likelihood of that kind of injury, right, is less than like 1%. Well, guess what? The following game, we had another guy break his hand. I think you had an elbow in the game. He was out the whole year. I mean, everything was freak injuries. But what I've done and what I've learned this offseason, we've doubled down. I hired a guy by the name of John Chow, who's a PT, has his own practice. Because I wanted to research this stuff, especially with injuries. You know, sometimes with PT, you go and see the PT when you're hurt. And I'm like, I think it should be backward, the other way around. So we've hired a PT just for our guys. Because what he's told me, you know, sometimes when you get a little cramp, that cramp turns into something on your foot, a fracture or this or that. So can we control it? No, but the things we can control, we try to do that to hopefully mitigate some of that moving forward.
Is that being healthy? Is that the biggest key for you?
The biggest key. And I don't know what the other coaches would say. I think a lot of them.
Because you got the weapons this year.
Yeah. And I thought we had I thought we had a good team last year, but you're only as good as your players.
Right.
And
you need so. I mean, that's the hard part, right? You need depth, but it's hard to always have depth.
I mean, we started the year, we're going to play 10 guys, and
you're down to
very quickly. I'm like,
down to 6.
I'd have to talk to the officials before the game. Hey, look at man, yeah, we see it. It's like we only got 6, but you know what? The thing about that experience, as much as I hated it, I love that our team never broke. Like they never broke. We could barely practice, but they were there. When we were playing, you got all that we had. I think the remnants of that is going to pay dividends this year as we move forward.
What was last year like for you?
I mean, like Coach talked about it, that we hit many adversities throughout the year. And he mentioned that the best thing that we did as a guys were like we never splinter in those hard times. And those players who were out from an injury, they were still with us, like on the sideline. Like every time Coach went over to scouting, they knew every single scouting. They knew what exactly what other players were doing. So if you would have messed up on the court, they would have like helped us to fix those problems. So I think it was hard to not to see, especially Kelly Pepe, because that was his last year, and I was very close with him, and he's a great human being, and I think it was
great
hard
hair
yeah,
too.
Yeah, amazing hair, and it was hard for me to see my brothers out and not playing, but yeah, hopefully this year we'll fix those issues. Yeah.
Javon, you make the move from Pepperdine to Loyola Marymount. What went into that decision for you?
Yeah, there's quite a few things that went into it. I just want to be at a place where I thought one day would help develop me to become the best player that I could become, but also somewhere that I thought that could win at a high level. And my last 2 years at Pepperdine, like it was rough. We weren't. Different things played into it, but we weren't winning many games, and I want to win now. So that was a big part of why I chose to come here. I have a lot of belief in Coach Johnson and
Why?
the guys.
Why?
Just the way he is. You could ask a lot of people that he's just a really he makes you believe in yourself. He makes you, like, the words he says, you believe them to be true. Like, he can speak belief into your life when you don't have it before. It's just just the type of person he is, the love he has for the game. He's a very intense coach, but you can tell he cares, like, for us as people, and that's not something you always get at every school. It's something that's I've really valued since I've been here, and yeah, that has a lot to do with why I'm here right now.
He was also smart enough to hire probably the best human being in all of college basketball, Lorenzo Romar. Right? That didn't hurt in getting him. Am I wrong?
No, it helped.
Let's be honest. Well, his dad's like best friends with Romar.
Right? It helped, but I told Coach Romar, I said that's disrespectful to you too.
Right. I'm not hiring you to get him.
If Javon would have chosen to go somewhere else, I still wouldn't.
Of course. No, I'm not saying that.
But it did help.
I'm not saying that. But Lowe is like the best.
Yeah.
Hey, tell your brothers I said hello.
All right, for sure.
Michael, I've known forever. I mean,
yeah.
I haven't seen him in a while, but I know, and hopefully Shantay's doing well too.
Uh-huh.
So please tell them both that I said hello.
Sure.
Okay.
I remember I did when Michael was a junior. I did a big story on your family and how there's 8 siblings that are all basketball players.
No, it's the craziest thing.
And I remember your mom saying the hardest part was the grocery bill. Like,
imagine. Seriously, like,
nah, it was wild. Yeah,
it
was crazy because we was all homeschooled too until high school. So like we was all in the house together all day.
And you guys didn't meet.
Yeah,
correct.
Vegetarian.
None of you.
Yeah, none of us.
None
we
of you.
grew
So
up
at least they saved a little bit of money there, bro. If you ate meat and you're going out for like fillets and stuff like that.
And fruit are expensive too.
I know,
man.
but not as bad as a fillet.
There's nothing more intimidating than when his whole family walks into a room.
I mean, 8 of them,
tall,
right,
just
8 of them plus your mom and dad.
Right.
Who's the shortest member of the family?
Shortest?
Because your mom's like 6'4", right?
Yeah, mom's 6'4". Oh, probably my sister Bree, the oldest. She's like only like 6'2", 6'3".
Only 6'2". How many are still playing now? How many?
Let me
sisters
think.
all out? No.
Well, I got a younger sister, Jada.
She's the youngest.
Yeah,
of the
she's
family?
the youngest. She's going into her junior year of high school. She's like top 20 in the country too.
She's really good.
So she
she's
has offers from everyone.
Really?
Yeah, she probably
Yes.
is. I ain't even gonna lie. Yeah, but so still Jada, my younger brother Isaac, me, and then Michael and Shantay. So yeah, 5 of us still playing.
Really?
Yeah.
That's insane.
I tried to get my hands on your dad's. He was like a reggae artist, right?
Oh,
he
he like rapper, yeah, reggae rapper, hip hop, all that. Yeah.
What did you think of it?
He could.
You can be honest.
No,
this is a safe space.
No,
Safe
he would be
space.
going all around the world doing like tours and stuff. So he was good at it. Yeah, it was like ministry stuff, like gospel stuff. So, but he was he's good at it.
Rick, you healthy now? You feel good? Like,
yeah, I'm feeling good. Now.
Back to 100%?
Yes, sir.
So we'll see a different team, obviously, with what you can add, from a defensive standpoint. How pivotal would that be for this team?
I mean, everybody know what I can do on the court, so I think this year it's more important for my team. So they need me, so I'm ready to contribute. Yeah.
Stan's told me something kind of crazy, that you haven't seen your family in like a decade or so. Tell Rob and people listening and watching, what that's like, because I can't even imagine going a year without seeing my family.
I know it's tough. It's really tough, but I kind of got used to it. But we be working on it to trying to go home. But hopefully this summer coming up, I might go home. So yeah.
How often you try to talk to them?
Yeah, I talk to my parents every weekend. Yeah, every weekend. Yeah.
Is it like over FaceTime, over Zoom? You call them?
It's just a normal call.
Normal call.
Yeah, it's normal call.
And where's home?
Congo.
Yeah,
Congo.
I can't even imagine. Imagine, like, that's, man.
It speaks to his character too, and there's not a day that goes by that Rick complains about that.
Really?
He's just a tremendous human being.
Try to take care of your family too. Is that one of the reasons you came here to play basketball as well?
Yeah.
It's admirable, man. That's admirable to be able to do that. And was it hard at first? I mean, have you almost, I don't want to say gotten used to it, but it's been a long time.
Yeah. In the beginning, it was really hard. The first 4 years, I would say it was really hard. But just like I said, now I'm just got used to it. Yeah.
When did you come over to the States?
When
Yeah. How old are you?
I was 16 when I came, so 2016.
So you did high school and then now
Yeah.
5th year in college, right?
Huh?
So you did high school here?
Yeah. I did
now
high
you're
school
5th year
here in
college?
Arizona and went to college, Oklahoma, then transferred to LMU.
So are you the one guy in the league that can lock him up? Is that what I'm hearing here?
Not even.
I still have to remind them they're on the same team. They're used to competing against each other.
Hey, how good, anybody can answer this, how good is the UCLA transfer Jan Vide? When I remember talking to Mick Cronin, you're probably best equipped, but when I was talking to Mick and he signed him, he compared him to Nick Calathis a little bit. Remember Nick? Mm-hmm. Big, not the most athletic dude in the world, but cerebral, can really pass.
Yeah.
What are you expecting from him this year? And is that an accurate scouting report, or is that a little bit
No,
different?
I think that's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
What I've been really the most surprised about with Jan is how well he scores it in the paint. And what we try to tell him is, hey, the more you can set guys up at your size and your strength, the easier the game's going to be. But I've been, the challenge for him is, okay, at 6'6", there's not a lot of guys like you at 6'6" running the point. He's got a great feel. He can see over the top of the defense. If you get underneath you, he can go by you. That's been surprising. The thing that we got to get him to do, and I've been so pleased because he's trying, is to compete the right way defensively. There's some things he doesn't have, but to learn space and position, if he can be a great positional defender to go with his offensive skill, man, I think that dude still has a chance. Just because he's got some things you can't teach, and his knack and feel for the game, he can see the play a couple plays ahead. So that'll be a welcome sight. The other thing, you got 7'2", 6'11", 6'8".
You're so
go
big.
Beyond at times at 6'6". I don't know if you know this, but the guy no one talks about is Caleb Stone Carrawell, who's the son of Chris Carrawell.
Yep.
I'm telling you, man, a guy can play.
Really?
6'6", can really, really, really score. And then you've got Myron Amy in the backcourt from San Jose State. I think he averaged 15 or 16 last year. So Jan, I think, really complements those guys. And we have Will Johnson, who last year started to come on late. I don't know what he had against Gonzaga at home. That's one of the games we had 6 or 5 guys. But, you know, those guys are competing, but they're helping each other out. That's pretty cool. You know, so Jan's just a great compliment to these guys to set them up and the guards that we
You
have.
guys are going to be huge for this league, right?
We're really big. You know, everybody's
They're going to be big for the NBA.
Yeah.
Well,
came in
when they
at
walk
6'7",
up, I'm like,
6'8".
damn.
Yeah, we've got size.
I mean, everybody brings a guard at least, you know,
Yeah.
usually the media day.
You know, last year we were a little small.
Yeah.
Now we're really
Fix
big.
that.
And I'm
Yeah,
like,
you fix that quick.
well, hopefully we can guard the jitterbugs that you have to guard. You know, that'll be, if we can do that, defensive rebound and play together.
Play some zone.
So you got the
We're gonna mix that in times, yeah.
you got the talent this year. I think you have the pieces outside of health.
Yes.
That just assume
Yes.
healthy as you can be this season. What's the key? What'll get you to the point where you're competing with St. Mary's and Gonzaga and San Francisco and Santa Clara and all?
Yeah, I think it's very simple for us. You know, I've been telling these guys we got to live in the 95, and what that means is we've got to be committed to 95% of the game that does not require having the basketball. Because you guys know in the portal era now, guys transferring, guys want to do their thing. Can we come together and do the other things really, really well that impact winning? And if we can buy into that with what we have, we're going to be exactly where we want to be. That is the key. And a big part of that is the defensive end. Competing at the defensive end, everybody buy into that. And then offensively doing the things that I'm going to run the floor every time. I'm going to set good screens. I'm going to be a hard cutter. If our group can buy into that, I like our chances.
Oh, listen, appreciate you being here, man.
Great seeing
Best
you.
of luck to see you. Great seeing you guys. All right.
Great seeing
Thanks,
you guys.
sir.
Appreciate
Appreciate
it.
it.
Like I said,
Yes, sir.
tell your brothers I said hello, please.
Yes, sir, guys.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great seeing you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
It's good. Yeah, it's working hard.
Oh, that's right. I mean, we're yours.
2 new years. Yeah, I know. Trust me.
I got a 16-year-old sophomore.
Especially, I was just telling my wife, we're still online, but whatever. That 16 to 21 went fast. The high school and early college years went fast.
Great seeing you guys.
You too.
All right, man.
Be good.
Good seeing you.
Thanks for everything.
Best of luck. All right. Safe
Thank you.
travels. Santa Clara. Is that it? Is that the wrap for us?
No, we got Santa Clara, and then we get Dave Smart back, right? Don't we? Don't we have Pacific? I don't know. I assume
find
they're
out.
coming back. I don't know. Who knows? What a day, though. This is a day. Some good stories.
Some great stories.
Great stories, right?
Yep. And we have.
Did you bring the juggling things?
I did not bring in the juggling things. I had enough going on.
Dama, what's up, man? How are you?
How you
Jeff
doing?
Goodman. Hey, Johnny. How you doing?
Johnny, how you doing, Rob Dawson?
Adama,
We are live.
Yeah, you
Mics
can-
are hot. We'll go while we wait for your coach to decide.
Here comes Herb.
Oh, Herb's coming.
Adama, the last time I saw you in person,
As Gary Parrish comes over here to join the show.
you were making threes of the Pac-12 tournament.
That's great.
And I was like, so I went to school at Arizona. You grab the mic. We're live, but
Yeah.
I went to school at Arizona. So when you transferred, I was not happy. I was not happy, but I was happy that you went to her. Yeah, come in a little bit tighter, guys. Yeah, come in over
an
a
extra
chair.
person sitting.
Come over a chair.
Everything's got.
Come on,
all
Herb.
messed
We all
up
like
over
each
here.
other here, right?
Just pretend.
I mean, listen. Here's the ultimate. Okay, so you bring back how many? How many you bring back from last year? 5 of your 6 leading scorers, right? You bring back most of your team.
Yeah.
Your players like you, Herb.
That's
They
still,
like you.
That's still to be determined.
Debatable?
Still to be
It's
determined.
debatable?
Yeah, let's not jump to any conclusions. You know,
What's it like playing for Herb Sendek? Because I've always said, like, and I think most people know this in the sport, like, as good a guy as it gets and as good a coach and as underrated of a coach as there probably is in the country. What's it like?
He just gives you confidence, It's a coach that you don't have to look a lot over your shoulder when you make a mistake, and you play freely. So I feel like it gives you the opportunity to play at your best, like to play fully confident. He allows you to make mistakes, but he's still like correcting you when you're wrong, like in practice. And so I feel like he brings you a lot of confidence.
Johnny, November 4th, first game, Sioux Falls. We're doing that game.
Yes, sir. I'm
Excited?
looking forward to it. I can't wait.
It's going to be a good
I've
game.
never been to South Dakota, but
We've been twice. I don't know how warm it is in November 4th. You might have to buy a jacket.
We'll be in the gym, so
You might have to buy a jacket just to get there.
I was in DC, so I'm
you'll
used
be
to the
fine.
cold a
You'll be
little bit.
fine.
It's colder than DC. I promise you, it's colder
May
than
snow
DC.
too. Who
Okay.
knows?
Yeah.
Just be prepared.
I'll bring the
Herb got a little soft when Pittsburgh to North Carolina to the West Coast, right? Arizona. I mean, he's gotten smart, right?
That's right. That's right. I definitely have been the beneficiary of great weather.
Yes, you have. You
I
haven't
really
dealt with
have.
any of that bad weather in years.
Here's the question I have. So, not only are you one of, I believe, 5 programs that did not lose a single player to a transfer this offseason, you brought back a guy that transferred out of the program 2 years ago, Carlos Stewart. Like, what? How do you? You're one of the. This is going to sound bad. Elder statesmen. That's the nice.
No,
way
you
to
can
say
call
it.
him old.
Are you calling me old?
elder statesman in college basketball, and in an era where we're seeing guys like Tony Bennett, who retired today, you found a way to be able to develop retention, bring in transfers, develop freshmen, get guys to where they want to go at the NBA level, and then get players that think they're going to someplace else. Be like, hey, coach, I want to come back. I missed you. Like, what have you done to be able to develop this culture? Because that's one of the more impressive feats, I think, in college basketball in the new era.
Thank you. It'd be easy to, try to take a lot of credit for those kind words, but the truth of the matter is there's nobody in college basketball. Mother Teresa could be coaching a team, and nobody's immune from people leaving their program. And so we had some really good fortune this year. We had guys of great character, guys who believed in what we're doing, and we have continuity. But to sit here and say that that's going to be the case next year or always would be so disingenuous. But having said that, I really do believe we have a healthy, thriving culture. I'm blessed again with an amazing coaching staff that I lean on and rely on tremendously. We have great support from our, administration and throughout the department. So we do have a good spirit on campus for what we're doing.
How did you end up at Santa Clara? American to Santa Clara is not something you see every day.
No. So, when I was getting in the portal, I was already familiar with Santa Clara just because of the success that they had in the recent years. And honestly, I wanted to go to California also. Just my sister lives in San Diego. So,
Smart man.
I went out there. I visited. I really liked the vibe of the area. And then I knew Santa Clara was good and that they were developing players. And, Brandon's story from not playing much at Illinois to first round top 20 pick, it just shows the type of player development that they have at Santa Clara, and that's one of the main things that I was looking for, as well as going to a team that's going to be able to compete for conference championship as well as making the tournament, making a run in the tournament. Santa Clara just checked off all the boxes, and then when I was on my visit, it was kind of just sealed the deal.
Adama, you tested the NBA draft waters, right? What was the feedback that you heard from them, and how do you kind of implement that into what you're trying to do this season for Santa Clara?
A lot of it was, being more physical. It was also being more aggressive, like offensively, let's say. But just in general, I feel like it was a great experience. Just getting the feedbacks from NBA front offices and stuff, so that that what you really have to work on to get to that next level. And also, being in the competition, going to work out against other players that are really great college players, that have been, some of them are getting drafted, some of them are coming back. So you just giving you a lot of experience, and I feel confidence too. It gives me a lot of confidence, going against all these other guys, and so I was like, yeah, so I belong here, and I have to come back and really make a statement that year.
I don't want to say you got lucky, but you kind of got lucky.
We got lucky. Yeah,
right?
we got lucky.
I mean, seriously,
No question.
like I said, I was pissed.
Yeah, there's let's face it, in any walk of life, luck always does play a part of things, and I feel really blessed to have both Adama and Johnny together with us in the huddle, and at the risk of sounding like a proud parent, I think that's really the best part of our program. We have not good, but amazing guys, and I'm not even exaggerating, and so that's the best
But
part.
You've never compromised. I mean, you really haven't. Like, I've seen other coaches as they get older, and we talked about this. I think, when you were at Arizona State I remember this conversation pretty vividly. We were talking about some of the other coaches that had compromised. And I was saying, like, they sold out. And you were like, I'm just never, I can't. I don't care if I get fired, I get fired. But like, I'm not going to change who I am and what I stand for.
I think, to last in any industry, you have to evolve and adapt. And, I look in the mirror now and, I've changed in every way. I'm still, I think, the same basic person, but
you're looser than you used to be. You're looser.
Really?
These guys may not believe that.
Yeah.
These guys may be laughing about
that's probably more than fair. Yeah.
No,
more than
you
fair.
are.
And I think, you could probably create a tablet full of ways I've changed, and hopefully for the better for the most part. But, I just think, once again, you already called me old, to last.
If you had done that, if you had done that to the old,
Yeah.
the old meaning not old, but
Yeah.
but that Herb Sendek,
Yeah.
he might not have been happy. He might not have been laughing at you.
No. But, you have to evolve and adapt. And you know what? Quite frankly, it's fun. It's fun.
I
It's
agree.
part of the
Like,
journey.
Yeah, it's different, right?
It's fun.
You complain about all the stuff all you want.
Yeah, it's like we're complaining right now about a lot of things happening.
Sure.
Right? Especially us old timers. But you know what? I think back to when I started at Providence many years ago, and there were things to complain about then too. And people were complaining, by the way.
Yeah.
And that's been a constant.
All right, you're going to complain about something.
There's always
Right,
something that's
right,
imperfect.
right. Speaking of the Providence days, I want these guys to hear this a little bit. Can you give like your favorite Patino story of something insane that Rick did from as a younger coach?
Yeah, if you had a long show, it would make
I'm
for
sure
a great,
you can go on
great,
it. Well, in Sioux Falls, we can do dinner.
It could make for great content. Excuse me. But before I give you an example, if you ever want the very best storyteller, it's Jeff Van Gundy.
Oh, elite, right?
I mean, elite storyteller, and has the content to go with the delivery.
Really?
And it would want to be one of the most entertaining evenings
All right,
of your
we'll do
life.
that. All right, we should do that.
But the reason, or one of the reasons we have this 20-hour rule is because of Coach Patino, right?
Yeah.
So I remember our first year together at Providence, and a typical day is our guys came in 4 times a week on weekdays. They had to tape. We went through a 42-minute individual instruction workout that might have included some one-on-one, and it was high-level intensity. Then we'd come back in the afternoon and practice, okay? And then they would go to study hall together as a team. Things weren't as sophisticated as they are today in terms of how that works. And then after study hall, they would come back into the gym, and we would all shoot free throws. Then on, let's just say October, the time of year now, on Saturday, we would practice twice. We would have doubles. But not like today when some coaches still do that, and the second practice is non-contact.
It's light. Yeah.
No, this practice was 2 contact practices.
Really?
Now you're thinking Sunday's coming, it's a day off. There's no such thing as a day off. So now Sunday comes, and let's say it's like this Sunday. What is the date of this Sunday coming up?
Sunday would be for 20th.
Now, obviously, this didn't
October
take
20th.
place once we started playing games, but I'm giving you an example of a crazy story that you asked for. So now Sunday comes. Day of rest. Practice in the morning, practice in the evening, and then we came back Sunday night and scrimmaged.
Oh, come on.
And I remember one night we didn't have enough guys, and Jeff Van Gundy who was our graduate assistant. I was in my first 4 years as an assistant. Jeff was a grad assistant. So we were, actually sharing an apartment together. And we didn't have guys. And Jeff, who was a Division III player at Nazareth College, had to go in and play point guard. Meanwhile, as you know, we're a pressing team.
Yeah.
And so we're pressing, and Jeff is trying to get the ball across half court. So the next day, it was always coach's thing. He wanted the stats up on the chalkboard, right? We still had chalk in those days. And I was always the guy to put it up because I had the best penmanship. And then coach wanted to go through, and you had to circle the positive things in blue and the negative things in red for all the players. I put Jeff's stat line up there, and I circled his 12 turnovers in red. But that was how we did it.
And Rick probably killed him.
Yeah,
Right,
he probably
lit him up.
Right, lit him up for not knowing how to play.
You could write a book.
You could write a book.
Right, you could absolutely write a book. All right, getting back to your team a little bit. Again, you return a ton. You've had some really good teams there. Could this be the best team you've had overall?
Be. Yeah, absolutely.
Because of the experience, the depth, the talent, the combination of all three?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we scheduled accordingly. We have a really rigorous schedule, and so we have to be ready out of the gates.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
St.
I mean,
Louis.
the good thing playing St. Louis, at least, is you return a lot. They're pretty new. They're pretty new coach, new program. He's brought a couple players with him. A lot of new faces. So you kind of want that.
Yeah, so we open with them on the 4th, and then later in the week we have Arizona State, and it's just one game after another to challenge us.
Hey, Rob, he was a pretty good soccer player. If you want to ask him anything, he's a huge soccer fan.
I say I'm solid. No.
What? Weren't you good?
No.
Right?
I say I'm solid.
Solid?
I'm solid.
What position were you?
Midfielder.
Who was your favorite player?
I'm a Man City fan, so it used to be Yaya Toure for a long time.
Exactly. He's a bandwagon, man. How are you French and a City fan?
Paris.
Right?
How are you French and a City fan? How does this happen?
I just grew up, my family, everybody has their own soccer team, and I didn't want to follow anybody. Happened to watch a Man City game one time.
Manchester City doesn't even have fans in Manchester. They're all United
but
fans.
since I can remember, I've been a City fan.
But they got one in Paris, I guess, huh?
Yeah, no, they got
I gave him one instruction. I gave him one instruction yesterday. I told him, go find like 4 tennis balls and bring 4 tennis balls to see if Johnny can juggle.
Play tennis.
To see if you can juggle.
They already did that in another room.
Could you do it?
I can do 3.
You can't do 4?
4 is 2 now. 4 is 2.
3, you good?
Hey, November 4th.
Really?
November
You're just trying
4th.
to figure it out?
YouTube taught juggler. I'm not some pro, but yeah.
Has anybody asked you? All right,
no, Goodman. Here's what we're gonna do.
I got him at the end.
Well, we're gonna. You know how you ever seen the guys that they spit fire and they juggle the machetes?
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. After
the season.
After the season. Sure. So at least get through Sioux Falls, okay?
Little halftime show.
Yeah, there you go.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, who needs red panda when we got Johnny?
Hey, so November 4th, the third game is McNeese State at South Dakota State. It's a good game because obviously McNeese going there and playing them in their backyard. So Will Wade said that he would Chislic is their state food in South Dakota. It's like cut up pieces of meat. So during a timeout, he said he would eat a platter of Chislic in the middle of the game.
Is that right?
What are you going to do? Yeah, if I bring you something, what fun can we have? Are you loose enough now in your career that we can have some fun during the game? Can we do an in-game interview? Can we do something fun?
What do you want to do?
I don't know.
I'm open-minded.
We're going to negotiate.
I'm open-minded.
You are.
I really am.
Wow.
I really am. For you.
So far.
Yeah.
For you. No, this is incredible. Like you guys don't even know how incredible this is.
It depends on the game.
But
well, I gotta get it in writing.
You have to do it like
I'm gonna get it in writing.
First media,
early.
At the under 12 timeout, we're coming over with like a piece of apple pie or something.
Yeah.
What do you like? What's your dessert?
Pizza. I like pizza.
Pizza? I like pizza.
I like pizza.
What kind of pizza? Cheese?
Cheese.
Plain
or,
cheese.
Plain cheese.
What
or
about toppings?
If I had to, I'd go pepperoni mushroom.
Mushrooms.
Remember that.
Make sure extra
There's
sauce.
no way I'm going to remember that. I don't
Pepperoni
remember my
mushrooms.
Extra sauce.
Pepperoni mushrooms.
Yeah. No, I'm down for that.
All right. So you will if I deliver you pizza with pepperoni and mushrooms.
Yeah, I'm not going to eat a whole pie. But
No,
I
but
might
you'll have a few
slice of
bites.
pizza. Yeah,
You'll have a few bites in the middle.
absolutely.
I'll have some. I don't
Just-
even
just
like
make-
mushrooms, and I'll have some with
Just make sure you record it because I don't want any.
you. You don't want
questioning
anybody
after the
questioning
fact.
whether
That's
you.
right. Get it on tape.
All right. Another thing we want to get on tape right now. My man here can rap. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
Who do you
know
think-
that was coming? Has anybody else asked you today?
Who do you think taught him?
All right, let's go. Let's go. Hey, I will pay. I'm telling you right now, right here, right now. I lost money last night. Herb Sendek raps $100. $100 if Herb Sendek.
Hey,
There
coach.
it is.
You gotta help me with
There
some
it is.
words.
Hey, coach.
You guys in French?
Can you do it in English? I can't do it in French, obviously.
You can do it in any
Well, I
language
don't
you
know
want,
the
Herb.
words in I don't know any. You have to help me along.
No, you gotta work your memory a little bit.
Let's go, Herb. Come on.
I'm trying to even think of something that rhymes.
Let's get a beat going or something.
That's right. Come on, help him out. Help him out here.
Come on, bro.
I knew a man who had no shoes, therefore he had the blues.
Ooh. Hey, your turn.
That's it?
You got it more.
I got to have more than that?
Yeah.
How many stanzas?
All right, we're gonna. Here's
I
the
even
new
messed
deal.
that up. I had something else in mind. And
Here's
I
the
turned
new
it over.
deal. The new deal is going to be I'm going to give you from now till November 3rd.
There you go. I'll
November
work on it.
3rd. You work on it.
I'm going to get some coaching.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to work
That's a
on
deal.
it. Absolutely.
$100. November 3rd. We're going to record it the day before
You-
at shoot around and practice.
I'm from Penn Hills. For $100, you'd be surprised what I'll do.
Oh man, listen, I love you. You know that.
Appreciate
you know
it.
that.
Likewise.
We've
Thank
known each
you.
other a long time.
Long
Can
time.
anybody get him loose like this? You ever seen him like this?
All the time.
All the time?
Nah. You know the truth of the matter
Go
is
ahead.
although you were one of my biggest supporters and defenders at NC State.
Oh.
One of the things is like, and I'm fine with it. I really am. I could really don't care. But part of just is getting to know somebody. And I think, as a young coach, two coaches removed for Jimmy V.
Yeah. They wanted that personality.
Who had that.
Yeah.
No matter
Didn't matter who
what
it was.
I did or said, it wasn't going to be, let's face it, one of the great coaches, but also one of the great
Personalities.
entertainers of our time.
You're right. I didn't think of that.
And
who followed him? Who
Les Robinson.
Right.
And then I followed Les.
Yeah.
And it just, going back to, now that I'm here and look in the rear view mirror, I found like people I didn't even know, they would have these suppositions, right? They would have these preconceived ideas. And I really think that was part of it because, like, for example, when we do the Wolfpack Club tour, they expected
You to be a storyteller.
or to do stand up as much as talk about the team.
You're like I'm just a ball coach.
And
Right.
I was
Right.
just a little bit on roller skates with that.
Yeah. No, and again, you were still trying to find your way. Now
Find
you're
my way,
Now
yeah.
you're in a lot different place.
A lot of different places. As a young coach, that was
That's a lot
an
to put on
experience for me.
Well, listen, great seeing you guys. Can't wait to see you on November 4th. It's going to be a blast. November 3rd, and get ready.
We're ready. We're
Get
coming
ready.
a day early because we heard it's nice.
Yeah, you
We're
should.
coming on November 2nd. Seriously.
Bring your bathing suit.
I
We'll be up
will.
there too.
I will. We're staying at that Best Western, and
That's
I heard
right.
they have an indoor pool.
There you go.
He's
Herb's gonna
juggling
be
machetes.
sitting
He's
by
going
the
to be rapping. It's going to be great, man.
Bit of everything,
Really great.
right? You got away with one, by the way. You got away with it. You sure you don't want to do a rap in French? No, you're not in?
In South
November
Dakota.
3rd?
Sorry.
November 3rd, though. Okay?
I
got you. Great seeing you, man. Great seeing you, Johnny. Great seeing you. We'll see you in November.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Always.
Thank
always.
you. All right.
All Keep my 100 till November 3rd. All right.
At least get a crisp bill. I don't want that.
Hey, this one ended up, the blackjack table's probably going to get it in about an hour.
I mean, yeah.
All right. So it doesn't matter what it looks like.
Looks like you got that for high school graduation.
Listen, I think we're all wrapped up. I don't think Pacific is still here.
I think they left.
I think they're gone. This has been a blast. WCC Media Day was awesome. Just so you know, I want you to know what I was dealing with over here. I was struggling. Okay.
What do you mean?
Our producer forgot to turn off his microphone. Decided to go out, and I think he spaghetti, and all I could right here in my ear. I've never heard anything louder than the chewing and the smacking and then Trevor had the audacity to say Rob hates it or Rob is always honest about what we're doing when we're producing. What's because that's in my ear. I have to listen to you chew, Dagan. This has been the end. This has been the end of a marathon day.
It was actually a great
9-hour live stream.
It wasn't that. Honestly, it didn't
with
feel that long.
With every single one of these that we've done, I've gone into it and be like, this is gonna be long.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a drag.
Was
and then
this?
you do it and it's like it's fun
Great.
and you're
Great.
hanging out and you get to meet the kids and the coaches and you see them in their element and you get to see their personality. And I always find myself saying, I'm glad we did that.
I'm 1,000% glad we did that. I had a blast.
Yep. All right. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern time, CAA Media Day. We will see you guys there.